Right, we are live. Everything is fixed. The title is correct. All right, let's go do the damn thing. Some buffering issues. Here we go. All right, so while they're finishing that up, I'm gonna go ahead and take myself a smoke break. Be right back. right.
Ready for the jury? Okay. All right. Mr. Wigman, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. As soon as you ask him his first question, he should pop up there.
He'll come
Right.
up then?
Yeah,
Okay.
cross-examination.
So
Thank
this
you,
is
Your Honor.
cross.
Mr. Wiggum, you testified that you closed a deal for Mr. Depp for Pirate 6 with him acting as Jack Sparrow. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Mr. Wiggum, could you do me a favor and just count from 1 to 5 for me so I can get you on my big screens here?
Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm not getting on this. There he
There
is.
we go.
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I'm sorry.
But in fact, Mr. Wiggum, it's not true that Mr. Depp ever had a contract with Disney for Pirates 6. Isn't that correct?
Can you explain that question or that position?
Have you ever seen a contract that provides for Mr. Depp to play Pirates 6?
To the best of my knowledge, my memory, myself and my partner closed an optional picture deal for the amount of money of what that picture would be for Johny.
And you would make sure to have that in writing, wouldn't you?
You know, that would normally go through legal counsel in terms of the codification of it.
Do you have any explanation for why there exists nothing, no piece of paper, nothing suggesting that Mr. Depp ever had a deal with Disney for Pirates 6?
Objection, lack of foundation, compound.
Oh, I'll allow it.
So I often close, when I was an agent, we would work on many deals where I actually wouldn't see contracts. They were verbal in nature. And then, you know, especially on optional pictures, just so there was an understanding of what the money would be.
So do you have an explanation why there is not even a piece of paper, not an email, not a text, not a document, nothing that suggests that Mr. Depp is going to be in Pirates 6 as Jack Sparrow?
Objection, asked and answered.
I don't believe it was.
Overruled. I'll allow it.
I mean, if you're asking me my opinion, it wouldn't necessarily be alarming because that would be a conversation usually to understand. Disney's going to want to know: are we on the same? Page about what the money's going to be? And most of that conversation, if I remember correctly, was also with one of Johnny's lawyers at the time.
Okay, and so you had, so Johnny's lawyer was discussing this, but there's no document. Do you have an explanation for that?
It's a privileged document and
Well, you may
conversation.
know better than me if there is a document, but that was Jake Bloom, you know, at the time, I believe, if memory serves me correct.
All right. But would it be fair to say that you have never seen a document that provides that Mr. Depp was going to be in Pirate 6?
It would be fair to say that it was consistent with a lot of the conversations that I would have on behalf of big stars, where it was verbal and there was an understanding of what the deal was going to be.
Mr. Wiggum, if you could please answer my question.
Objection, harassment. He did answer the question.
I'll allow it. You want to ask your question? Go ahead.
Thank you.
Sure.
Judy,
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Judy, can you read that back? Thank you.
Sorry.
All right, so would it be fair to say that you have never seen a document that provides that Mr. Depp was going to be in Pirates 6?
It would be fair to say that I have not seen a document on Pirates. Now, just so you know,
Mr. Wiggum, I don't need you to give me extra. I just want you to answer mine. I just want to know, have you ever seen a document that says Mr. Depp is going to be in Pirates 6?
I only to fully answer the question though. I think there's some context.
That's an easy yes or no. Have you seen a document?
Okay, now she's just berating him.
Technically, I perhaps have because it connects to all the other Pirates films. It's just a modification of a new document. So I have not seen 22.5 million written on a page. You're correct about that.
Okay. Now, you, in fact, had discussions back in 2016 and 2017 with Mr. Bailey, Sean Bailey. You talked about him a little bit ago, right?
Yeah.
And you also had discussions with Jerry Bruckheimer in 2016 and 2017, correct?
Yes.
About Mr. Depp potentially being in Pirates 6, correct? And then you had discussions in 2018 with Mr. Bailey, and he was quite non-committal about whether Mr. Depp would be in Pirates 6, correct?
Objection, hearsay?
That's fine.
All right.
Okay. Given that he was able to,
I'll sustain as to hearsay. It is hearsay.
Okay.
All right.
so you determined, Mr. Wiggum, that by the fall of 2018, it was very likely that Mr. Depp was not going to be in Pirates 6. Is that correct?
It's a two-pronged answer from my perspective, because there was really two individuals involved in that decision. I would say Jerry Bruckheimer and Sean Bailey. Jerry Bruckheimer in the fall of 2018 really wanted Johny in that next film, and Sean was non-committal, as you said.
And Mr. Bruckheimer made it clear to you that Mr. Bailey was the one who gets to decide because he's Disney, right?
Ultimately, and he also wanted to be the tip of the spear to really try to convince Sean.
Okay. Now, do you recall?
Thank you.
Do you recall having your deposition taken on January 20, 2021? Okay.
Yes, ma'am, with you.
Okay. Can you pull that up, Michelle, please? Thank you. I'm going to ask you to turn to page 44. And Mr. Wiggum, you were under oath at the time of this deposition, correct? Correct?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Line 10. This is page 44, line 10. The question, do you recall approximately when in 2018 you inferred from your discussion with Mr. Bailey that the likelihood of Mr. Depp being in Pirates 6 was not high or was going away? And your answer at that time was, if memory serves me, the latter part of 2018 maybe. Question, when you say latter, is that any time from August to December, or what are you thinking? Answer, I would say fall, maybe, October, November, December, in that area. Do you recall giving that testimony under oath at that time?
I do, now that I see it, yes.
Okay. And in fact, there were quite a few things going on earlier in 2018 that might have had a bit of an impact on Mr. Depp's reputation. Would you agree?
It might help if you
refresh your recollection. Sure. But and before I go there, though, I think you said that the reason it was so catastrophic for Mr. Depp for the op-ed was because it was a first-person account of Johny, right? Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Wasn't it a first-person account when Ms. Heard filed for the TRO in 2016?
So that would have predated any relationship I had to Johny, so I had no knowledge of that.
Okay, so you don't know whether it was catastrophic then?
If you're asking me my opinion on something I don't know, I can form an opinion right now. It's a court document and probably a little different than an op-ed in the Washington Post. But I would agree it's not now that I'm forming an opinion, that it's not a great headline, for sure.
When you read the op-ed, did you read it online or did you read it in the actual Post paper?
I don't remember.
Well, let's pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2. Does this refresh your recollection?
Very hard for me to see. Is that just the paper?
We're going to try to scroll in a little bit more.
Again, just if you can help me. Is that the paper? Is
Yes.
that the article?
Yes, that's the Washington Post.
So, what's the question? Sorry.
Does this help refresh your recollection of whether you saw it in print or whether you saw it online?
It does not, but I'll tell you that I did not typically pick up.
So what she's doing,
You know,
if you
Okay.
notice her
And so
question
what
pattern,
we're
okay,
saying-
she's trying to
if you
frustrate
can,
the
just for a
witness
second,
into misstating or not
you're
giving
saying
a full
that then
statement.
2 years
He has
ago,
the
I
ability
became
to
upset. I did
expound
not do
upon
that.
his answers. Now he can
Clear
answer
that
the
one.
question and
Then
ask
2 years
the
ago, I
judge,
became a
"Can-
public figure
may I
representing
expound,"
domestic
right?
abuse.
You have to be
That's
careful
this first
in this.
person from Ms. Heard
She's
that's
trying to
catastrophic
quick
for
fire
Mr.
and,
Depp.
and
Is that
using
your
sort of that
testimony?
super aggressive, I'm going to passively attack your credibility
testimony
and
is
what you
that it
said
reads like a victim
infer that you're
statement from
lying or
someone
purposely
involved.
misleading the court
And
in order to
recipient
create
and
aggravation,
it-
right? And it is a very
been,
standard thing because
a bit
what
of
you
a
want to do is take someone
death
and make the
knell,
jury question them, but not
catastrophic
only
thing
that,
for Mr. Depp
but you can
in
make
the
a jury
Hollywood
question
community.
someone through their
All right, well,
demeanor.
let's pull up defendants.
So it's always
Exhibit
important, no matter how
99.
quick a lawyer fires questions at you, you stop, you process what they say, you formulate your answer, you provide your
Now,
answer.
there was, in
If they
fact,
object, you let them talk.
An article
And
published
you
in
just
the
be really
Sun
nice, and
newspaper
as they try
by
to be
Dan
aggressive,
Wooten,
you
the
counter their
editor-in-chief,
aggression. At least from
on
what I've been
April
led
27,
to
2018.
know
Do you
and been
recall
told by
that?
lawyers. You counter their aggression through being
but I'm
nice
looking
and
at
staying
it.
calm
Does that
and
refreshes your
addressing their
recollection?
aggression with like,
And in
I'm trying
fact,
to answer you.
this
and you're
article
talking over me, and I'm really trying.
calls Mr. Depp a
And I
wife
feel
beater,
really
does it not?
attacked right now.
Objection, hearsay.
You know.
I'll
So
allow it for the-
yeah, stay calm and never attack. Do not let them get to you.
You know
Don't
what,
let
I
them
can't-
rush
I
you.
can't see
Don't
the
let
print
them make you feel
with these glasses,
get you going
but,
fast because that's when
all
you
right.
mess up or you may
Well, we'll-
misstate something and
take
then
your
they'll
word
attack
for it.
that and just calm.
Well, the
Calm is
title
contagious,
here
guys.
is How Can J.K.
Speak
Rowling
calm.
Be Genuinely Happy Casting Wife Beater Johnny Depp in the new Fantastic Beasts film?
Objection,
you see
hearsay,
that?
Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of this exhibit. I think at this point, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, but it's going to offer, he's testified to comparisons of other articles. He's testifying to the impact of the op-ed. I think it's, in fairness, we should be able to put this in and be able to make the comparisons.
It's clearly hearsay, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the
It's
objection.
not offered to prove the
I'll
truth of the matter asserted, Your
I'll
Honor.
sustain the
Sustain
objection.
the objection.
Okay.
Move
Well, let's
forward.
go to the third page. No, let's go to the fourth page. So it has A5. I think
Johnny's
is what
looking
I'm
like
trying
he's
to
over
get
there
to.
tortured.
So it says paragraph 7.
Yo, imagine being in such a miserable relationship that she makes.
So do you
want
recall
to do
that it
drugs.
says in here,
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
She's just trying to
Your
backdoor your ruling.
This is where they're being selective in their objections and what objections they fight because they have to decide what's important or they would be here all day. So good on them. This woman, man. He should have been Grindelwald, you're correct. Well, not just that. I'm talking about it's a jury's opinion of you, right? Your personal, the way you carry yourself, your personal demeanor can affect the way that they take your testimony as far as the truth of it, how their opinion of you strongly affects how they view what you said. It's just very simple. People are human beings.
Mr. Wiggum, the article also had pictures, did it not?
I don't blame Disney in this. They were doing damage control.
I don't recall.
I think it's wrong.
Do you
what they
recall
did,
whether it had a
but
picture of
they were
Ms.
making a
Heard?
business decision.
Objection,
And
hearsay, Your
given the
Honor.
current
I'll allow that.
societal
do you-
state, they
Can we
made a
go
decision
to
trying to preserve their bottom line because of the backlash
The
that could
eighth
happen. to them.
page?
she was told by her lawyers supposedly
I'm showing
to
you the picture right now. Does
stop
that
with the
refresh
resting
your
bitch, try to look
recollection?
sad.
Your Honor, hearsay.
You can see
lack
the
of
anger in her
foundation.
face, and she's trying to cover it, and she's doing a really bad job, in my opinion. And that's just my opinion. I think that you can see that she's very angry, and she's trying to put on a show of sadness and being
impression of
meek, but you
when
can
I
see
read
the
it or how I
frustration
read it.
underneath her in her eyes.
I see the photo. Yes, ma'am.
All right, and in
Maybe it's
fact, it
just me.
shows bruises on it, doesn't it? On Ms. Heard's face?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled.
That would be what I see, yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against the Sun newspaper and against Dan Wooten for this article, correct?
Which the ruling was technically flawed, but they refused to take it back up because it was a civil case, and they
believe
wanted
so.
to allow
June
the judge
13,
to continue to have
2018?
wide discretion in English court.
Let's pull up 1599, defendants
Not just me,
1599.
okay? Yeah. You can just see the disdain in her face. Like she's trying to control her mouth, but her eyes, you can
Does
just
this
see
refresh your
the
recollection?
disdain. Like
Objection,
right there.
hearsay, Your Honor.
When she's not thinking about how she's being looked at, see, she
Just
just
for
went to
refreshing
put on the
recollection
face.
out loud.
But when she goes to focus on, when she's not focusing on her face, you can see the open disdain.
Just so I understand the question, you're asking, does it refresh a memory that Johnny filed suit against the Sun?
Yes, and Dan Wooten. On June 13, 2018.
Sure.
Okay.
Now
Objection,
that I'm looking at
relevance?
it, yes.
All right,
That's-
and he
that's
did
English
so
court.
in the UK, in the High Court of Justice, correct?
I believe so.
Oh.
You would know better than I.
Okay, and if we can just turn to page 9, and do you recall that Mr. Depp alleged that that article had caused him serious harm to his personal and professional reputation?
Objection, hearsay, calls for speculation.
I'll allow the question.
Thank you.
No, I don't recall.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at paragraph 11. And let me see if I
I
can
need
get.
new glasses.
Okay.
Sorry.
Or her
I-
constantly
I'm gonna-
emulating Johnny's
Is there a way
style.
to even make
So
that
interesting.
screen bigger on mine? I wish I
That-
had better glasses
They-
and more technologically savvy.
They can make it a little bigger, but I think that's about as far as it can go.
I'm going to try to highlight it here so that that might help you a little bit. Let me switch the color. So, do you recall that Mr. Depp alleged that the article in the Sun newspaper by Dan Wooten had caused serious harm to the claimant's personal and professional reputation?
It's crazy, man.
If you're asking me, I don't recall it. I was not involved in that case at all. I'm able to read what's in front of me.
But you don't recall it, and you don't recall if that had any impact on Disney in 2018.
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. Do you recall that Mr. Depp also alleged that he was caused significant distress and embarrassment by the publication of that article?
No, that I don't recall that.
Okay.
I see that because I just was not involved in that case.
All right.
My memory of that was it was a tabloid, so and the lawyers were handling.
All right. Michelle, you can take that down. Thank you. Now, there was a trial in the UK, was there not, on Mr. Depp's claims of libel against Dan Wooten and the Sun?
I believe so.
And it was in July of 2020, was it not?
I don't remember the date actually.
All right. And it lasted 3 weeks? Do you recall that?
I don't, but I'll take your word for it.
Do you recall there being an enormous amount of publicity surrounding that trial?
Objection, calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
He said he did. Thank
Oh,
you.
overruled.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wiggum, you said you did recall that?
Asked and answered.
I'll allow it.
I remember there being press around it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, do you recall that Mr. Depp gave testimony for 4 days?
Not specifically. I don't.
Do you recall that Ms. Heard gave testimony for 4 days?
I don't recall any specific specific memory of who testified for how long or any details within the case.
Do you recall there being many, many witnesses testifying at that case, on that case?
I think I'd revert to my answer just now.
Okay. And the press that surrounded that case, do you recall it being focusing on things like Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use?
Same answer.
Do you recall there being the video, the kitchen video, being shown repeatedly?
Objection. Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure. I think my last question was, do you recall there being a lot of publicity surrounding Mr. Depp's alcohol and drug use?
I think I answered that.
Oh, that right. That's right. I was on the
don't
video,
recall.
the kitchen video. Do you recall there being the kitchen video being played pretty repeatedly in the press?
No, I don't.
Do you recall a lot of pictures of Ms. Heard reflecting bruises, cuts, injuries?
I think, just to be clear, I don't recall anything that was going on within the case. I was always consumed with next film and TV opportunities, and that was being handled by the lawyers.
Do
That's
you
my memory.
Do you recall, I just have a couple more to ask you on this, do you recall there being allegations of at least 14 incidents of domestic violence against Ms. Heard in that trial?
I do not, with specificity. Same answer.
Now, could we bring up exhibit number 1 again, plaintiffs? Now, Mr. Wiggum, do you know who wrote Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, this has to change?
You're talking about the title?
Yes.
I wouldn't say that to me.
Well, I think that the
I would
problem is
assume that
that
was
so it was okay to remove Johny
assume,
without
but
him
you
being
don't
found
know,
guilty
do
of
you?
anything, but no one wanted to hear what Amber had actually done.
Okay.
And I think that was an issue.
Were you aware that there were also 3 pleaded incidents of sexual violence in the UK trial against Ms. Heard by Mr. Depp?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, your testimony is, you can take that down now, thank you. Your testimony is that since some point in 2020, Mr. Depp has not had any more movie opportunities, is that correct?
Sorry, repeat the date.
When is the last time Mr. Depp had a movie opportunity?
The last film that he shot was Minamata, to the best of my memory.
All right. And in fact, do you know whether the article that was in the UK, the ensuing lawsuit that was brought by Mr. Depp, and the ensuing trial and all the publicity, do you know whether that had
This is
any
crazy.
impact on Mr. Depp's career?
Objection compound.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Do you know whether the collection of all of those items I just listed had an impact on Mr. Depp's career?
Remind me of the dates that you're asking about.
So the answer, I take it, is no, you don't know, correct?
I'm just trying to make sure I give you a correct answer so I understand the question. You referenced after 2020.
Okay,
Is that what you're saying?
the article was April of 2018. The lawsuit was June of 2018. The trial was July of 2020. What opportunities has Mr. Depp had since July 2020?
Fucking awesome.
Since July 2020, he has not done a film.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
That doesn't help her case. I don't understand where she was going with that.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Wiggum. Do you recall Ms. Bredehoft asked you questions about whether you ever actually saw a document containing the $22.5 million deal
That's right.
for Mr.
Go
Depp
back
for
and
Pirate
catch it up.
6? Do you recall that?
Since you want to be a bitch.
I do.
And do you recall when you were trying to answer her question, you said you needed a little more context? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And would you please now provide the jury that context so they can have a fuller understanding of what your testimony is?
This is a perfect example of what you use redirect for.
So often on a franchise movie, when you're dealing with big stars and you're talking about future optional pictures, you engage at the high level,
You're right.
meaning the president or the top of the studio, to get an understanding of what that deal is going to be. They then get papered, typically, when I say papered, amended, because it's based on the same contract, usually, that's been in existence. And it would get, sometimes we don't see paperwork or get paperwork until the film is happening.
And Mr. Wiggum, on a similar line, Ms. Bredehoft asked you some questions about whether after this deal was done, it was starting to trend badly with respect to Disney and not so, and still well with respect to Mr. Bruckheimer in the fall of 2018. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
When was it that Disney made the final decision as to whether Mr. Depp would be in Pirate 6?
I'll sustain the objection. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Wiggum, it may have been trending badly as of that time, but Disney had not gone in the other direction, correct?
No.
So the
Overruled,
email you
I'll
showed me earlier,
You may
the
continue.
email you showed me earlier was 2 days after the op-ed, and I was saying that Disney had never said that Johny would not be in the film as of that date.
Overruled. All right.
And my testimony is the exact same as the deposition, which is it was trending badly in the late fall on behalf of Disney, but Jerry Bruckheimer and I were lobbying to make it happen, and so we had hope, and it became clear to me in early 2019 that it was over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wiggum. No further questions.
All right, thank you. Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wiggum, since you're subject to recall, you're still subject to the rule on witnesses, so you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody and you cannot watch any of the trial. Okay, sir?
Okay.
All right, but you're free for today. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, before we call the next witness, may we...
You guys, my green screen's
Okay,
acting
sure.
up because I'm using natural light because I don't like constantly having, my big ass LED lights aimed at me. I apologize. If you guys see the friction in the back, that's what that's from. Apparently, I turned some people off of the stream by having the Amber Heard stuff up here, but I figured most people I mean, there's no good audio feed right now, so I figured most people wouldn't care as long as the majority of the cameras were up in the background. I apologize to anybody who doesn't want to watch this. I think it's relevant to the social fabric of our society at the moment, so I felt it was relevant considering that we're doing, not just Ukraine, but it's world news and U.S. news and things that are relevant as far as what's going on in our day-to-day societal fabric. Maybe it's just me.
You solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case and penalty of the law?
Good. How are you doing, sir? Good afternoon. You can sit down, sir. That's fine.
Good afternoon, Mr. Marks.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Richard Edward Marks.
And Mr. Marks, where do you live?
I live in Hollywood.
Would you tell us a little bit about your educational background, sir?
I'm a product of the public school system in Los Angeles, and I went to UCLA undergraduate, and I'm a graduate of the UCLA School of Law.
When did you graduate from UCLA School of Law?
I graduated in 1973, and I've been an officer of the courts since then, almost 50 years.
Where do you work?
About to be beast mode.
I work at my own law firm, Richard Marks and Associates.
What is Richard Marks and Associates?
It is a transactional entertainment
Yeah, it's because
law
we have
firm,
like 5 people here.
and we represent
appreciate you watching it here.
individuals,
You're always welcome.
writers, directors, actors,
Sorry,
books,
I'm working on providing us more people,
authors.
but
But mainly, we represent
apparently, people
producers
like to
who are developing
suppress other people's streams.
product, if you will, to be produced
okay.
and then exploited on television, features, streaming, things like that.
When you say
So
transactional
this is
law
a
firm,
lawyer
what do you mean
who
by that?
cuts
What I
transactional
do
business deals.
is make deals. They're transactions. I'm a deal guy. So my whole practice, all these
Beating him
decades,
to his,
has been
own
about getting to
testimony.
yes. How do you make a deal? And then how do you get it documented so people sign it and then are able, it's clear enough that it can be administered and people can know what to do after you've made the deal.
Specifically, what types of clients do you work with?
Well, as I said, I work with all kinds of clients, but my bigger clients and the bulk of my practice is representing producers who produce, they develop and they produce content for exploitation.
Are there any particular clients that you can identify?
Yeah, I've been working for a long time with ITV, which is a huge British company with worldwide reach in entertainment. They produce The Voice, Love Island, and right now I've done all the development legal work on a miniseries that's about to shoot in France and England, starring Michael Douglas as Benjamin Franklin. It's based on a novel that we optioned. I helped them option years ago. Then scripts were written for the 8 hours. Then Michael Douglas was engaged, the director was engaged, and I do all those contracts, and that's ITV. Another one of my big clients is Village Roadshow. They're an Australian company. They partner with Warner Brothers.
Isabella said
produce
he looks like
movies
a mafia man wearing a
Matrix,
yellow tie.
Aquaman,
He does like look like
You.
he's like
Right
it's
now,
Sicilian like
I am
me.
working
Come on.
on
I'm not in the sun like him, quite
television
apparently.
series for them, doing the legal
So-
production, and before that it was development, but the production legal work on a reboot of the old College Bowl show, where two colleges come together with teams and answer questions, and here they're going to win scholarships. And the hosts are Peyton Manning and Eli Manning. So that's currently what I'm working on for Village Roadshow.
Any other clients?
And I would say my third big client is a company called Media Rights, MRC, and they produce movies and
He's hitting
and
that
TV
microphone
shows.
hard.
Recently, I've done a lot of work for them.
That's what
They
that's
are
actually what
finishing up a mini series.
talking about. My pop filter was failing because it does,
Apple,
it naturally
starring
syncs
Billy
on its own
Crudup.
now for some reason.
We just finished a mini series for them called Terminal List with Chris
I have
Pratt.
another one around here somewhere.
That's for Amazon. And we
Actually, let me grab
recently finished a mini series doing the legal deal making for MRC on a show called The Shrink Next Door, which is aired. It starred Will Ferrell and Paul
Yeah, I'm the
Rudd.
guy who randomly has
And then I can't leave out my longest
Random
client,
pop
which
filters
is the
just hanging out.
producers of
shit.
Bosch for Amazon. It's got to be 9-10 years ago when we went into Amazon. They had never produced a series, and we negotiated a deal for Michael Conley's book series. And we cast Titus Welliver as Bosch. They wouldn't order a series, they would only order a pilot. And now, in the next few days, what I call the 8th season, but which is the first season of the spinoff, will be available on IMDb TV instead of on Amazon. But Amazon owns IMDb TV. And we're right now writing the 9th season. So I've had this long run with this one particular series.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about the types of deals that you work on for these clients?
Well, when you think of a series or a motion picture, and you see the credits, there's hundreds of credits there. And every one of those people, you have to make a deal with them, and you have to paper it so that they sign it. And you know what to pay them, and what is there a guild involved, a union?
Yep.
What are their services?
all those things.
And
there we go.
What I do is all of that, soup to nuts. Many
Soup to
times.
nuts.
Sometimes I work with
Yo,
in-house
this man,
counsel
I'm loving
and
him.
attorneys, and
He's
we
great.
split up the work. But basically, you want
love
to
this
produce
guy.
a movie or a show.
He's like
You might
my idol
option a
right now.
book. I do that deal.
Making
You
it
might hire
happen.
A writer. Then you might get a director. Then a line producer, a UPM, first AD. Then you start hiring your cast. Then you start making location deals. Then you
There we
start
go. That's
renting
perfect.
equipment.
Now there's no longer
props,
a
and getting releases
Pop, pop,
for
pop, 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 pop.
photos you might show.
Not pop
or
it,
for
baby.
people who might end
Oh,
up
I'm
on
sorry,
camera.
guys. I'm scaring you off.
And then when you're done shooting, you're making deals for merchandising and deals with distributors. And in the old days, might have been for a DVD or for merchandising, a doll. And so it's really
Be right back.
what I do is make
Myself.
deals. And all deals,
And then I got to get started on actual
I've been
work.
doing it for almost
Man.
50 years, but they're all the same. They have elements of time, money, credit, rights, and perks.
He does. He looks like an Italian
I have approached
mafioso.
deals that way so
Like
that
one of the good
I've
guys. I
made
come-
myself relevant. When I started
bring you
out,
some
there
spaghetti.
were 3 networks and big studios.
And then you sign my deal.
And an attorney said,
Well,
well,
if
I'm
you
a
don't
TV
sign my
lawyer.
deal, I'll
I'm a
make you an
feature
offer you
lawyer."
can't refuse.
I just said, I'm a transactional lawyer.
Not saying anything bad about
And
this guy. I don't know
so
why.
I've been able to
I really
adapt
like him. It's
and
kind of
make
cool.
deals with Netflix, Quibi, YouTube, you name it. I've made deals. I mean, I recently made a deal with Hellman's Mayonnaise for an actress who is going to be an influencer for them on the web, and it was it was a good payday for this actress, but.
All right, I'll be right back.
That's the way I look at deals.
Gotta work
I'm a
on my
deal
setup.
maker, and that's my practice.
Mr. Marks, you testified that you have been working in the entertainment industry almost 50 years. How did you get started in the entertainment industry?
I got started in the entertainment industry by being born in Hollywood, and it's our town industry, if you will. And I've always been interested in it. And when I went to UCLA, I took all the film classes there were. And when I went to UCLA Law School, it was by design because, number one, I couldn't afford the big law school, so UCLA was a public school. It was virtually free. I went to UCLA Law School because if you want to practice entertainment law in Hollywood, you go to UCLA or USC. Those are the schools where you kind of create your contacts and your network. And at UCLA, they had some of the best professors who taught entertainment law-related subjects. So I took copyright, trademark, entertainment contracts, if you will. I took everything entertainment-related. And that's how I kind of built the foundation for then my after-law school career.
What did you do after you graduated from law school?
Well, I wanted to do entertainment transaction law, but I realized I could earn a little bit more money if I went into entertainment litigation, suing over copyrights and trademarks. And so I took the highest paying job that I could get out of law school, and was in 1973. And I did IP litigation, disputes over copyrights, trademarks, disputes over rights, things like that. And I was a low-level litigator, doing depositions or motions, certainly not sitting at the, examining witnesses, except it might be in a deposition. And I did that for about, it was my first year out of law school.
What did you do after that?
Well, after that, I kind of made a decision that being a litigator wasn't for me, that I wanted to make deals, that I wanted my career to be about getting to yes. And that involved a lot of conflict sometimes, but the goal was to get to yes so that both parties could work together. Because the goal was working together and creating the TV show, not making the deal. The deal makers had to step away so that you closed the deal and then people could live with that deal. And so I went to a transactional law firm, and I was there a couple years, and I made deals.
What kind of projects did you work on when you transitioned into that deal-making role?
Well, this is, mid-1970s, and this law firm was hot, if you will. And some of my classmates were there. That's how I got the job. I had to take a cut in pay to go there. I'll never forget, I'm the second chair attorney in a big conference room at Fox, and we're trying to close a deal for our young client, George Lucas, to make a film called Star Wars, a Western space.
Just to make a film called Star Wars,
Fox
guys.
would not give us the budget or the salary he wanted. And this is the God's honest truth. We said, okay, give us the merchandising. And famously, they gave us the merchandising because they didn't think there was value there. And that's how much our business has changed. While I was at my first transactional firm, we also worked for a client.
Give us the merchandising to Star
Sylvester
Wars.
Stallone. His claim to fame is that he was a character actor, but he had written a script that all the major stars wanted to play. They wanted to play the role Rocky. And he said, I will not sell this script unless I play Rocky. And no one was happy about that. And the deal we made was he got to play the role, but it was a very low budget, and he hardly had a dressing room. He hardly had any perks. He wasn't happy about it. but we were able to make up for that in the deals for Rocky 2, 3. And that's the type of deals. It was, we, at that entertainment transactional firm, we weren't representing major companies, if you will. We were representing artists, writers, directors, talent, like individuals. We weren't representing the companies I do now, like ITV or Village Roadshow.
How long were you at that law firm?
I was at that firm for a couple years.
What did you do after that?
After that, I made a decision that I wanted to go in-house where the full-time business was making product, and it was very tied to production, and I wanted to move away from law firms at that moment. And my first in-house job was for the Ziegler Discount Agency, which was one of the premier literary agencies in town. We represented writers and books and estates of books. And at that time, in late 70s, early 80s, if you wanted to hire a writer or a book, or option a book, there were three places you went. You went to Swifty, which he's kind of famous, Swifty Lazar's Oscar parties, or you went to Swanee, H.L. Swanson, or you went to Ziggy, and I worked for Ziggy.
Did
You work for
any
Ziggy.
other
Yo, this dude
companies
is
in
so
in-house
mob attached.
capacity as a
He worked for
deal maker?
Ziggy.
Oh yeah. With Ziggy, we made deals for the book The Princess Bride. We did a lot of. We worked for William Goldman, who that was his book and his screenplay, and it was a fabulous experience. But that firm was bought by ICM, a much bigger agency, and then I moved to Paramount. That's where I next went, and at Paramount, I was the attorney on the series Cheers and the series Family Ties, which was the break for the young son, Michael J. Fox. And then I did something, because I have never said I'm just a TV lawyer. I'm a deal maker. I get to yes. And it's sort of unheard of, but I moved from network television doing the deals for Cheers and Family Ties. I moved to features at Paramount because you could earn a little more money in features. And I was married, and I had a child. And in features, I was assigned to do the development and production work for a producer, who's in this case Jerry Bruckheimer, and I also served. They had an overall deal with Eddie Murphy, so I did the legal work on his films, like Beverly Hills Cop, Coming to America, things like that. And I was at Paramount about 4 years.
Where'd you go after Paramount?
After Paramount, I got this opportunity to head up business and legal affairs in the feature division for Jerry Weintraub's studio. Jerry was famous at the time for Karate Kid and Ocean's 11, and he represented, Elvis and Frank Sinatra in music, and John Denver. But this was his motion picture company, and I was in features, and we made a film called Troop Beverly Hills, which was starring Shelley Long. We made another film, The Big Blue. We acquired a film library. He was positioning himself to be a major company until he went bankrupt. And that was one of his only failures.
Where'd you go after that?
After Jerry Weintraub, I went to Disney, and I filled in for a year for the head of legal and features, who was on maternity leave and taking a family leave. And So I headed up legal on films like Dick Tracy, Madonna was in that, Rocketeer, another live action film. But what I really remember about my time at Disney is they were revamping the animation department, and they wanted to make a different kind of Disney animated film. And part of it, in the old days, Disney animated films, the voices weren't advertised. They weren't the stars of the movie. Disney was the star, or Dumbo was the star, but the voices were hardly known. And we broke that mold, and it was the first deal where we paid real money to someone to do a voice was a deal I made with Robin Williams to voice Aladdin. And it changed the whole history of Disney and feature animation. I worked on Beauty and the Beast, and it was a tremendous experience to be involved with them.
After you worked at Disney, did you continue to fill in-house deal-making roles?
Yeah, I continued my in-house road, even in the world that I could see was consolidating, and it was going to be more and more difficult to stay in-house. After Disney, I went to a company called Media Home Entertainment, and they put up money for films, and for their investment, they got the VHS cassette rights. So Media Home Entertainment was one of the producers, investors in the Nightmare on Elm Street series and Blue Velvet. And what they got was the right to sell video cassettes. They also manufactured and sold the Jane Fonda videos or the NFL videos. And it was a great business, except the studios realized, are we crazy? Why are we letting another company sell video? We should keep that in-house. And so I was not only head of legal, but I was on the board of directors, and we sold the company to Fox so that they could take in the assets and eliminate a competitor.
Where'd you go after that?
After Media Home Entertainment, I went to a company called Kushner Lock. It was it was at a time in the business there were hundreds of independent producing companies because the networks couldn't produce for themselves. There were laws preventing it. And Kushner Lock, we produced Pinocchio with Jonathan Taylor Thomas. We produced a small movie called Freeway. It was Reese Witherspoon's one of her first roles. And it was, I was there for 8 years. It was a good long run until they, as all those independent companies ultimately did, not all, most, they went bankrupt after 8 years.
What did you do after that?
Now, you can see I'm still chasing the in-house world. I went to a company, Nelvana. They were a Canadian animation company, but they had this big office in LA. I headed up business and legal. We manufactured, made, produced animated television series like Care Bears and merchandising also. Babar, Big Bear, Little Bear, all sorts of animated subjects and merchandising deals and cartoons, if you will. And then that Canadian company closed the LA office and moved back to Canada. I didn't want to move back to Canada. And so my last in-house situation, I went to Universal Network Television, and I did business and legal affairs on Just Shoot Me, television series, a series starring Josh Brolin called Mr. Sterling. It was kind of patterned on Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. And at the same time I was at Universal Network Television, I consulted with Nickelodeon Features, and I I helped them sort of build out their feature products. They were on the Paramount lot. I had been at Paramount for a long time, and we worked on films such as SpongeBob, the animated film. And then when that consulting ended and NBC came in and bought Universal, that ended my job at Universal, and I made the decision I would go back and be a lawyer at a law firm.
What types of work were you doing when you went back to the law firms?
When I went back to the law firm, I did a lot of, I worked on their clients, and I helped a financier, Robert Sillerman, in effect buy the American Idol brand. I worked with Barry Gordy's company, trying to turn some of his world into theatrical plays. I worked with the Nat King Cole estate, trying to do things. So it was a lot of reality. I remember I worked with J. Walter Thompson, and they were in effect creating advertising opportunity branding. And then the one that sticks in my mind is I helped George Foreman market things so that he made a deal to be the face of a thing called the George Foreman Grill, and it was a good practice.
Mr. Marks, you testified that you now are at a law firm called Richard Marks and Associates. When did you start that firm?
Well, after the firm I just told you about was called Greenberg Traurig. It's a large international firm. I moved to a firm called The Point Media in 2006, and I was there for 14 years, doing much the same work that I do now. And then in 2020, right at the start of the pandemic, I went out on my own and formed Richard Marks and Associates.
Over the course of your career, what, if any, changes have you observed in the deal-making space in the entertainment industry?
Well,
Michael Eisner
before I
decades
got
ago,
involved
hated
in the
when we
business,
left.
most deals
hated
for
when they left.
writers
Gotcha,
were
gotcha. Yeah.
how much money per week and how many weeks. When I got into the business, it was already
crazy,
more
man.
complicated. But through my decades, all that's happened is gotten
I wonder what
more
this
and more
testimony is getting
complicated.
at. I mean, he's just
Still
setting
the
up
essential
how
elements of
deals
time,
are
money,
set up,
credit,
or I don't know what he's doing. I don't understand what they're
perks,
developing here.
money,
Has me,
whatever.
has
But
me
it's gotten
wondering.
more complicated. You had to deal with merchandising. You had to deal with sequels. You had to deal with all sorts of derivative works, video
Craziness.
games, you name it. Publicity, promotion. It all expanded so that
Thanks
making
for
a
the subscription,
deal
Hugh.
that might
Thank
have
you,
been,
Herman, for the sub.
simple
Appreciate it.
30 years before, now was a major production. And, lawyers became integral. You couldn't do a deal without someone who was going to dive into the boilerplate and make sure that it was right.
Your Honor, I'm about to switch gears a little bit. I don't know if you would like to break now for lunch.
That's fine. If you could approach us for a moment, just to make sure.
Oh, they cut the mics again? They were setting the foundation for something, but I'm not sure what they were setting the foundation for. And I'm rather wondering what this guy is going to get to here about the deal that was made or what's going on. I think he's going to talk about the deals that were made and then fell apart, or how they fell apart, or how deals are advanced to where they don't really get a contract until it's ready to be signed, like at the very end. And they hash out everything
Your Honor,
beforehand.
before we take lunch, plaintiff would move in Mr. Marks as an expert in the entertainment industry.
All right, any objection? All right, so moved. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our hour lunch then. Please do
All right,
not
so
talk
they're
to
using
me.
him as an expert
Anybody,
witness.
don't do any outside research. We'll see you back in an hour, okay? Thank you. Mr. Marks, if you could just stay there for a second.
All right, we have an hour. They're on break.
Stay there for a second. Just stay right there.
Thank you.
No problem, sir. Sir, since you're in the middle of your testimony, you cannot talk to anybody about your testimony at this time, including any lawyers or Mr. Depp, okay, sir? All right, then we'll be back. Then we'll be back at, let's make it 2 o'clock, okay? All right, thank you.
All right, so we got a good 58 minutes before we figure out what they're using this guy for. I mean, I don't understand where they're aiming at. Of course, I'm ignoramus, so we'll see. I'm just a layman. Who's at the bar now? Question mark. Few people who are probably at the bar. So who's in the witness stand? They just qualified him as a expert in the entertainment industry. I don't know what his purpose is, and I forgot his name, but we'll see where he goes. They'll reintroduce him when he comes back. But right now, I'm just wondering what's the purpose of his testimony? What's he going to qualify? What's he going to do as far as that goes? Like, I'm sort of wondering what his purpose here is here. It's just a lawyer that deals in making deals in the entertainment industry. I think they're going to talk about the deal making process and how there may not be a written contract until the very last minute, is what it seems like with the the modern entertainment industry. And that basically before a contract is written, it seems that what happens is that before a contract is written up, they basically agree to all the terms, and then the contract being made is the very last thing that happens. They don't do back and forth of pre-written contracts to change, because it just takes too much effort. It's what it seems, anyways. Welcome, by the way, Isabella. Welcome back. Appreciate you. So yeah, it's craziness. We'll see what it comes out to. I don't know what his purpose was there, but it is very interesting. That's why there's too much shadow. Means I need to key. You guys are getting to see behind the magic. It's too bright now on that side. Using natural light. All right, now it's blown out. You go adjust the pick your video. Why are you not popping? There it is. All right, and then there we go. All right. Fly. Back over here to the green screen. There we go. Now it's a little. this out just a little bit. There we go. Top part's still blown out. That's weird. Help even it out. Side. Lessen the light a little bit. So blown out. Is my camera just being stupid? It is. Apply. Okay. Come on. Technical difficulties, guys. It's a great time to have it, though. There we go. Bring the smoothness down. There we go. Perfect. That's beautiful. I mean, they have cookies over there. You gotta be careful. They can catch you off guard, you know? There we go. Very smooth, very happy. Just smooth it out a little bit. And there we go. All right. Whoop, whoop. Everybody. Yeah, I know. Now I'm clear. It's beautiful. Ah, man. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll grab this and close this and then go down here. Go to the browser source, properties, and interact. Press cache and hit the play button. Transition. All right. Woot woot. Oh, Tarkin will be back after 5 p.m. See you later, Tarkin. Much love, peace, and hair grease. I'm creating a USB backup stick because I'm restoring my laptop over here because I forgot the password like an idiot. Thankfully, I don't store anything on there that's not on my cloud storage. So that is, I guess, a positive. My poor mic arm. It's doing its best. It's holding up like a beast, though. It's doing its thing. Very proud of it for doing its thing. All right, yeah. And this is about good as it's gonna get. Big baby baby. So I'm trying to think of places to really get growth on my YouTube channel. It's understood. This war is kind of old news. I'm hopping on the bandwagon way late, and I knew that back 3 weeks ago like 4 or 5 weeks ago when I was like, hey, I should probably start my own YouTube. So we'll work on it. I have to get Telegram loaded back up. Publicity? Huh? So how'd you find me? Did someone invite you here, or did you find me on your own? Ah, got you. Well, I want to do a little bit of everything, you know? That's the thing. Like, I don't want to be known just as a war channel or anything like that. Like, the whole point is to be able to do cool and interesting topics. On your own, okay. Awesome. I am super happy about that. I thought someone had invited you here. Inspect, properties, interact. Yeah, I have to careful what I say and do sometimes here. What's going on? No, come back. Come here. There you go. I'll do this. There we go. Oh shit. Oh shit. All right, guys. Breaking news. Let me pull this up. Um all right, we're going to transfer cams here for a second. Um that's crazy. You turn the screen back on. All right, so this just broke. Um Putin to undergo cancer surgery. Transfer power to ex-FSB chief. Let me just drag this on right on in here. Putin to undergo cancer surgery, transfer power to ex-FSB chief, report. So it seems that my sources, since there was a conversation in another Discord before this channel exists, when I said that it's most likely that he has cancer, just saying, said this shit like 5 weeks ago. What do I know? I'm just a guy doing a thing. Just a guy doing a thing. Russian President Vladimir Putin is set to undergo cancer surgery and temporarily hand over power to a hardline former federal police chief, according to a new report. Putin will transfer control of Russia's government to Nikolai Patrushev. Sorry, it's Patrushev. I know this guy. I should know how to say his last name. I actually do. I just don't normally read it. Head of the Russian Federal Police Security Council, while he is incapacitated during and after the procedure, according to a video from the mysterious Telegram channel General SVR on Saturday. The channel, which is purportedly run by a former Russian intelligence service lieutenant general known by the pseudonym Viktor Mikhailovich, reported that Putin has been told by doctors that he must undergo an operation. The anticipated surgery and recovery are expected to incapacitate Putin for a short time, according to the unconfirmed report. Khrushchev is an outright villain. He is no better than Vladimir Putin. Moreover, he is a more cunning and I would say more insidious person than Vladimir Putin. If he comes to power, Russia's problems will only multiply. Viktor Mikhailovich ominously hinted that he and his allies will make certain efforts so this does not happen, and I hope we will succeed. There might be an internal power struggle if Putin doesn't make it through this. So, the video follows reporting from Russian investigative outlet The Project, which is a sizable report on the strongman's vigor. Claimed he has been seen by a cancer doctor 35 times in recent years. Putin has become so paranoid about his health that outlet claimed that he has even turned to unconventional and barbaric therapies like, bathing in deer blood. Yep, right there. Which are hacked off while they are still growing and still full of fresh blood, the outlet said. The sickening antler baths also have an alternative therapy in the Altai regions of Russia, which are an alternative therapy in the Altai region of Russia, which borders on Kazakhstan and Mongolia. Believers say the baths improve the cardiovascular system and rejuvenate the skin. That man's looking at him rather hard right there. That's all you gotta see. That man's looking evil, and this dude's looking like, oh shit. I need to take power so I can do some crazy shit too. Meanwhile, an oncologist identified by the outlet has reportedly made dozens of secret visits to Putin's Sochi getaway home just over 4 years. Guys, we may be seeing a possibility of change. Vulnerable points is when Russia has really, decided to hurt their leaders before. We'll see. Maybe he'll survive. Maybe he won't. We'll see. But Putin's a rather big scheming dude. But if this happens, let's say something does happen to Putin while Putin's under or doing this surgery, if it happens, the thing people got to understand is that that's going to create a power vacuum in which someone has been handed power, but there are other people who are supposed to. Mikhailovich is supposed to be the successor of Putin, and this shows that there may be a rift forming there between Mikhailovich and Putin. As why wouldn't Putin put him in charge? Yep. We'll see. We shall see. See what's going on. Oh, yeah, it's the number one headline now. Putin under the knife. Twitter CEO admits regrets during all hands meeting leaked audio. What? What's going on? Yeah, we could easily benefit off of this. Okay. Well, fending off staff questions about Elon Musk at a company wide meeting and leaked audio obtained by a Business Insider, he wished we had done better with a lot of things. It's insane how many people are all of a sudden showing up and able to follow their right wing pundits and stuff like that. While I try to stay centrist, it seems they're cleaning up before the buyout. Hopefully those code changes are. I mean, it's going to be hard for them to fake the code changes. They're going to have to go in there and manually edit them. I mean, they have the technical skill to do it, but it's going to be interesting. All right, cool. See you in a bit, Isabella. 3-year-old slept on Florida sidewalk as mother went to nightclub. Deputies. Damn. Body of missing Michigan toddler discovered in creek day after disappearing. Damn. Jeff Bezos falls to number 3 world's richest man after losing 20 billion. Amazon's weak earnings. Yeah, that's what happens when people actually go to shop for themselves and you don't have an artificially inflated market. It happens, you know? All right, guys, I'll be back in a few minutes. lunge out for water. Hmm. What's up, 9mm man? Doing okay. I'm doing okay, my dude. Watching cams while also watching the trial. It'll be back in about 17 minutes. It's becoming nighttime in Kyiv. And here in about 5 hours, we'll be doing the live stream. Hell yeah, I'm glad, man. Welcome. Got to install Telegram again over here. I'm resetting a computer over on the other side. Gonna offload a lot of this off to the laptop so that way I'm not generating so much heat, because my 3080 RTX is a beast and produces ridiculous amount of heat. And really, I don't need it to be doing the work when I have a laptop with a 1060 Ti and a Core i5 that could be doing all the processing. The only thing that I am worried about is controlling that desktop, but I can do it through remote desktop, hopefully. So, one second, I have to go grab my phone so I can scan this and log in. charge for a bit. Yeah, a bunch of people had to run off for a little bit, but we're gonna be okay. Here, let's watch this. Tube buddy.
Tips that most new YouTube creators miss that will help you grow your YouTube channel from 0 to 1,000 subscribers much faster. Hey, it's Justin Brown here from Primal Video, where we help you grow an audience and scale your revenue with online video. If you're seeing value in this video, make sure you're giving it a thumbs up. It really makes a huge difference. All the links to everything I mentioned in this video, you can find linked in the description box below. Let's jump into it. Now, I totally get it. Starting out on YouTube can be frustrating, overwhelming. And as a beginner, there is a lot to learn.
It can be,
It
definitely
takes
can be.
longer to create videos, and without knowing how to really optimize them, they don't get any views or subscribers. It's incredibly demotivating, and why most creators quit before they see any traction. Fortunately, some of the simplest tweaks that we've made to our channel and our video optimization process have yielded the biggest results. So this video is about skipping the learning curve so you can get some of those results now. So let's dive right into 9 things that you should implement right now so you can set your channel up to maximize results from your very next video. Okay, so number 1, you want to make sure that you've got your channel completely set up. So go and log into your YouTube channel and open up the studio dashboard area. Down on the left-hand side, you'll see customization, and then you want to come up to branding. Now, first off in here, you want to make sure that you have a profile picture added. So for us, with our channel, we just use a photo of me, but it could also be a company logo or a channel logo, depending on what you're after. Next, you want to make sure you've got a banner image added as well. This is the image that goes at the top of your YouTube channel page. So this is a great opportunity for you to get creative and to create something that really stands out, but also lets people know what your channel is about. Now we have a full step-by-step tutorial that I'll link up in the cards and in the description, taking you through step-by-step creating your own banner image. And you also want to add a video watermark. This is a little clickable image that appears on top of your videos that people can click on to subscribe to your channel. And again, I'll put a link down in the description to a tutorial that we created taking you through creating your video watermark image. Once you've checked you've got those 3 things sorted, you want to come across to the basic info
Holy
tab at the
Jesus.
top, and you want to make sure that you've got a channel description entered. This is where you can type in a few sentences or paragraphs about what your channel is about and the types of content that you're going to be releasing on there. And this text will show up on your YouTube channel under the About section. If you keep scrolling down, you can also add in links to your YouTube channel as well. So you could be linking off to your website, your other social media profiles, or even any lead magnets or free PDF downloads or guides and things that you've got. You can link those in here as well. From there, you can set how many of those links will actually be shown at the top of your YouTube channel page. So you can see we've currently got 5 selected, and I'd also recommend you adding in an email address down the bottom under contact info so that people can contact you if they want to work with you or collaborate. The other thing you'll want to check is that you've verified your YouTube channel so that you've unlocked access to all the features. So you want to come down the bottom left-hand corner to settings, then over to channel, and then feature eligibility. So if you're seeing the option there to verify your channel, then you will need to do it either over the phone or via a text message to unlock all of the extra features. So all of that was number 1, making sure your channel is set up correctly. Number 2 is to research before you create your content. This is one of the biggest mistakes we see a lot of people make, and we made this mistake when we first started out and when our channel wasn't growing. So doing this topic or keyword research is going to allow you to be really strategic with the content that you're creating. It's going to allow you to know that there is demand and know that people actually want the content
Router
that you're going to create
dot
before you
ace.
create
Oh
it.
wait,
Saving
we need
you a
to do this
ton of
over on
wasted
the other
time
one.
creating stuff that no one can find or that no one actually wants. But doing this research is also going to allow you to connect and engage with your viewers on a deeper level, because you'll have further insights into what level they're at. Are they absolute beginner? Are they further advanced? And what do they actually need and want from your content? So then when you go to film your video, you know exactly who it is you're speaking to and at what level, making it a really powerful video for your viewers watching. Now, a great place to start with research is just over on YouTube itself. You want to go up to
IP
the search bar at the
config.
top And you can start typing in a couple of different words related to your topic or niche and just see what YouTube is auto suggesting. These auto suggestions aren't just random
168.
suggestions. These are things that people have and are actually searching for, showing you that people want this stuff and that there is demand for this content. Now you can take this one step further by using an underscore or the little line across the bottom, and this is essentially treated as a wild card or a fill in the blank. So in this example here, we've got how to underscore healthy. And the suggestions now that are coming up from YouTube are how to get healthy hair, how to make healthy pancakes. So you can see it's actually giving us suggestions around those words that we've included. So you can see we're getting all this insight just from YouTube and just by typing in a few words around our topic, around our niche. Now to help you even further with your keyword research, we've pulled together a free keyword research guide that I'll link at the end of this video. Number 3 is to engage as much as possible. Remember, every viewer on the other end is a real person. The more you can connect and engage with them, the deeper the relationship you'll build with them. The more know, like, and trust you'll build with them. The more they'll want to come back and consume more of your content, the faster your channel will grow. So when you release a new video, your goal should be in that first 24 to 48 hours after to get as many of the right people on your video as possible, but also to engage and interact with them as much as possible as well. Now, I say the right people. I don't mean go and tell your friends and family to come over and watch to help you out, to bump up your views. You want the right people that are actually going to be interested in your content and watch it right the way through, and also come back and watch more of your content as well. So this would mean promoting by any means necessary. If you have a following on Facebook, Twitter, or any of these other platforms of the right people that are interested in that topic of the video, then yes, by all means, share it out and try to get them over to watch your video. Having the wrong people come over and watch your video to help you out can actually slow down your channel growth because you're confusing YouTube at that point. You also want to focus on engaging and interacting with your audience the best you can. In your video content, if you're able to ask them to leave a comment down below or encourage them to get involved in the comments or to give the video a thumbs up, all of this can help as well. And then it's your goal again to try and respond to and interact with as many of the good comments as you can. Another great way that you can build that know, like, and trust and that engagement with your viewers is by running a live stream occasionally as well. Don't worry, it's not required, but it definitely can help. Number 4 is thumbnail strategy. This one is super important. You could have the world's best video. If no one clicks it, no one's going to see it. So you need to get their click, which means that you need to have an attractive and engaging and attention-grabbing thumbnail so that it gets clicked. So for us, we use bright colors and graphic elements. We'll use big, bold text. And we usually have my face on there pointing, smiling, or doing something silly. Again, just to grab people's attention. But the best case scenario with your thumbnail images is having people easily being able to know what your video is about just from looking at the thumbnail image without even needing to read the title of the video. Number 5 is to keep people engaged and watching your videos. It's no good to you or to the viewer if someone clicks on your video and then they leave right away. That's a bad signal and YouTube's going to stop promoting and pushing your content. So you want to be hooking your viewers into your video immediately, letting them know that they're in the right place, letting them know that you're actually going to cover off on the topic or to entertain them or to do what you said you were going to do in the title and in the thumbnail of your video. So don't drag out your video intro, make it short, sharp, punchy, and let people know they're in the right place. Now to help you with your video structure, we've got another video which I'll link in the description taking you through a framework that you can use for each one of your videos and that we use for ours to help keep people engaged to the end. Number 6 is to utilize playlists. Playlists are an amazing tool on YouTube that will really help you guide the viewer journey and have people watching more of your content. So essentially what a playlist is a group of YouTube videos that you get to specify which videos are in there and what order they're going to play. You can create as many playlists as you like, and each playlist has the potential to rank and show up on YouTube as if it was its own dedicated piece of content. So just like a regular video, a playlist can have a title. Or
anyways, moving forward. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, my feud to nobody. I have no viewers. Okay, guys, cool. Fuck it. You guys too. Oh, here we go. We have sound. People coming back in. All right, we're back.
All right, are we ready for the jury? Okay. You have a seat. Okay. Your next question?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Marks, what work were you asked to do in this case?
I was asked to bring my years of experience in the entertainment industry and look at the damage that the op-ed of 2018 created in Johnny Depp's career and his life and his reputation.
What work did you do to determine whether Mr. Depp's reputation had been damaged by the op-ed?
Well, again, I view the op-ed and fallout through almost 50 years in the business. And what I did was I read pleadings in the case, the deposition transcripts, the articles, the pleadings, all of the paperwork in this case, which is voluminous.
Based on the analysis you've done and your expertise in the entertainment industry, have you formed any opinions in this case?
Yes.
What, generally speaking, what is your opinion?
General opinion is that the op-ed damaged Mr. Depp, created a cancel situation, if you will, harmed his reputation and his ability to get work in the Hollywood industry.
Sure.
Mr. Marks, do you have experience working with companies looking to engage actors to market or advertise their products?
Yes.
And what's that experience?
Well, virtually every company I work for, they are engaging actors to advertise their products. Most of the time, those products are TV shows or streaming series or feature films that all involve product spin-offs and derivatives, and sometimes they are just products and spokespeople getting together. But yes, I have experience in hiring a star to be the face of your product.
What types of things do companies consider when they're looking at using actors in their marketing or advertising?
Well, as you can imagine, they consider reputation. This is a capitalist society, and they're looking to make money. They want to add value to their investment. They want actors who have reputations that will bring eyeballs to the screen, bodies in the seats. They're looking for added value, not negativity.
Do you have experience negotiating agreements for actors to play a certain role in a film?
Oh yes, as I explained, I negotiate deals with actors to play roles in films. And
what's the significance of the actor in the starring role in the context of a feature film?
The actor in the starring role becomes the face of the film, the product, the series. That actor is synonymous with the product. And again, in hiring that actor or actress, you want a reputation that supports the value that you've spent on creating the product. You might say that Pirates of the Caribbean is Johnny Depp and vice versa. That's the importance of hiring a star.
What aspects of an actor's reputation might impact their ability to get hired by brands or studios?
Well, again, on the other side of the coin, you wouldn't want to hire an actor who has negativity following them. You wouldn't want to pay to actually bring your brand down, the movie. And so that's very important, and especially in the last 5 years with the Me Too movement, you wouldn't want Well, I mean, we're talking about illegal activity, criminal record, but right now, the pinnacle of negativity in Hollywood is being accused of domestic abuse, sexual abuse, violence, and what we've seen is almost immediately terminations and cancellations for the investors, to the people who create that product, to move away from that negativity.
I think you mentioned the Me Too movement. What's your understanding of what the Me Too movement is?
My understanding of the Me Too movement is that finally society is listening to the victim, giving the victim of domestic abuse, sexual abuse, the benefit of the doubt. And there has been a shift in our society from not doing that to now the victim gets the benefit of the doubt until there's too much doubt. And to me, that's the Me Too movement. One person can come forward and accuse Harvey Weinstein, another person can come forward, and another. That's the Me Too part of it. But they get the benefit of the doubt, whereas in the past, the victim didn't have that benefit.
What impact has the Me Too movement had on how Hollywood conducts business?
It, in my many decades,
Yes, Nicole,
of
you
business,
used
Hollywood
my.
has changed and morphed, but never as quickly as to respond to the Me Too movement that started in 2017. When I started in the business, every contract for an actor or someone involved in the movie had a morals clause that you did certain things and you could be fired for it. They wanted to protect their brand. Before the Me Too movement, that morals clause was fading out. People with leverage, people said, wait a second, you just can't get rid of us because you think this or that. With the Me Too movement, Harvey Weinstein, Bill Cosby, if you will, the morals clause has come back, and it is a demanded feature in every entertainment employment agreement, because the studios want that verbiage. They want those rights so that they can act quickly and decisively when there is a claim.
Mr. Marks, do you have any experience working on a project where an actor was accused of domestic abuse or sexual violence?
Yes.
What was that experience?
I did some of the production legal work on a film called All the Money in the World. It was about the life of the Gettys, J. Paul Getty. And J. Paul Getty was played by Kevin Spacey. He acted in the part, he finished his role, he was paid, and then these Me Too accusations came out. And immediately, my client, in conjunction with Sony, they made a decision to take him out of the movie, and Christopher Plummer was hired. They reshot all his scenes and seamlessly cut them in to the movie. And if you see All the Money in the World, you won't know that Kevin Spacey was ever in it. So I had that personal experience, and then coincidentally, when that happened, I was also doing work for MRC, which produces House of Cards, and a very successful series, and he was the star of it, and he was immediately cut out, and everything was redone to get rid of the notion that Hollywood would support an abuser after the Me Too movement. And then, because I was in the mix of all of it, I also know that Kevin Spacey had completed another movie for Netflix, and unlike All the Money in the World, they couldn't reshoot it. sits on the shelf, a movie about Gore Vidal, that was finished but has never seen the light of day.
What's your understanding of why these companies wanted Kevin Spacey removed from those projects?
Can you repeat the question?
What's your understanding of why these companies wanted Kevin Spacey removed from those projects?
These companies, as I've said, they wanted Kevin Spacey removed because they didn't want the negativity. They want anyone removed so that they can get a return on their investment in our society, so that they are not seen as being in the old generation where women were not given the benefit of the doubt, where victims were not given the benefit of the doubt. And a switch has been turned, and certainly by 2017.
Are there certain types of companies that are particularly sensitive to these kinds of allegations made by women in light of the Me Too movement?
Well, I would say the bigger the company, the bigger the budgets, they're all sensitive. But at the pinnacle of sensitivity are the family-friendly companies like Disney. They're particularly sensitive, not in a general way, but in a very specific way.
Mr. Marks, are you familiar with the op-ed Ms. Heard published in the Washington Post on December 18th, 2018?
Yes.
What's your understanding of how that op-ed was received in Hollywood?
My understanding of how that op-ed was received in Hollywood.
I'm sorry, sir. Yes.
Is this his personal understanding, his expert understanding? It seems like if it's a personal understanding, it's not relevant.
I'm asking Mr. Marks based on his nearly 50 years in the entertainment
Overrule the
industry.
objection.
As I've said before, I am a member of the Hollywood community. That op-ed, for the first time, is in a mainstream publication called the Washington Post. This is a flagship journal, if you will, of American news. We're not talking about a trade paper. We're not talking about a rag. We're talking about the Washington Post. And it is geared to Hollywood. It says, 2 years ago, when I was getting my divorce, Amber Heard is saying, I was the abuser and you didn't, Hollywood. You stood up for my abuser, not for me, the victim.
Are you mischaracterizing what happened?
I think he's expressing his understanding of how it was perceived.
Overrule objection.
What I'm saying is Hollywood got the subject matter of the op-ed loud and clear. Amber Heard was calling out Hollywood for supporting, since 2016, supporting her abuser, and she felt the wrath of Hollywood. She was calling them out to do something. In the Washington Post, and on the eve of her biggest film, a big film for Hollywood, the publicity machine was in high gear. There was lots of publicity and news out there. This was the height of her fame, and she used it at that moment to call Hollywood out. They, in my opinion, as a member of Hollywood, they heard that plea loud and clear, and it also got her publicity for her movie. I don't think that in my perception, people in Hollywood didn't see that as a coincidence, that date. So yeah, in Hollywood, I think the message was received that she was sending.
Mr. Marks, do you have an understanding of Mr. Depp's reputation in Hollywood with respect to whether or not he's on time to his film sets?
Yes.
What's your understanding?
Hollywood has a history of putting up with major artists and major stars' idiosyncratic behaviors. We've always had actresses like Marilyn Monroe who would stay in their trailer for half a day. Johnny Depp has a reputation of being Johnny Depp, and when you hire Johnny Depp, you get all of Johnny Depp, and that includes being late. And fortunately, in Hollywood, because of the budgets and the box office, you can budget for lateness. You can have second unit. You can have other shots. You have padding in budgets. You have insurance for accidents. But Hollywood knows Mr. Depp's reputation, and I heard someone say Hollywood puts up with diva and drugs. They only do that when money's involved and big stars are involved and artistry is involved.
Mr. Marks, did you have an understanding of Mr. Depp's overall reputation in Hollywood prior to the publication of the December 2018 op-ed?
I would say that Johnny Depp was one of the few major actors in Hollywood who managed to keep most of his personal life personal, kept himself shrouded, if you will, a bit. And his reputation, preceded him as a major artist in Hollywood. But what also marked him in this business is that he was congruent. He was likable. He was one of the guys. And I never heard any complaints, if you will.
Do you have an opinion about the impact of the publication of the op-ed on Mr. Depp's reputation in Hollywood?
It's devastating. It's the type of claim, the Me Too claim of sexual violence, domestic abuse, that has canceled a list of actors. Chris Noth recently. I just read something about Frank Langella. We know newscasters, Les Moonves, head of CBS. Now Johnny Depp is in their ranks. It's devastating.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Nadelbach.
Good afternoon. Your rate in this case is $975 per hour, is that right?
That's correct.
And you've never charged that higher rate in any other cases, isn't that right?
I've charged near that amount, but
never that high, correct?
That's correct.
How much have you received for this case?
I'd have to look at my billing. During my deposition, the attorney who deposed me asked me the same question. I said I would look it up. I did during lunch, and then she never got back to it again. I don't remember how much it was then, and I don't have the figures now.
And you don't know how many hours you worked on this case?
I would guess, again, I'd be guessing, and I don't know if you want me to guess. I have a full-time transactional practice. This is a very small part of my practice.
Now, you said you worked for Disney for less than a year, right?
I worked for Disney about a year.
Yeah, and that was in 1990, right?
Yes.
So that was 32 years ago?
Yeah.
And you worked at Greenberg Trowering from 2004 to 2006, is that right?
That's correct.
Your leaving was a mutual decision, was it not?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Depp still has an endorsement deal with Dior, correct?
I understand that, yes.
And he's had that endorsement deal since 2015, isn't that right?
I believe he's had the endorsement deal for a while, and I think he still has it.
Right. And Dior hasn't dropped Mr. Depp, correct?
As far as I know, Dior
And Mr. Depp did not have a contract for Pirate 6, isn't that right?
As far as I know, there is no contract for Pirate 6.
Right, and all the documents you've looked at, you looked at all the documents in this case and you've not seen a contract for Pirate 6, right?
That's my memory of the documents. There was no contract for Pirate 6.
And in all the documents you looked at, you didn't see a text saying, Mr. Depp got the contract for Pirate 6 for $22.5 million, right?
Objection, ask for an answer.
Overruled.
I didn't see paperwork on an agreement for Pirates of the Caribbean 6.
So not an email, not a text, not any written document about Pirate 6, correct?
Objection, ask an answer.
I'll sustain that objection. Next question.
And you don't know one way or the other whether Mr. Depp will be in Pirates of the Caribbean 6. You don't have a crystal ball, is that right?
Objection, speculation.
He's an expert.
Allow it. Overruled. Go ahead and answer, sir.
Well, as an expert, of course, I don't have a crystal ball. But as an expert, I think Disney will do everything possible to try to put him back in Pirates, but not under this cloud.
You would agree that there was negative publicity about Mr. Depp before the op-ed, correct?
Yes.
You know that Ms. Heard made her accusations public starting in May of 2016, right?
Yes.
And Hollywood knew about that, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Depp still had movies after May of 2016, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you would agree that there was negative publicity about Mr. Depp being publicly drunk before the op-ed, correct?
There was, I agree
Sorry about
with the
that.
proposition that there was negative publicity before the op-ed. The op-ed was something different.
And you agree, in 2014, there was an article in The Guardian that said apparently drunk Johnny Depp cut off at Hollywood Film
Let's see how
Award
many people are
ceremony.
in
Would you
here.
agree
Let's
with
get some
that?
personal opinions.
Again, I don't remember reading the
See how many
Guardian,
people are in here
and I don't
first.
remember that particular incident, but I'll take
right.
you
There's only two.
at your word.
And
It is what it
you
is.
remember in looking through all the documents that you saw an article that Johnny Depp allegedly showed up drunk to movie premiere, reports say, right? That was in 2017.
Problem.
I think I've testified that there is certainly Johnny Depp behavior and negativity out there. Yes.
And that a family production studio like Disney wouldn't want to be associated with, correct?
Again, you're talking about a very specific, series of 5 films that earn billions of dollars, and there is a line in Hollywood, as I've said, they'll put up with divas and drugs to make money, but now we've drawn a line in Hollywood at the domestic and sexual abuse.
And in looking through the documents, you saw articles in June of 2018 that said vodka for breakfast, 72-hour drug binges, and spending sprees that beggar belief. You saw that?
Again, I know these articles exist. I know they're not in the Washington Post. I don't know what article you're referring to, who wrote it, what publication it was in, but I know that those articles exist.
And you'd agree that before the op-ed, Mr. Depp had a run of movie flops, wouldn't you agree?
Every actor has, ups and downs. Mr. Depp, his career's been decades long.
You would agree that in January of 2015, there was an article that said Johnny Depp is on his way to becoming the most overpaid actor in Hollywood.
Again, you'd have to show me the article, but I don't doubt that some commentator trying to trade on being a smarty pants wrote that.
And you'd agree that there was another article in 2015 that says, quote, has Johnny Depp become Hollywood's biggest joke?
I don't know. Netflix has a whole festival going now. Netflix is a joke.
And you'd agree that there is an article in Business Insider from 2015 that says Johnny Depp has his 5th box office bomb in a row.
If that's what it said, it said. Are you just going to keep reading this?
This is Mr. Depp's reputation. That's what you're talking about in terms of Hollywood, correct? And in 2016, December of 2016, there's an article that says, quote, Johnny Depp is Hollywood's most overpaid actor for the second year in a row. Did you recall reading that?
I don't know, was that written by the second underpaid actor? Or
And
who
you
was
would
that
agree
written by?
that before the op-ed, there was negative publicity for Mr. Depp about assassinating President Trump. Would you agree?
No, I missed that one.
You didn't see an article in the New York Times that said Johnny Depp flirts with idea of Trump assassination, then apologizes?
Again,
Did
Johnny
you read it or
Depp
not?
talks with irony and panache, and I don't particularly remember that. I have a lot of stuff in front of me.
Disney wouldn't want to be involved with somebody who's calling for the assassination of the president, would it?
I'm sure after those articles, Johnny Depp was involved in major studio projects.
Do you know one way or the other whether Mr. Depp was involved in major studio projects after June 23rd, 2017?
I think, again, I haven't quoted his IMDb page to memory, but he was in an animated film called Sherlock Gnomes. I think it was released, Paramount is one of the producers. I think it was released in 2017.
Would you agree that before the op-ed there was negative publicity for Mr. Depp about punching a crew member on a film set?
I heard about that.
So that's people who work in Hollywood that Mr. Depp had an accusation of assault, correct?
I heard about it, yes.
And would you agree that there were stories about Mr. Depp drinking heavily on the set of Pirates 5?
Yo, he is reaching for straws.
There were lots of stories that came out, and I'm sure that was one of them.
And those stories came out in
Dior Savage,
2016 and
London
2017,
Fields,
before the op-ed, right?
The Professor, Fantastic Beasts, Crimes of Grindelwald in 2018, City of Lies
Again,
in
you'd
2018,
have to show me a
Waiting for the
timeline, but I'll take
Barbarians
your
in
word
2019,
that there were
Minamata in 2020.
articles,
And Puffins
written
Impossible is
in
coming out. It's a TV miniseries.
various rags
like he's
or trade public.
Is the New York Times a rag? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying the New York Times is a rag. What I'm saying is, at the height of the Me Too movement, we have this op-ed directed at Hollywood, and in the Hollywood I know, the rest of the stuff is background noise.
Now, and Pirates 5 did not make as much money in the box office as the prior Pirates movies did. Isn't that true?
That's true. It only made about $800 million.
It made less, though, than the first 4, correct?
Yeah, and any
Okay.
company would want to have a box office hit that made $800 million.
Now, can you put up Defendant's Exhibit 99, please? And if you could blow it up. Now, you said the Me Too movement started in 2017. Is that what you're saying?
It actually started long before that, but it picked up steam to what we now call the Me Too movement in 2017.
Okay, and do you recognize this article from Dan Wooten that says, how can J.K. Rowling be genuinely happy casting wife-beater Johnny Depp in the new Fantastic Beasts film?
Yes, this article is in the UK Sun, which came to prominence by publishing topless women on page 3.
And the article came out on April 27th, 2018, correct?
I haven't skimmed through this, but I'll take your word for it.
And I think what you're trying to say was that the Sun was a rag, so no one would pay any attention to it. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying the Sun is the Sun, and it's in the UK. And what this article is repeating stuff from 2016, repeating all the stuff that you might say should be all past history after the divorce. It's one Wooten's opinion in a newspaper that's claimed to fame as page 3 women topless, and yeah.
And
it's
Mr.
in the-
Depp
and it's in
sued
the
Mr.
UK,
Depp sued the Sun over this, right?
What's that?
Mr. Depp sued the Sun in the UK about this article, right?
As far as I know, he wanted to clear his name. That's right.
And Mr. Depp, that lawsuit occurred in 2020, correct? It was tried in 2020.
I believe so. Yeah.
And there were accusations of abuse that came out based on that lawsuit, correct?
As far as I know, the accusations were all old news and predated much. Yeah, I mean, this is a 2018 article, and in 2020, they probably were rehashing it.
And the old news that was coming out in 2018, that would also affect Mr. Depp's reputation, correct?
Again, I've tried to draw a line, the line that Hollywood draws between the Me Too movement and starting in 2017 and the gossip and the claims back and forth. I mean, there was also press about Amber Heard being an abuser in those years. There was also the other side of the coin.
But the op-ed that didn't mention Mr. Depp at all and didn't mention any accusations that what happened to her, that's what caused Mr. Depp all his reputational harm? That's what you're saying?
Well, I don't agree that this article was not about
Did
Mr.
it mention
Depp.
Mr. Depp? That's what I asked you.
Well, does she have another husband who abused her
But
in
did it talk
2016?
about it? Did it talk at all about Mr. Depp's abuse?
Objection, Your Honor. He's tried to answer the first question, which was not exactly what the second question was that he re-asked. I'd asked that he be permitted to finish.
Ask your question, we'll go from there.
The op-ed article didn't mention any specific abuse by Mr. Depp towards Amber Heard, correct?
The only name is this is Amber Heard telling her story that started in 2016 when she was domestically abused and ignored.
Now, there were headlines about the UK trial, correct?
I'm sure there were, yes.
Like, let's burn Amber text allegedly sent by Johnny Depp about X read in court.
I didn't hear you.
Let's burn Amber text allegedly sent by Johnny Depp about X read in court.
Yeah.
And there's a headline from July 19th, 2020 that said, quote, Hollywood nervously awaits fallout from explosive Johnny Depp trial. So Hollywood was following the case, correct?
Yeah. When was that headline?
In 2020.
2020. Yeah, look, Johnny Depp is a decades-long fixture in Hollywood, and people were following something across the pond. You know, we thought we kind of got rid of the UK in 1776, but they were still following it, absolutely.
I mean, Mr. Depp thought enough about this article to have a 3-week trial in the UK, correct?
Objection. Calls for speculation about what Mr. Depp thought.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
There was a 3-week trial in the UK based on this article by Dan Wooten, correct?
I think I've said Mr. Depp finally had enough, and he sued to clear his name.
Okay, could I approach, Your Honor?
All right. You want to?
Mr. Marks, you testified that in the UK case, Mr. Depp was looking to clear his name, correct?
That's my assumption, yes.
And yes or no, did Mr. Depp clear his name through that lawsuit?
I wasn't in the UK, and I'm not going to opine on that. That's not what I've been engaged to talk about.
You don't know one way or the other whether Mr. Depp cleared his name through that lawsuit?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
You understand, can you please put up Defendant's Exhibit 115? In looking through the documents, did you see headlines from October 25th, 2018, almost 2 months before the op-ed, that Mr. Depp would not be in Pirate 6?
I saw that there was speculation in different publications, none quoting a Disney executive, if you will, none being definitive.
And
by the way, I can't see where's this article from? I just see the headline.
thedailymail.com.
So the Daily Mail is a UK publication?
Oh, all right, let's move. I mean, do you know or not?
Do I know what?
Do you know if it's a UK publication or not?
I think that the Daily Mail is, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, did you review the deposition testimony in this case of the Walt Disney corporate designee?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall that the corporate designee testified that Disney produced all documents related to its business relationship with Mr. Depp, including considering Mr. Depp for any work with Disney or future Pirates films, and she did not recall seeing the op-ed or any documents referring to the op-ed in that production of documents?
I read the deposition. I don't recall seeing the op-ed in what Disney produced. What I do recall is that the person giving that deposition for Disney really had no contact with Jerry Bruckheimer or Sean Bailey. Just was someone that Disney put up who didn't know anything, is what I took.
And you understand, you're a lawyer, right? You understand that a corporate designee is supposed to be in the shoes of the corporation talking for Disney, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. I think that's outside the scope of his expertise in this case.
Overruled. Okay, go ahead.
I understand that that's what the corporate designee is supposed to be, but when I read that they are not in touch with the president of the company, it gives me pause.
So Disney itself represented through this witness that it did not have the op-ed in any of its files, correct?
I don't remember that passage in the deposition, but I can't remember. She certainly did not quote the op-ed or produce the op-ed or talk about the op-ed.
Now,
but in Hollywood, actions sometimes speak much louder than words.
and did you recall that that same corporate designee said that Pirate 6 is still possibly in development?
Until Disney says it's not in development, it's in development.
Okay. And can we put up Defendant's Exhibit 134? And you see this is from November 5th, 2020.
And where's this from? Some rogue website? Where's this from?
InsideTheMagic.com.
Okay.
Okay. And this says Disney reportedly scraps plans for Depp's Pirates of the Caribbean 6 return, and that was on November 5th, 2020, correct?
Assuming that this is a correct copy of this random website, that's what it says. They're not quoting the head of production. It's not a statement by Disney, but that's what this woman, Rebecca Barton, says.
Well, 2 years after the op-ed, it was still a question as to whether Mr. Depp was going to be in Pirate 6.
There was no contract for Mr. Depp to be in Pirates 6, but he was Pirates, and there would always be that question until Pirates is produced or until Disney says otherwise.
And November 2020 was at the same time as all the publicity surrounding the UK case, correct?
I think the UK judgment came out in November 2020.
And this article came out 3 days after the judgment, correct?
If the judgment came out on the 2nd, this is 3 days later in, what's this again, moviemagic.com?
Correct.
By Rebecca, Barton.
Could I approach, Your Honor?
All right.
Now, isn't it true that you don't recall when you first read the op-ed?
As I sit here today, I don't recall when I first read it.
I mean, it wasn't a big deal to you. You didn't read it in 2018, correct?
I have a wife, 2 kids, a full-time job. I don't remember.
Okay. And you have no idea when you first read it? I just want to make sure I understand that.
Objection, asked and answered, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the
Look,
objection.
I wasn't
I'll
at Disney.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay.
I sustain the objection.
Okay.
Next question.
Now, you, as an expert in the entertainment field, do you know any actresses whose careers have gotten better after making accusations of a domestic abuse against an actor in Hollywood?
I think that the taint sticks and to both sides, and I can't think of any actresses who have prevailed and who've been canceled.
Do you know of any actresses whose careers have gotten better after making accusations of domestic abuse against a man in Hollywood?
I haven't been asked to opine on that, but I certainly will look into it. I don't think that this is something.
The answer is no, right? You don't know.
Again, I assume that.
It's a yes or no. Do you know or not?
Thought her career would get better by bringing this out. I don't know.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, redirect.
Mr. Marks, you were asked a series of questions about a number of publications and publicity related to Mr. Depp by Mr. Nadelhoff. Do you recall those questions?
He asked a lot of questions about a lot of articles.
And, sir, based on your experience in the entertainment industry, do you have an understanding of what types of publications carry the most weight in Hollywood?
The publications that carry the most weight in Hollywood, in my opinion, after all these decades, are Variety, Hollywood Reporter, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, New York Times. Those are the publications.
And Mr. Nadelhoff asked you a number of questions about certain headlines related to Mr. Depp and various news coverage related to Mr. Depp. Do you have an opinion about the impact of those articles that you looked at with Mr. Nadelhoff on cross-examination on Mr. Depp's reputation in Hollywood?
Again, I don't remember all the articles, but what I do know is that Johnny Depp had always had articles about him, and that didn't change the baseline. If you had a big project and it had a role for Johnny Depp, that didn't change the baseline.
Is your opinion about the op-ed misheard author different than that?
my opinion about the op-ed in the Washington Post was a different. That was had a different quality of headline and article.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further
All
questions.
right, is this witness subject to recall?
He is, Your Honor.
All right, sir, since you're subject to recall, the rule of witness does apply for you, so you cannot discuss your testimony and did not watch any of the case, okay, sir? But you're free to go today, sir, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, watch your step there. All right, your next witness.
Plaintiff calls Douglas Banya, Your Honor.
Okay, can you spell that last name for me?
B-A-N-I-A.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach for just a moment?
Okay, sure. Mr. Nadelhoff?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case or penalty of law?
Good afternoon, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Banya. Will you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, Douglas Banya.
And Mr. Banya, what do you do for work?
I am an intellectual property damages and valuation expert.
Do you have any particular specialty in your line of work?
Yes, my specialty is using internet and social media analysis when I'm quantifying value, or I'm calculating damages, or if I'm analyzing the impact of social media or internet events.
Where do you work?
I work at Nevium, which is located in San Diego, California.
How long have you worked there?
10 years.
What's your position?
I'm a founding principal and an analyst.
I'd like to talk a little bit about your educational background for a moment. Where did you attend college?
I received my bachelor's degree in cinema from San Diego State University. I graduated in 1997.
And after you graduated in 1997, did you pursue another degree?
Yes, I went directly to San Diego State University. I got a master's degree in television, film, new media production.
Was there any particular reason you chose to go to San Diego State for that?
The new media production side of that program I really liked. I graduated from there in 2000, so this is even before YouTube was found. So the whole idea of putting film on the internet and kind of analyzing the internet and using analytic tools to see how things are doing on the internet that's what attracted me, and that's what I learned there as well.
What did you do after you got your master's degree?
After the master's degree, I moved to Los Angeles, and I was an independent filmmaker for a while. Then I got introduced to intellectual property, and I started working for a small boutique IP firm back in San Diego.
What was the boutique firm you went to?
What was the name of the firm?
Yes.
The name of the firm was Consor.
And what did Consor do?
Consor values intellectual property for various business reasons. They do litigation support services as well.
And when you say intellectual property, what do you mean?
When I talk about intellectual property, I'm mostly talking about copyrights, patents, and trademarks. I might include related intangible assets such as domain names, websites, internet accounts. But IP for me is mostly brands, publicity rights, copyrights, trademarks.
What type of work did you do while you were at Consor?
I have various positions there, but I was a research analyst, as a financial analyst. I was a director of business development. My last position there was a principal.
And what kinds of things did you work on?
We worked on, valuation. Our clients, they needed a valuation of their IP portfolio for maybe tax or estate reasons. A lot of litigation support like I'm doing now. Somebody infringes on a trademark or publicity rights. That's actually the place I got my first expert witness job. I was a named expert on a right of publicity case representing the retired players of the NFL against the NFL. They're using their name and likeness without permission. So services such as that.
How long did you work at Consor?
I was at Consor for 10 years.
And after Consor, where did you work?
Then at Nevium, where I am now.
And did you found Nevium?
Yes.
What kind of work does Nevium do?
Nevium does several things, provides several services. So we value intellectual property for various reasons, tax, estate, M&A, business transactions. We not only provide the value of a business, but we can break that value. What percent of the value is this trademark portfolio or this patent portfolio? We do litigation support. So like I'm here, I testify in cases, maybe a false endorsement case. Somebody uses a celebrity's name and likeness without permission. Maybe there's a trademark infringement case. You used a brand without permission. A defamation case such as this. What's the impact of something that was posted online? So the third kind of bucket of services we offer is brand monetization strategies. So I think the best way to explain that is companies have business plans, they have marketing plans, they don't have IP plans. So we come in and work with customers, with our clients, understand their business and their marketing plans, and help them build an IP plan that fits in with those two so they can essentially make more money off their branded products and services. And I think what's important with all that is, what differentiates us with competitors is we use internet and website analytic tools and everything we do. Everything is online now, and understanding those tools when calculating value or calculating damages is important.
Do you have any professional certifications?
I am a certified licensing professional. That is a designation given by the Licensing Executive Society. LES. LES is a not-for-profit organization that supports professionals like me who deal with a lot of licensing. I'm a Google Analytics individual. I have a Google Analytics individual qualification. That is a test given by Google for those that understand and pass a test related to internet analytics.
Can you explain a little bit about what Google Analytics is?
Yeah, so Google Analytics is a web service provided by Google, and it's used by business owners and website owners to understand the traffic that comes to their websites. So essentially, once you sign up for your Google Analytics account, you're given a bit of code, and you embed that code into various your web pages. Then you can log in and you can see like who's coming to my website, what are they doing. And really, it's essentially a tool for search engine optimization. The goal of the web is to show up number one in Google Organic. So then you'll tweak your website a bit. You'll look at your analytics, see if you're showing up on the first page of Google. If not, you can use those analytics to keep playing around and try to end up on the first page of Google.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
I'm a member of the International Trademark Association. That is an organization. They're actually having their annual conference here in D.C., so I'm popping back and forth to that. I'm on their right of publicity panel. I just gave a presentation on Monday. I'm a non-attorney member of the American Bar Association. I'm on their copyright and social media committee.
Your Honor, at this point, plaintiff would offer Mr. Banya as an expert in internet and social media analytics.
All right, any objection? No, Your Honor. All right, so moved. Thank you.
Mr. Banya, what were you asked to do in this case?
I was asked to analyze the impact of the the allegations of domestic abuse made by Ms. Heard as it relates to her 2016 restraining order, and then asked to also analyze the republication of that alleged abuse in her 2018 Washington Post op-ed.
What work have you done in connection with forming your opinions relative to that?
So I identified the best tools to use in this case, which are Q-scores, Google Trends, and historic Google search results.
You used a few terms in there. I just want to break them down a little bit. What's a Q-score?
A Q-score is, there's a Q-score company that's been around for about 50 years, and what they do is they measure how well a brand or a celebrity or sports character is known and how much they're liked, and they also measure how much they're disliked.
Who else besides you uses Q-scores?
Q-scores are used by, any company that, organizations that license in a celebrity or a brand to endorse their product or service. The PGA Golf Tour is actually using Q-scores right now. They're using Q-scores in Google search results. They have a pool of $40 million that they're doling out to their players. So depending on their Google search results and their Q-scores and other metrics, I'm sure, they're using those to divide up that pool of money.
And I think you also mentioned Google Trends. What's that?
Yeah, Google Trends is another service offered by Google. As we know, everything starts with a Google search these days. There's 5 billion daily searches on Google. And Google Trends allows a user like me or you to go into Google Trends and analyze search traffic for various key terms, anything you really want. Maybe there's a new football player and you want to see how that football player is trending compared to the team over time, or maybe something related to Ukraine, or maybe a celebrity. So Google Trends just shows you what kind of search volume is happening during various points of time.
What are historical Google search results?
So historical Google search results are using Google. There's actually an area where you can go back in time and see what was showing up in Google during that time. And it's really the best indication of what websites would have appeared back in time. Oftentimes, working with my monetization clients, we want to know, hey, how were you ranking years ago for your branded service or your branded company? It will go back in time and look, and then in litigation, we're always going back in time, so we want to figure out what was most likely happening, what websites were served back then. And when you know what websites were served back then, you typically know what people were reading and thinking about.
Why did you choose these particular tools for your
Okay,
analysis
guys, sorry
in
about
this
that.
case?
Well, the Q-scores, I really thought it was the best idea to understand Mr. Depp's Q-scores right before 2016, before the abuse allegations, just to see where he was at. Then I wanted to see his Q-scores right after the 2016 alleged abuse allegations. And then I wanted to see his Q-scores after the 2018 Washington Post op-ed, just to see if there was any changes during that period of time.
And what about your decision to use Google Trends and historical Google search results?
Yeah, I felt that those two tools together were perfect, because what I wanted to do is understand, as I mentioned, everyone's going to Google to figure things out. What were people when people Googled Johnny Depp prior to these alleged abuse allegations, what websites were coming up and what was the public consuming about him? Then I wanted to know that after, and then after the op-ed. So I used Google Trends just to identify the dates in time, in which then I went into the historic Google search results. I searched for Mr. Depp, and then I changed those dates to go back in time, and then I analyzed the top 3 websites of each search.
Based on the analysis you did in this case, have you formed any opinions?
Yeah, my analysis shows that prior to prior to 2016 and the allegations, the abuse allegations, Mr. Depp was not portrayed in a negative connotation. That's the first thing that I identified.
Did you form any other conclusions?
I realized that those websites that were coming up were mostly about his career, his characters, Johnny Depp as the individual, his interests. Then after the 2016 mark, the majority of those results turned into negative things about the abuse allegations. And then even more so after the op-ed, there seemed to be kind of a theme or a flavor of not only the abuse allegations, but his drinking and drug use.
Huh. That's super damaging.
Did that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Banya, have you prepared a demonstrative that depicts how you used Google Trends in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like permission to approach. I have hard copies.
What they're sidebarring about. Yeah. I mean, you can mute it. It's no different than what I already have here, but you can do the damn thing.
Banya demonstrative A. And just for the record, we've marked these as plaintiffs 1236 for identification.
1236 for identification.
I hear you. I'm working on it.
Do you want to publish it to the jury?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And Mr. Banya, can you explain
guys
for the
really
jury
hate this,
what
huh?
is
Okay.
depicted in this demonstrative that you prepared?
Yes. So this is.
I'll get rid of it. It's fine.
This is the Google
Seems
Trends
the majority of you
data.
don't want to watch this, so I get it.
You're going to see that it runs from 2004 into 2020. And you're going to notice the different spikes. Those spikes represent when people were searching for Mr. Depp. You're going to also notice here, I've got the red line just showing the date when Ms. Heard filed the restraining order. Oh, can I write on
right.
this?
You can touch the screen, yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, so here I'm talking about, in this line here, is just the date and time in which Ms. Heard alleged the abuse and filed the restraining order. And then this line here is the
No, everybody was going to be so opposed. There. All right, so our worst fears are becoming realized. It seems that they do plan on trying to open a new front from Moldova, as we thought. Here, let me transition this.
Hi.
Whoa, that's loud. Holy shit.
Sorry.
You're good. Let me turn down my desktop. Hold on. There we go.
How
Oh
Italians
my
are
God.
like naturally loud.
No, I just think it was your microphone, bro. It's okay.
I am loud though. So, bro, guess what I finished making another part of the P.E.K.K.A. armor.
Okay, cool.
The armbands, the big plated armbands with spikes on them. Hold on, let me get the gauntlets and everything. Oh yeah. Since we last talked, I have built
Holy
a
Jesus. Hold on, I gotta turn you down. Hold on one second. I'm just gonna turn you down manually. Don't worry about it. Okay, go ahead. Try again.
hello.
No, you're fine. Go back to where you were, else I turned you down too much.
Oh, so yeah. The Since we last spoke, I've made a lot of things out of cardboard, and I mean a lot.
So for everybody that doesn't know, this is another cardboard crusader who found me by searching up my name, and he makes actual armor and artsy stuff out of cardboard. So here, I think it's an
Yes.
art like that. Actually,
I've
I need
also
to
met
put it
someone
over
on
here.
Twitch named, oh, you have an art channel. Great. Yeah, it's an art.
Yeah, it's an art channel.
And I didn't know you were live. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm live. It's okay. It's all right. Filters.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry about that. If you don't want to be on, I understand. It's okay.
Yeah, it's just usually
It's
when
not
I stream,
everybody's.
like on Twitch, it's a bigger deal being in a VC while you're live.
Yeah, kind of.
I don't know
Be,
about YouTube, but in general, I think it's like it's usually like a big deal or something.
No, it's just you got to be able to trust the people who are in it with you. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. So
I'm not gonna say anything weird.
yeah, it's all good. But no.
Yes. My YouTube is literally just Cardboard Crusader. It's not anything fancy. It's just Cardboard Crusader.
The Cardboard Castle. So.
Yes, yours is fancy. Yours is
Yeah,
nice
yeah.
and fancy.
Yeah. I guess.
Yours is nice though.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you. I need to
No
go to my
problem.
feed organizer
So, what
and
are we
turn off.
streaming?
So we are streaming cams from Ukraine, and I was streaming the Amber Heard trial, and people were not about that life, so I turned it off. I thought maybe people would like to maybe have some conversations around it or whatever, but apparently not. I need to go to File, Feed Organizer, and I need to turn off that other one. Where is it at? Fox News World. Let's turn that off. Okay, select. All right, here we go. Now, so yeah, people apparently were not feeling the Amber Heard trial, so I moved onward. Is what it is. But it's nighttime in Ukraine. Not a lot happens during that period of time, so
Yeah, it's 9 p.m. in Italy, so Ukraine is like
10:14.
an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an hour ahead of us.
The
Of me.
Italian. Cool. Looks like they're about to use Moldova to try to open up a new front. That's a thing. Let's see. President Vladimir Putin takes Oleg to task. Only President Putin can make a billionaire like depressed feel like a $1 bill. I'm like cockroaches when I said I was coming.
Yeah,
Taking these people hostage.
So yeah, I might, I'm very sorry for inviting you in here if I'm going to leave,
No, you're
but
fine.
I might leave.
I'll be in here
if
anyways.
It gets if it gets triggering or something. I didn't realize you were streaming. Do you think you should add a bot that makes an announcement whenever you're streaming? Because I know a bot that does that. And
I had it, except that they made it pay on the YouTube one. So, and I created my own
I know
bot.
one that does it for free.
Yeah, I created my own bot that announces it, and that's when you see like that canned response for, where it goes and it says, where is it at? It was here. It says like, hey, at everyone, the Cardboard Castle is now live on link. Go check it out. Yeah, that one's automated. So yeah, I'm a software engineer, man. That's what I do.
Is it Geekbot?
Whoa, what? What?
Geekbot.
Geekbot. No. So it used to be the Me 6 bot, but now Me 6 makes you pay for the announcement. My Twitter announcement's still there, but yeah.
Because Geekbot is offline. I don't know what you're doing with the bot. It's not working.
The hell? Well, in Belgium recently, it happens autumn. Your employer loads it up on the tax web, and if it has not, and if nothing has to be corrected, then that's what it is. Absolutely. So we were talking about taxes and stuff, and how it's automated in other countries. So yeah, that's good stuff. Oh man, I've got to get interacting and engaging with my squad more, because there's no reason I should have 18, 22, 27, almost 30 people in Discord, and 26 of them active, and I only have like 2 viewers, 1 viewer. I'm down. Man down. Anyways.
Well,
so listen, I'm gonna hop off of here for a minute. I gotta go load up this other computer and get it up and running and going, and then I will be back.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Sorry, man. Be back.
No problem. You don't need to apologize.
You're good, man. I'm just muting my mic and about to hop off, but I'll be back in like 25, 30 minutes. Oh, so I turned off desktop audio, so they can't hear you either way, so it's fine. All right, guys, we have the professional lighting on now, you know, doing the damn thing. So there we go. What's going on? Ooh, what's up? How's everybody doing tonight? Okay, cool. Sounds kind of awesome. Man, busy day. Holy Jesus. Oh, people still linking that old nuclear war simulation. Parading POWs is definitely against the Geneva Convention on War Crime. How and why we are still playing by the rules when the other side toward the rule book of long blah 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 blah. But like could mother of all bombs down to Ron. Grain news. Let's see. Hold on, I got like over 100 messages, so. Jump to current. Come on. Broken. Meet the foreign fighters joining Ukraine's battle with Russia. Oh, okay. Cool. Cool, cool. All right, let's refresh this one. See what we got here. Russia open. It's still showing the same thing. Hold on, let's see what this is talking about. Oh, yep. Damn. Literally lined up trying to get out of the country. I'll hide this dude. There we go. Yep. That's the munitions depot that got blown up. Huh. Interesting. All right. Well, let's see what's going on here. One, I need to turn this up so I can monitor myself. There we go. I love that Cardboard can just magically place himself in the stream. Hey, you know, what can I say? It's how it works, man. I'm just magically here, and it's behind me. I'm like your local weatherman or milkman, depending on who we're talking about at the moment. So, you know, it's all good. I'm going to turn up my gain just a little bit so I can get better volume. And there we go. So, volumes are good. Sexiness is up. You know, it's how it works. I just randomly appear out of nowhere. You know, it's my skill. It's my specialty. You know, let's go ahead and let's widen this up here a little bit and go this way. Sweet. There. Then we'll come back towards the center. Ooch, 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 ooch. Oh, I'm sorry. I had a moment. What can I say? Do not want to see me again. Maybe I could put myself like right down here, be in the corner. Nobody puts baby in a corner. What do you guys think? There we go. Nobody puts baby in a corner. So where are you at? Are you like at home, man? Are you like at work, or what's going on? I know you've been working like 14-hour days. You broke out there, homie.
Working from Wednesday to Saturday.
Okay. There we go. So on this protein only diet, right? And the whole thing is that I'm not supposed to eat anything except for protein. And that shit's hard.
I feel you. But what you think about the situation right now? Because everything kind of stopped up right now.
So the biggest question mark I have that makes that a very difficult to answer question is, one, there was a ammunitions depot that was blown up, and one, I want to know if it was Russian, and two, if it was Ukrainian. And then between those answers, dude, the size of the explosion means there was a considerable stockpile there. So whichever side lost that, if it's Ukraine, they might have a big problem supplying their units in the northeastern part of Ukraine. So they're going to have to move munitions.
Dang. Let's hope it's Russian. Fuck.
Yeah, the voice stream, by the way, guys, is from the Discord server. So if you get into the Discord server and you go to voice chat, you can join the stream and have a conversation. It's the whole point of this, that the community can participate in the stream and have discussions and basically be the round table, which was the whole idea of originally calling it the card table, but apparently that was taken and there's copyright trolls and I couldn't do it. It was a good idea, though, for the person who did it.
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
You guys see my Mountain Dew bottle reacted with the green screen?
Yeah.
Invisible can. Ooh. Sad moment. What's going on there? Oh, there's Isa. Hold on, I couldn't hear you. Hold on. Gotta turn you up a little bit. Or I have you at 170%. Damn. Well, how are you doing tonight?
I hear like double talk.
Yeah, you have to mute the stream.
Okay.
So mute the tab, not the actual player, if you're on PC. If you're on your phone, just mute the tab. Just mute the stream.
Oh, that's perfect. Okay.
There you go.
Hello. I'm sorry. I kept going on the phone today. Everybody was calling me. I had to deal with things.
Hey, that is life. Yeah. It is okay.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
So what happened with the trial?
People were not digging me playing the trial, so I cut it off.
Okay.
People, they did not want to hear the trial.
They were not interested. It's
yeah.
Okay.
So Jay the Giant Peach says, "Where are you from, Isa?" She's from French Canada.
Quebec.
Canada.
Au Quebec.
She speaks the Quebecois.
I speak French. And
My French friend told me to correct anyone from Canada saying that they speak French. I was like, whatever. I'm not fighting this fight for you.
yeah, so
Yeah.
what happened with Putin now and this guy? You were saying,
So if everything's to be believed, and the sources are quite reliable from what I understand, have been in the recently, seems that Putin might be going under the knife for cancer surgery and turning over the mantle for a little bit. But we shall see. We shall see.
but the one that will have the power is worst, right?
He's about the same. I mean, he's a little bit more conniving, I would say. I don't know. He hasn't really been placed in a position to be over an entire country before. So it all depends. It's one thing to deal with a centralized apparatus. It's another to deal with a um, distributed system, right? And a government is several slices, and he's just been dealing with a single slice of government, which is the FSB. So we'll see.
So that would be. Sorry, I'm eating.
Well, mine.
That
Fine.
would be the ideal time to do something inside, right? Like a coup or something.
One, that's probably not going to happen in Russia.
Oh no, what?
Number two, what I'll say is that the other side is already taking steps to make sure that he relinquishes power. So we'll see. All right, Jay. Yeah, be back in a bit. Gotta start making dinner. Absolutely, make that dinner. Get that. Actually, I want to make. I got like an hour before we start the podcast, and I need to get our subjects together and publish them in general chat. And I need to make some food, so I'm gonna break my diet live on stream. I'm gonna go make some chimichangas really quickly. It'll take me like 4 minutes, and I'll be back, guys.
Fine. That's okay.
That's fine.
I'm
I'll be right
finished.
back in like 6
I
minutes.
just ate. So you're going to make your lunch, your supper.
If you do not want to see me again, I would understand. I would understand.
Some people are happy. That's great.
At least what we can do.
Yes, true. We need to laugh a little because it's too dramatic. I'm all for that.
Yeah, there was like a war like for many years in the world, but it didn't hit me hard until it was in Europe.
True. Yeah, there's been wars everywhere on the planet for a long time, but it didn't hit me like it did with Ukraine.
Yeah,
I mean, Ukrainian people are just like us. It touched
yeah,
me so bad.
yeah, and that's crazy because I feel bad now for the people I didn't care about before, and the other wars.
Mm, true. I have a hard time hearing you, Holy Unit.
Do you hear me better now?
A
You're
little bit.
staticky.
It's like you're very, very far. I don't know why.
Is it still bad?
No,
Just
it's not
too low.
staticky.
Raise the volume a little.
If you right click on his name, you can turn him up on your
Oh,
end as
me?
well.
Thank you. I didn't know. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can turn him up.
I see. Thank you. Okay, can you speak, Oli?
Do you hear me better now?
Yes. Thank you.
No, it took me a while to figure that out also. A lot of stuff you have to be like, it's not sure they don't tell you when you sign up.
Oh, I've been on Discord for another group. It was a crime sleuthing group. And it's my son who used to go there a lot. And who installed me everything, but he didn't explain every little things.
Right.
So when I arrived on Slot's YouTube at the beginning of the war, I wanted to see the cameras. I saw that they posted the Discord. So I said, oh, I might try because I have an account, and that's how I got in. But I don't know everything. I'm learning.
That's okay. I use also Discord just for chat, but now I use it for more.
Yeah, uh, a lot of people like my son are playing with that. They're going to play games.
Yeah.
It's a fun place for that. Uh, we created it for the crime sleuth that we have, the group we're following a crime case in United States, and we are searching a lot. And it was an interesting place to watch the trials or the hearings, the motion hearings and things like that all together on Discord. That's how I got to know it. But I didn't know we could raise the volume of the voices this way. That's a new thing for me. Okay.
Learning something new every day, you know.
Yes, true. And I hope it'll be like that till I'm dying. I mean, it's too much fun to learn new stuff.
That's true. That's true.
Your volume is still very low, huh?
No, I'm
Even if
sorry. I'm talking really low.
okay, that's why. Okay, no problem. Now my mom just called me, said, and she asked me if I heard about the Putin. It's the big news. She's going to look at the news.
Right now?
Yeah, here we have the news. It's 6 o'clock at p.m. here. So my mom is watching the news to know about it a little more. She says, "Oh, I thought I would tell you and teach you what had happened with Putin." And I went, "No, Ma, I'm on all over on the internet, and I get the info very fast. I mean, with Cardboard also, he gives us a lot of the latest news all the time. I like it.
Yeah, me too.
I want to be aware. I'm like, I don't know what to do. You know, you can't really help in this. It's not like my crime sleuthing where we can help. Really, the cases here we feel like helpless. There's not so much we can do, but at least we can learn and be aware of everything. You know,
Yes. It's
are
pretty
you?
hard, you know, because my home country where I'm really from is Lithuania, and
Oh,
actually,
you're just
so
beside. Yeah,
yeah, it's really close, and like historically it was like one country, so they're
true.
like literally brothers, you know.
Yes. And you got, I mean, you have the same threat from Russia. in a way, who wants to gather all the little countries that were back
Yeah, yeah.
in
Well,
the USSR.
it was basically genocide. The same as Jews. You know, it was killed,
I
but
know.
it was horrible. You know.
Oh my God, I know it's terrible what they did to Georgia also.
Yeah.
Um,
Also, our country. You know, they tried to kill our language and history, so it was
the
illegal to
same.
talk to our yeah to talk to our like our language. So we was people was learning it in secret, in secrecy, and saving the
Oh.
literature. So the funny fact is that most of the European history is actually best documented in are like countries where people are like believing Quran and like Middle East and stuff because
Mm-hmm.
they have all the history written down and they have actually better accounts and like more detailed history. So
Of
it's
course.
actually it's actually a funny fact.
But like, were you also brainwashed at one point that back in the USSR, like everybody else?
Well, I'm not so
Not
old, so
you personally, but your family. I mean, your
yeah. My parents told me that they was brainwashed, but like
they
I'm
believed in him. I mean, in
yeah, yeah,
Stalin,
yeah,
in at the
yeah,
time,
yeah,
Stalin. Yeah.
yeah. So like when Lenin died or whatever, he said like, well, my grandmother they all was crying and stuff like
Oh
really.
my God, poor her.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
she
they were.
didn't know. She didn't know how bad he was
Yeah, yeah,
with
basically.
them.
Yeah, so they basically like kind of was like suppressed by the government. But my father, he was like since he was young, he was like he wanted like to just go away. So he like joined the navy just to because he
To
was
go away.
yeah, he thought
Yes.
maybe his captain gonna go away, or maybe when they dock in some country, like he just gonna like like go away.
Well,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
could
So
have worked. It could have worked.
yeah, yeah, but you know, and then the country, yeah, the USR collapsed, and my parents, anyways, moved away to Norway. So yeah, they took with me. So I live in Norway now.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, Norway is a great country, I'm sure. I mean, I like the way they function. It it's so close to Canada.
Yeah, yeah, Norway and Canada is so similar, to be
It's
honest.
so similar, yeah. And I feel comfortable. I never went there. I would love to. It's beautiful there. I like the countries where
I
there's
think the climate
snow.
is really same, to be honest.
Yes, also. So we're used to the snow and mountains and things like that.
Yeah, it's like a
And
colder, but it's not like Alaska. It's like it's colder, but
no,
it's
yeah, just like where I live. I mean, we have Alaska and you too, but it's very like far from where we live, really.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
We live more in the south of our countries. I mean, Canada is very little developed. It's only the bottom, really. The you don't go so much like USSR. I mean, Russia is developed everywhere, right? Till until the north.
No. If you think about it, like the whole Siberia is so empty.
Oh yeah, I thought it was developed.
Baikal is empty. Volga Mountains is empty. Everything
Okay.
up there, like the country is actually basically almost empty. To be honest, it's like if you
Also,
drive to yeah, if you drive to Russia, it's just a big wasteland. To be honest.
well, it looks like that for us. I mean, Canada is big too, and it's huge, but we're a very small population. We have less population than Ukraine in Canada, in this big country.
How much people you have in your country?
Oh, wait a minute. I don't know it by heart. Wait a minute. I'll go found it.
Because in Norway we are just 5 million.
38 million.
Oh, no, yeah. Hey, thank you. He went fast. Yeah, 38
million. It's
million.
actually decent amount of people, to be honest.
Yeah, yeah, but look at the space we have in Canada. How big it is compared to Lithuania, that is so small. We
Yeah,
have a
and in
huge,
Canada,
huge country, but not a lot of people there.
in Canada, there it's really popular also to have a planes because you have like a lot of lakes and stuff.
Of course. Oh, the fishermen, they take planes, they have their own planes to go, good places, good lakes, park, calm. Yeah.
Yeah, like Canada has like most planes per person,
Oh, yeah?
like yeah, in world
Oh, I
most
didn't know.
yeah.
Oh, really? It surprises me. I didn't know that.
Yeah, in Canada you have a lot of people will like use a lot of planes. It's actually a known thing.
Oh, well,
California.
you teach me something about my country that I didn't know. You must be a fan of planes, right?
Not so big fan. I really want to take a like light plane license, but not more than that.
Okay. But to know that, to get that, to got that knowledge, to have that knowledge.
I smoke a lot of weed and I watch documentaries.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
something,
Okay. So you
you know.
dream.
Yeah, so it was like this documentary, and they say in Canada there's like most planes per capita. So
Oh, okay.
and you
This
see
is
this
how
plane
you learned.
landing in the middle of the highway, and another plane just like flying behind a car, and they just like planes
You
everywhere in Canada.
Well, you smoke too much or your stock is too good.
No, I'm not
Because
joking.
it's not landing in the middle of the highways, I can assure you.
No, it's like not everywhere, but they're like showing like those
Yeah, yeah,
high,
they show that.
yeah, those high time moments.
Yeah, yes.
All right.
Oh,
Got
well,
water,
there's
got
Uh,
fish.
drink, got food.
no, I was gonna
All right.
say, California has more people than the entire country of Canada.
Oh,
So
yeah?
one state, yeah,
Imagine,
Cal
imagine.
yeah,
Yeah,
California has 39 million people.
imagine that. And it's only California, and
Yeah,
it's the whole more than my whole population of my country. No, we have a huge, huge country, but a lot of space,
The
and
Northern
I think
there's
most of
Territory.
the space is like in the ice and the like. It's a lot
yeah,
colder up
yeah,
north.
true. It's all the north, but there is couple of like Inuits, that lives totally on top. I mean, they are a little village and villages all around, very top, and they have airports, small airports with planes. They come back. I live in Montreal, so they come back to Montreal for their medical care or buying their food, their things they need, and they go back there. I mean, it's far and it's cold, but they're Inuits. They don't live in igloos anymore, though. A lot of people says, "Oh, they live in igloos only if they go." Yeah, but they can when they go for hunting, and
Yeah,
they will build their own little igloo to live, because they go for months for hunting. Mostly the dads and the sons, their sons, but the rest of the people have houses. It's just a really cold place. So there's few people there, but really most of the north is not used in their country. Too cold. And it's probably the same with Russia. But I thought Siberia was like used more than that. I thought Russia was developed. more than my country on the north part. Do you know about these gulags?
Gulags? Yes.
Were they in Siberia?
Siberia?
Yeah. Where were they, those gulags? Where they were prison people were forced to work and build the roads and things. I mean, they apparently Russians, when they were in prison, they were in the concentric a camp, work camp, kind of.
There also some information that Russians have some new technology that they can now shoot down the Bayraktars really easily.
Oh,
You're really low, man, but I heard that you said that they have some new technology that allows them to shoot down the Bayraktar easily.
Yeah.
oh no.
Hmm. Interesting. All right, let's go to. Hmm. Can't do that. Wonder how many people are actually watching on their phone. So what? Okay. Like someone's like, "Oh, I'm watching on my phone and it's really hard to see the cameras because they're really small. Maybe remove the weather thing." And I'm like, I don't know how many people are actually watching on there. But it does, but I'm talking about on their phones. The handies. So yeah, so someone was like, "Hey, a suggestion. It's really hard to see the cameras on their phone. Maybe if I move the weather down to like a link." But most of the people I know are watching on like their tablets or their computers. Or so I know you're watching on your phone, but Yeah, but it. The problem is that everything's built to this size, but I will try my best to make it to where they're a little bit bigger, but I can't. Trying to do it right now. Cameras, yeah. Yeah, I get it. I'm trying right now. It's not easy because I don't have the cameras individually. They're one big cluster. So, see you. Yeah. One. One. Dang it. I'll do it later. No, I'm just talking to the person who requested it. I'll try it, but I'm telling you, like, I'm not sure it'll work. I was trying it just now, and it's not the most forgiving thing in the world. That's for sure. Yeah, it's kind of the point is that this is like live news and everything else, and a curated Twitter feed. So cancel. Big web. Okay. I'm going to delete that. Remove. Yes. Close that out. All right. And then me over here. Beautiful. Boom. All right. So we're going to go to Ukraine chat. Oh, man. Looking for the thing that I was looking at earlier. Ukraine news. Security Council Secretary. Hungarian authorities knew of Russian full-scale invasion beforehand. They have a split government between their prime minister and their president. Now Latvia is trying to get its citizens to leave Transnistria as soon as possible, and telling them to avoid traveling to Moldova. Well, it seems that Russia's going to open a new front from Moldova. Yeah, it's possible. Um, of course, Italy, you birthed Mussolini, so I don't. So, but they have made more gains in and around Kharkiv, and then understanding war. We're gonna talk through what's going on here in these maps. All right, we're gonna throw this up here in a second. Tell you in a second. Sorry, I'm looking through it. All right. So assessed means that there was an assessment done in independent and basic independent verification, right? Versus claimed is one side or the other is claiming this, but we haven't been able to verify it, right? Yeah. Because Russia's been claiming control of certain things, and like example, they got pushed out of Kharkiv, and that's been going for a minute. So we're gonna bring this down to 110%. 50% seems fine. All right. Hmm. I wish I had time to do back. I do have time to do background replacement. So. Oh, that's going to be a hot topic. There it is. Okay. All right, so I need to make this. I thought I had made this channel already, but apparently not. So gonna go up here and go channel plus. We're gonna be channel name, and it's gonna be oh my god, really? Podcast subjects. Create channel. So we're gonna be 5/2/2022. Shift enter. Oops, that's don't put that out there, Alex. That would be bad. Shift enter. This is all going to be super fun topics tonight. Oh no, I mean it's going to be interesting. received a massive shipment of weapons from Spain. The Ukrainians found Spanish sausages among the boxes with grenade launchers and a postcard saying, "I wish you victory. With love, Letitia." It took them a moment to understand that it was from the Queen of Spain. Oh, shit. Oh, well, there you go. The U.S. will deliver another... The U.S. will deliver another 5,000 Javelin anti-tank missiles to Ukraine by Friday. All important stuff. This is the other big one. So we'll do this here too. And then we're going to go Russian assessment. Yeah. Boom. And then we'll just do a bunch of stars. Separate it out. There we go. Ooh, damn. There we go. All the podcast subjects are published. All right. That's centered. Then we're going to go and add another one. Text. Mic check. All right. We'll be getting to it in a moment, guys. So just hang tight. Not digging this intro. All right, gonna be like 3 minutes late. Heck yeah, 15 concurrent viewers. It's the most people we've had all day, man.
That's good.
I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, guys, and I'll be right here. Remember that if you're in this channel in Discord, you are on the stream. What's good? All right. Welcome, guys. Welcome to the podcast. I am your host, Alex. You guys will have to forgive me. This is my first time really doing the podcast live, so we're going to push through it, though, and see where we end up. Yeah, so how is everybody today? I think we have some people here in Discord with us. We'll see. We have Dusseldorf. What's up? Not sure if he'll be openly participating or not. Gutsy. You hate pain. All right. And Holy Unit's also in here with us. I don't know if they'll be speaking up tonight, but we'll see. So, first, we're going to start out with what our topics are tonight. So we've had a pretty busy night. We'll start with world news first, and then we'll move to U.S. news. So I need to just move some stuff around real quick. Some of this qualifies as world news also, but we're going to keep it going. But first, we're going to talk about what happened today. And that is mostly revolving around Ukraine. So today's assessment from the ISW came out, and basically what it's saying is that not much changed. Russia really shelled and did a whole bunch of stuff today, shelling along the Eastern Front. There were, of course, major conflicts. They continue to bombard the Astville metallurgic plant. But unfortunately, at the same time, people are trying to evacuate. So evacuations were still happening. The UN continued to do it even as shelling continued. On April 30th, basically, the Ukrainian army executed a large strike against multiple what they figured were command centers for the Russian military and took out a large number of Russian commanders, supposedly, and also happened to give a shrapnel wound to the top senior commander over the entire Ukrainian invasion. They're going to continue to suffer from the disarray caused by this, especially around Izium for the next few days. So expect the Russian forces to really be operating. They're just going to be operating with using artillery, indirect fire, not a lot of ground movement and pushes, just more of trying to soften up the Ukrainian military positions and take those positions from them. So beyond that, down in the south, they're trying to recover. Unfortunately, they've suffered significant losses in the south, especially down here around Kherson. It appears that the Ukrainian military has retaken almost all of the Kherson Oblast over here. This map is a little outdated, so if you zoom in right here, you'll see where it talks about this area here. This area now encompasses Kherson, where the conflict line is. So that big dot that says Kherson, that's actually now controlled by Ukraine as they try to encircle these forces. If the war effort for them keeps going the same way, they may actually be able to retake Crimea. In other news, over 200 Ukrainian soldiers have been trained in the new artillery they received from the United States military. You see nothing. Really? You don't see this big screen right here? Is anybody else having that issue? Can you guys see the map on my screen? Oh, it didn't transition. All right. Well, here, okay, we'll go back over this. I apologize again. First times. Apologize. So, Kherson, right here. This blue from which is Ukraine. This blue now encompasses Kherson all the way over here. There we go. And you guys can see my mouse, so that's good, right? So that's basically what's going on. Over in the east, around Kharkiv and Luhansk and Donetsk, right? Yeah, they're just trying to regroup. So basically, they've been pushed out of Sumy, right? They've been pushed all the way back. And then right here around Kharkiv, they've taken most of this territory back. And now they've pushed into Kherson almost 40 kilometers from the known lines is where the Ukrainian assault is happening. So if they keep up this pattern, right? Because you have to look at patterns of how the battlefield keeps moving and where the pressure points are. It looks like that around Luhansk, the Russian forces are going to be able to push forward and probably take right along this axis here where you see my mouse going, right? And at the same time, they're basically going to get cut off right here along like this basically invisible line connecting this circle here to here is what it looks like. So Russia is making progress here, but they're losing ground to the northeast and to the southeast. And if they continue, they push in on Kherson, they'll go ahead and they'll take this entire area here, and it'll become a bloodbath right where you see this big blue blotch of striped lines, which this is a conflict area, an active conflict area from indirect fire and artillery. So yeah. Anyway, excuse me. But the thing is that the Russians have had a real hard time reconstituting their forces in and around Crimea. Even though they've had absolute control of it, they have control of the ports and they have control of the bridge, and the bridge is still intact. So the bridge between Russia and the Crimean Peninsula is still intact. It just doesn't have enough capacity to allow them to bring in across supplies to supply the units here in the south. And so they're still struggling with logistical support. They're still struggling reconstituting their damaged BTGs. And they're just getting pounded by the Ukrainians. Just pounded. And as I was saying, also today, the Ukrainian soldiers and now the Ukrainian military announced that they have 200 soldiers that are now fully trained in the howitzers provided to them by the U.S. military. Um, that's really going to allow them to push here in the east and push forward. They have over 200, and that was a joint training between the U.S. and the Ukrainian government, apparently. So those soldiers are on their way to the battlefield along with their artillery pieces. Um, Artillery is usually crewed by three, depends on which military you are, but 3 or 4 man teams. So if you have 200, that means about 50 pieces of artillery, right? Roundabout. So that's going to make a huge difference because before, when they were fighting up here around Kiev, this is heavily wooded, heavily forested. It's quite hilly. For Ukraine, Ukraine doesn't have a lot of hills. Okay, it's pretty flat land, but it up here around Kharkiv, it was very soft land, lots of forests, lots of hills, lots of terrain. Over here in the east, it's really flat. Okay, it's really a lot of farmland and just really flat lands, and it really lends itself to mechanized fighting at a distance, right? So it's really, yes, newer artillery. Yes, they're M77 or M777. I'll have to look it up. The howitzers, but they are modern artillery pieces as far as I am aware. So, but yeah. So, anyways, but basically, the Pentagon released today that basically there's been an incredible effort in the last 48 hours. There has been a push into the Donbass region down here in the south, east, right around here, and in this conflicted area you see. And they called Russia's progress anemic, right? So Russia is not doing very well. They're losing generals. They're losing high command staff. Their soldiers continue to be stricken by low morale. And when you watch high-level officers, even if it's a shrapnel wound to his leg, with them hitting the senior general of the entire effort for Ukraine, that has an effect because it means that everybody is reachable. And if they can reach your top general, they can definitely reach you. And that fear of dying and wanting to go home to your family can have a critical effect on your soldiers and their willingness to fight. So, things are doing decently for the Ukrainian military. Not so much for Russia. Again, they have made some progress in the northeast, but they've really been slammed everywhere else. All right, so moving forward. Also, the United States military has delivered 80% of the howitzers that they promised. So that's another thing that's a positive. So, all right. Excuse me, I apologize, guys. Also, in the last hour or so, a lot of explosions have been seen over Belgrade and Russia tonight again. And let's see. I think that's about it, guys. I think that's most of it that we have for that. So, on to our next subject. Sergei Lavrov opened his mouth and stuck his foot in it again, and pissed off Israel. So Israel has been kind of on the fence, and there's been an uproar about how they seem to have information before other people from the Russians, and sort of their ties to Russia and how close they are. And there's some questions there, especially given that the United States military has basically bankrolled their entire Air Force and military training. So basically, Mr. Lavrov decided to claim that Hitler was part Jewish while trying to attack Vladimir Zelensky. So here it is, reported by the BBC.com. Israel has reacted with fury after Russia's foreign minister claimed that Nazi leader Adolf Hitler had Jewish blood. Sergei Lavrov made the comments to try to justify Russia's portrayal of Ukraine as Nazi, despite the fact that its president is Jewish. Israel's foreign minister summoned Russia's ambassador for clarification and demanded an apology. Nazi Germany murdered 6 million Jews in the Holocaust and World War II. Mr. Lavrov made the remarks in an interview on Italian TV program Zona Bianca on Sunday, days after Israel marked Holocaust Remembrance Day, one of the most solemn occasions in the Israeli calendar. When asked how Russia can claim that it's fighting to denazify Ukraine when President Vladimir Zelensky is himself Jewish and from a Jewish family, Mr. Lavrov said, "I could be wrong, but Hitler also had Jewish blood." Uh, he said he is Jewish, referring to that Zelensky is Jewish, means nothing. Wise Jewish people say that the most ardent anti-Semites are usually Jews. Yo, I'm not sure this man can get any more like tone deaf. I don't even know what to say about this. Oh man. So I can hear you. Nope, just your logo. I see it now. Okay, cool. All right. So anybody got any input on this? Because I don't even know what to say here. Like, do you guys really think they're this tone deaf? That they just have no idea like how much these statements are going to harm them on the international stage. Like if they're trying to, I mean, they're already demonized in the West, and for good reason, I think, in my personal opinion. And there are many people who may disagree with me, but for the most part, that's my 2 cents. I just don't know what they think they're winning. They continue to bluster and to make declarative statements that aren't in their best interest. They're not playing for the PR game, and they're just saying fuck it. I don't know what else to say about it. I don't know how to put it any other way. They literally they're just inept, uh, their incapability to handle relations with the media and interacting with other international leaders in a adept manner is just it's dumbfounding to me because this is your entire job. You are a politician. You are an international ambassador. You are, the people who are supposed to be representing the Russian people to the world, and you continue to just beat yourself and embarrass yourself and make harmful statements and attack people who you don't need to attack that aren't attacking you, but making aggressive statements. It's just yeah, exactly. He's like, so Luna's like, yeah, he's like, this may not be true, but I'm gonna say it anyways. Like, no, just don't. Like, think about what you're gonna say, and then say it if you really feel the need to, right? But ask yourself, what value is this going to add to the conversation, and how can this harm me? Those are two questions when you're in the game of politics and international diplomacy. You're a diplomat. You should ask yourself those two questions because they're very important. You know. Dusel, you just mic up on purpose, and no,
No, I just unmuted.
I got you.
Let's go back.
Well, understood. Just sitting here talking about Lavrov talking about that that Hitler has had Jewish blood. Yeah, this man is insane. I just don't get him, man. I just don't get him.
It's looking like they're lost their end plan completely.
Yeah. So it says the Israel. So continuing on, the Israeli prime minister said, "Such lies are meant to blame the Jews themselves for the most terrible crimes in history, and thus free the oppressors of the Jews from responsibility." And I mean, he's just getting eaten alive. Like, yo, Israel was like toeing the fence, right? They were toeing the fence, and you're making an enemy out of the one close ally we had that was kind of in between, that
Right.
was trying to hold on to their close ties to Russia and Israel. I really don't get it, you guys. I do think it's all falling apart, right? So I was just talking about they've besides the Northeast, they've lost major ground everywhere else. Huge offensives going on. I'm gonna go back to here. So down here around Kherson, basically the Ukrainian military is in active conflict all the way around Kherson and has pushed 40 kilometers into this area. Right? They've basically retaken all of Kharkiv. They've pushed you out of Sumy in the north, and they've basically started artillery battering this entire area down here where the blue cross shade is. Right? And if this keeps up, they're going to be right on the doorstep of Crimea, and they might be able to retake Crimea. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. And the Russians need to find a win. Like right now, their forces are so they have to find a win, and they have to stop beating themselves in the face. I'm not cheering for them. I personally don't want them to win. I don't want that to come across. But when you're thinking of things from both sides, you gotta think about, well, how would I play this if I were them? I wouldn't have attacked Ukraine in the first place, but if I were them in this position, I would be looking for a win, right? Maybe make the trade for Donetsk and Luhansk and give back this entire southern area and cease operations down here. And show good faith, pull your forces back to the eastern side entirely, get out of the south, and offer a sharing agreement around Crimea. That's a win, right? You get to have these parts stay a part of Ukraine, but they operate as maybe independent city states, right? Russia removes all their forces from them in agreement and allow, I don't know, UN peacekeeping forces to be the only military station into these areas, right? And then land sharing agreement around Crimea. You get the independent Luhansk and Donbass, right, while still not breaking them away from Ukraine. You get to ensure security of that agreement, and you don't lose your warm water port, right? Solves all the problems. But I honestly think that Russia's entire objective here is to take Ukraine. I don't think they're going to settle for any less. They might settle. I said they're going to try to take a third of the country, and I still hold that. I think they're going to try to take a third of the eastern part of Ukraine and move across to create a land bridge all the way to Trinitsa, or I'll figure out one day how to say that word. So, well, moving forward. All right, so we covered both these. We know what the situation is. Artillery's been trained up. Things are going to get interesting over the next few days, but it's going to be slow moving probably for the next 24 to 48 hours, and then it's going to really pick up. But the big kisser of today is that apparently Putin's going to undergo cancer surgery, man. Did you know about this? You see this?
I did not. That's surprising. Like, is that maybe why he's getting more desperate to try to see it out before he goes, you think?
I don't know. So at first I thought they were pushing for their victory day or whatever, right? But they're not going to get victory before they have 6 days. That shit ain't happening.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so that's probably why it went to my bad.
Yeah.
No, I
But
was gonna say that's probably why they were going to mobilize.
Mhm. Why they're going to mobilize what?
But so like I forgot where I saw it. Let me see if it's still on my history.
Yeah, they're talking about while you look that up, just let me know when you get it up. But they're talking about transferring power to this ex-FSB agent, and this is sort of off-putting because the guy we thought that he was going to pass power on is not the person he's letting handle, which is excuse me, which is Mikolovich, Mikolayevich, or I think it's Mikolovich, is how it's pronounced. Like that's the guy we thought, but apparently he's handing it over to Khrushchev, and that's odd. It's just interesting. So
Okay, so they're gonna try to make it. I pulled it up. It says Kremlin could call upon all able men in final push against Ukraine during the victory parade on May 9th.
yeah,
That's what
yeah.
it was.
Okay. Yeah, I think that he's desperate to get this over with. I mean, it's costing him a lot of money, and if things continue to go the way the way they should, if everybody follows their sanctions and actually does what they're supposed to, um, they're going to run out of money to continue to fund this war very, very soon, probably in the next 2 to 3 months. So they have to find something. That sucked. They have to find something, you know. They have to find a win. As I was saying, Russia has to find a win here. What do they define as a win? What can they take and shift and make seem a win if they're going to exit in a timely manner? because otherwise they're just going to be stuck and they're going to run out of money, and that's going to be even worse. Um, and this is what we were talking about. I mean, their highest ranking general almost got his ass killed. You know, um, and
After what,
the
3 already
Ukrainian,
gone?
yeah, the Ukraine's intelligence was new enough to know that he was there, and they almost got him. He got shrapnel to his leg. Um, but yeah, he was there to quote unquote try to change the course for their basically lackluster offensive, and I think that it damaged the troops' morale even more. But with you losing general after general after general, and everybody's like, "Oh, they have a ton of general." No, they have about the same amount of generals as the U.S. military does per capita, and it's less than 1% of their military. So when you lose 10 of them, it's kind of a big deal. Um, and when your highest ranking one takes shrapnel to the leg because they almost got him, like
You're
that
not gonna
shows
feel
that
too good about that.
yeah, there's no way you feel too good about that, right? Like, imagine like this is super secret, like, and somehow they knew about it and were able to target them. Like, it's one thing to target like stationary targets, right? But these are mobile targets, and dynamic targeting, right? So, it's one thing to target static, buildings or energy plants, stuff like that, stuff that doesn't move. But to be able to target a general who was on a top secret, trip to the front line, that was on the move, and being able to lay down dynamic fire based on intelligence, it shows a level of infiltration into the Russian military from the Ukrainian forces that I think is unprecedented. You know, it's craziness. Hmm.
And wouldn't that like build on or distrust between the troops that like they don't suspect someone is actually theirs on their side?
It would for me. Like, if I'm sitting here and I know that, like, let's say, so General Batiste, right, was over the First Infantry Division during OIF 2, right? If he showed up in theater, and the moment he showed up in theater, about an hour and a half later, all of a sudden, we had artillery fire coming down on all close to near his exact position, that takes out a bunch of high level military staff and another general and almost kills him. I'd be questioning the guys beside me. I mean, and if you don't trust the guy that's beside you, you know, to have your back, it affects your combat effectiveness as a unit, because in the military, especially in combat arms, unit cohesion, as it's referred to, is really important. Being able to trust the guy next to you, being able to click, get those gears running, and work together. And because Russia also lacks a non-commissioned officer corps, right? The initiative is really lacking in the enlisted side, and so it's mainly up to the officers. And when you see officers just getting taken out left and right, and these are supposed to be the guys who are commanding you and who are supposed to be kind of untouchable for the most part, and you don't know who's giving up this information, you don't know how the Ukrainians are finding out, but time after time after time after time, anytime that someone high level visits, or you have a large movement for an attack, all of a sudden they randomly have intelligence around it and start hitting your positions, you start to question the guy next to you. And that affects your cohesion. If you're not a cohesive unit, you don't commit to tactical operations appropriately, which means that when you press, people aren't in the fight. And when they're not in the fight, you're not effective. And when you're not effective, you get your ass kicked. It's that simple. Like, I'd be questioning. Damn sure. Um, around 200 Russian troops were killed in the shelling, and that's the general. They've confirmed this since then. So yeah, they lost another general and a lot of high level staff, majors, lieutenant colonels, and colonels. All right, so that's all we got for international today, boys. Let's see what our comments are over here in the Discord and on the stream. I need to drag this up and put this on the other thing. Not really the best. Oh, he wants to make. Okay, so Isabella says he wants to make history by a win before he dies. I think she's talking about Putin. Maybe. I think that he wants to try to see a reformation of the USSR. I think that's one of his goals. You think you flooded? It's okay. I wish more people were active like you were. It's okay. We got 14 viewers. We got one person talking, man. So but I'll take it. I'll take it. So says they will end up being suspicious of their partners. Absolutely. And again, if you can't trust the man next to you, you're not going to be thinking about the mission. You're going to be thinking about staying alive and watching your own back. You have to be able to trust the men beside you to watch your back. Like I can't imagine the combat zone was stressful enough without having to worry about is the guy beside me Ukrainian spy who's going to shoot me in the back of the head, you know. No, you're good, Gutsy. You're good. Yeah, but welcome. No, I appreciate it, man. I said, hey, at least you guys are here. So, no, you got to think about it in those types of terms, and I know it's difficult sometimes for people. So, is what it is. Let's see. Oh, someone. Oh, that's my notifications from Telegram. I need to cut those off. All right, so on to U.S. news, guys. So we have some interesting things that I wish we had more people in here to have a conversation about, but it's okay. So basically, the Missouri AG is going to investigate school district for giving students as young as 4 surveys that quiz them on race, sexual orientation, and their parents' political beliefs. Go ahead.
It's so strange. Like, what does it have to do with school?
I don't know, and especially this last part, their parents' political beliefs, right? Because there's been some issues where school boards have targeted certain parental groups because of their political or religious beliefs. So recently, that's gotten them in some trouble. But yeah, what does this have to do with reading, writing, math, and my teachers never asked me about my sexual orientation, and I know this is a sensitive subject for some people, but I don't know where we're getting at with this, and that's why I wish we had a more balanced view, because I think a lot of us who have been around for a while with me know that my view is that this is something that belongs in the home, is up to the parents, and that I don't think schools are failing to teach kids to read. Okay, right now they did testing, and the numbers were abysmal. Less than a quarter of kids before the 9th grade are reading or writing or doing math at grade level. Less than 26%. Why are we focused on this? I understand that there are people who may have issues, but this is for the parents to deal with, private psychologists. Now, if a child goes to the counselor and talks about an issue they may have, then that's fine. But one, it shouldn't be hidden from the parent. And why does a parent's political belief matter? There seems to be no other reason to collect this information other than to attack the parents or to strategize ways to get around the parents because you associate certain political beliefs with certain views. And no matter what, these aren't your children if you're a teacher. These are the children that belong to their parents. They don't belong to the school system.
Okay.
Can we think of control looks like Russia's way of control? They classify people, families. Exactly. It's just a form of classification. And I hate to say it, but that's what's been going on. That's the entire purpose of intersectional identity politics and intersectionalism, right? Is to create groups and groupings and othering people who don't align with the groups that you agree are important. This has to stop, right? And like it's literally against the law. Law prohibits students from being questioned without parental permission, right? Webster, and here's the biggest part: Webster Grove School District won't say who it shares the answers with.
Oh, stuff.
Like I don't care what side of the political spectrum you're on. When a school district that is supposed to serve you, the taxpayer, you pay taxes in that county, you pay taxes in those cities, you pay taxes in those states, and those dollars fund your local school district. The school district answers to you. right? And for them to say to parents, we're not going to share with you who we share this information with, private information that has to deal with deeply personal things such as your political and religious beliefs and your child's sexual orientation, and they're not going to tell you who they're sharing that with. Like, I'm sorry, that's absolutely violating of the trust given and the duty you've been entrusted with as a teacher. Right? Period. I don't understand how anyone could think that this is acceptable. So, you know, and I think if we're gonna if the left or other people, and this is a left issue, okay, these are people who are on the left, and unfortunately a majority of people who are teachers and in school administration are on the left, and this is a leftist ideology that's causing this. And this is coming from a lifelong Democrat. I just became independent a few years ago, right? This is unacceptable. Period. You know, if you're going to say that it's okay for the state to basically take a captive audience that is not able to give consent and ask them deeply personal questions and spy on their families' personal beliefs, and that's what that is. This is the government asking personal questions that a normal person probably wouldn't talk to them about, okay? But giving it to their children who can't consent to do this questioning, all right? And it's against the law to do this questioning, and having them give you that information and then cataloging it and refusing to acknowledge who you're giving it to. This is no different. A lot of you like to make comparisons to the Nazis and Jews. This is no different than when children in grade school were asked if they knew families who were Jewish, who was Jewish, right? Who wasn't Jewish, who was mixed, who had genetic defects in their family, if they knew anyone, right? Did they personally have feelings of being gay, or that they liked people outside of their race, or that they liked Jewish people, right? This is what it's remindful of. And I'm not saying you guys are trying to wipe out people who are politically disagree. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the similarities here of the level of violation of personal trust, right, and the othering of people is what brings these concerns along, because they can relate it to things like this. And it seems to those people who are in the right center and the right as if this is what you're doing. You're not helping your cause. If you're trying to bring people to your cause, right, and have that conversation and bring forward your political beliefs, you do not do this by violating something that you know these people hold sacred: their privacy and their family and family doctoring. Okay? These things are core beliefs to the right. Okay? And when you do these things, you damage that and make them feel as if it's under attack, and you will not get anywhere. I don't know what you're trying to get with this. Isabella Gall says, I was on the school board of my son's school. I was a preschool teacher too. Absolutely. I think Isa was also a preschool teacher, you know. But this has to stop, guys. Like, this is ridiculous. The Southeastern Legal Foundation lawyer Kimberly Herman said that the new lessons have a tendency to edge out the traditional curriculum. What it really amounts to is racial programming. Teaching kids as young as 4 years old can pick their gender. All right, so the article starts off. I'll get off my soapbox now. The Webster Grove School District in Missouri is under fire for violating state and federal privacy laws by subjecting students to probing surveys about political beliefs and affiliations, gender, sexual orientation, and mental health status. Personal medical a child doesn't know they're not supposed to give up their personal medical information, or that they're not required to. Yeah, this is definitely HIPAA, but it's a personal disclosure. So they're basically getting by. They're asking them a question. They're not telling them, okay, so you're in an authoritative position as a school, okay? You have authority. All right? When you ask a child a question, they assume that they have to answer it. It's the same thing that police do that you guys argue against. Oh, you don't have to tell them anything. Even if they say it like it's a requirement for you to tell them, you don't have to tell them anything. You know how you guys preach about that? Well, children don't understand this concept when as teachers. They're supposed to be able to trust them, and now you're tricking them into giving their personal medical information about their mental health to you. Just evil, right? So, Attorney General Eric Schmidt on Monday agreed to investigate the issue after being alerted to the practice by the Southeast Legal Foundation, which was retained by Webster Grove's parents after they learned of the practice. We appreciate the Southeast Legal Foundation for bringing their concerns to the office, and we have received similar allegations in districts across the state, Missouri Attorney General spokesman Chris Newell said in an email. Why is the okay? So then this seems to be a problem across the state. Why are superintendents allowed to instantiate programs like this where they know the question? There was a process that we went through whenever we wanted to change something inside of large corporations, which school systems are, where we had to run the shit through legal, right? Why are our school systems not required to do that? I don't know, but we'll move on. We've all been working diligently to empower parents and return transparency to Missouri schools. We are currently closely reviewing the information contained in that letter and the information in other districts, and we will take action wherever possible. Oh my God. Okay, so let's see. It's Missouri is very, yeah, that's the other thing I'm thinking. Like, Missouri, you chose one hell of a state to do this in. Like, it's hella conservative. You knew they would come for you. Hello, we are the students from blank class. We are taking the data from responses to try and raise awareness and solve LGBTQIA plus related struggles here at. We would like to make this more a more inclusive school. And see, they're playing on that positivity that everybody wants to get along. No one wants someone to feel othered, right? A 9-year-old doesn't know about their sexuality. All right, my daughter, for example, wanted short boy hair, played with Ninja Turtles. She had a good mix because I kind of forced it, but she also liked My Little Ponies. But she liked a lot of boy stuff, and she's been a tomboy her whole life. Guess what? She still likes boys. Now, before she thought boys were gross and ooey, and she thought she likes girls because she thought they were pretty, right? And if she thought girls were pretty, then that meant she was gay, right? And I had to explain to her that that's not how gay works. That's how this can be confusing, because my daughter was absolutely the definition of tomboy. Fucking amazing. Loved her to death. Like, to the point where, I'm going to get into story time here. My daughter was in kindergarten, and a kid kept pulling her ponytail, and she told him to stop. And she went up to the teacher, and the teacher told him to stop, and she said, don't do it again. And the little boy came up, and because she was playing soccer, and she was better at him than soccer, and was getting irritated, she had gotten the ball from him, so he pulled her hair again. She turns around and punches him in the nose, right? And this kid goes crying to his parents, and we come to the office, right? And I get there, and they have like the video from the playground or whatever. Like, yeah, your daughter, so we'd like you to, talk to her and discipline her. I'm like, no, not disciplining my daughter. It's like, he kept harassing her. He kept physically assaulting her. She did the right thing. She told the kid, I was like, I'm going to take her out for pizza after this. And they called DSS on me. Said that I was encouraging violence. No, I'm encouraging my daughter to stand up for herself. So we should use words. I mean, this kid had done it repetitively. She told him multiple times to stop, went to the teacher. Teacher told him to stop. He continued to do it just because he was upset, and he was yanking her hair. And the teacher was, you can see in the video, the teacher was sitting there watching it. No, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, she punched him once in the nose and told him to stop. Because, like, the last one, like, he yanked her to the point, like, he yanked her back. No, you're good. I don't wear my teacher's cap. It's all good. I get it. I tell her not to but, like, yo, but, like, that example is, but my daughter was, like, rough and tumble, played boys sports, all that good stuff. She's not trans. She likes boys now. But she got confused by all the things she was being told because she thought, just because she thought girls were pretty, that meant she was gay. Like, I'm sorry. You're not going to get me to agree with this.
Yeah, like, if she was, like, whenever she talked about that, or if she said she felt like that, then you talked with her at home Like it wasn't in school. Like she got talked to by the teachers.
This is sad. What was that? I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I'm saying like when she came to you and talked to you about like how she thinks she likes girls and how you explained to her that's not what gay is. Like that's at home between you two. Like she approached
Yeah.
you. You didn't try to like teach her
Yeah.
what all this is.
And I asked her what brought up these questions. She was like, "Well, the teacher was talking to me about, when you like boys, you're straight, and when you like girls and you're a girl, then you're gay." And I'm like, "Oh my god." And of course, the teachers are skirting around what it's really about, right? So, um, it's a difficult, but like I'm sorry, I just saw this picture and it says my identity journal task 10, and it says not everyone is the same race or ethnicity. That's what makes our world and people in it unique. Blah blah blah. It basically says you to identify your race, and the kid circled white, right? And it said, what is the first time you noticed people can be different races from you? What did you notice? He put now. Like, the kid had no concept.
Nope.
No concept, y'all. Come on.
That's a good thing about kids. They see everyone as equal.
Yeah, exactly. Like, high school and stuff, yeah, but what? This kid can barely write. He's on the big line still. Like,
He has no
yeah,
concept of anything.
yeah. Like, come on,
I don't think they
guys.
have critical thinking yet at that point.
Yeah, like critical thinking doesn't come until you're like 10, 11, where you start to get into like actual critical thinking and comparison and stuff and all that good stuff. And now we're teaching people not to critical think. If you don't accept this, you're racist or you're sexist. So don't think about it. Just accept what we tell you, right? And that's the other problem I have. The thing is the left used to be about, free speech and the First Amendment and, freedom to choose and be who you are and sticking up for the little guy and like now we got people shouting to support big pharma. When did the left start supporting super huge corporations? Like, mind blown. Anyways. All right. So it says the foundation sent a 23 letter page letter to the state's top lawyer outlining a cat and mouse game in which Webster Groves and other districts purchase surveys for civics classes and other general student questionnaires from education companies that they then turn around and sell expensive lesson plans to address the problems the surveys have uncovered. They are very lucrative contracts, foundation lawyer said. Although Herman said she did not have information on how much Webster Grove is paying Panorama, the survey firm, another district, Springfield Public Schools, pays $60,000 a year, she said. Fairfax County Public Schools in Virginia pays a firm $2.4 million annually for curriculum correction to address the issues uncovered in these surveys. Federal law does not allow the collection of this information without parental consent.
Yeah. You're supposed to go to school to learn to read
I
and
didn't
write
know
and
that.
go up from there.
I didn't know that, Isa. I just put that together. Cool. Stop your peyote, my friend. Listen, names are entirely different. So, federal law does not allow the collection of this information without parental consent. The Webster Groves school district does not immediately respond to a call left for comment. Herman said that the new lessons have a tendency to edge out the traditional curriculum. What it really amounts to is racial programming and teaching kids as young as 4 years old that they can pick their gender. How confident are you that students at your school can have honest conversations with each other about race? At your school, how often are you encouraged to think more deeply about racial-related topics? Why is it a focus for 4th and 5th graders? High school, sure, right, with parental consent, but this doesn't need to be a thing. Now we're getting to the bottom of this. What was that for, Sal? I'm trying to understand. You mean like the bottom of the article, or? Yeah, they can't say no, and the kids trust that you're coming from a. So Luna Girl says it's taking advantage of kids because those kids can't say no. It's so sad. It absolutely is so sad. Like, this is racial indoctrination and teaching intersectionalism and racial politics from a very specific viewpoint to children. And the idea that you're having conversations with kids about sexuality without their parents' knowledge or consent and telling them not to talk to their parents about them is wrong. Okay? This whole don't say gay bill, you also can't say anything about straight. Okay? But it doesn't even say you can't say gay. It doesn't say you can't say straight. It literally says that you cannot have conversations about sexually charged items with children. That's the Florida's law, guys. And it was made to address shit like this. You guys, it's fixing a problem that doesn't exist. Clearly it does. Clearly it does. As much as I think it's sad that we have to make a law to tell people that you shouldn't have conversations about sex and sexual orientation with children that aren't even in middle school yet, this is proof of why we need to. And if you think children want to fit in, and if they think, and they also want to be cool, they want to be the popular other, right? And with the popularization of something that is less than 1.5% of the entire population of the United States, and teaching that as the norm, there's a difference between something being okay and something being normalized. And just because something is not normal or is not normalized does not mean it's wrong. And there's this use of words. Oh, you're saying I'm abnormal? And no one wants to tell another person they're abnormal. So we make someone feel guilty and berate them into agreeing with us. Yeah, being trans is not the norm. Being gender fluid is not the norm. It's okay if you're those things, but they're not the norm. And we present an overemphasis on it versus what is a majority of the population. It's just that simple. It's nothing about that. As I've said multiple times, I don't care what your sexuality is, what your race is. If you are a human being, you intrinsically have value as a human being. Period. And you deserve all the same rights as every other human being on the planet when it comes to government and the law. And you should be treated fairly and the same as others. At the same time, your personal beliefs, your personal identity, you should not be able to force someone to participate in those. Okay? Just like someone can't force you to participate in their Christian identity, no one should be forced to participate in your gender identity or your personal identity. I can't force you to say God's real. Why should I be forced to say you're a woman even though you're biologically a man? Now, I'll address you by your name because I think names are important. If you chose to go by a specific name, absolutely. But we are conflating gender with sex at this point, where we now have sports have always been separated by gender. And the argument was always in gender theory that gender was separate from sex, and we would never think about gender is absolutely a binary outside of the 0.08% people born intersex, which even those you can clearly tell most of the time what sex they are, right? And this is just speaking from facts, and I can provide all of the references necessary, and I'll do that at the end of this. I'm not sure how we got here. And so now you're erasing, what it means to be female. If anybody can be a woman, what is a woman, right? And I've always asked this question. If you can't define it, right? And then people have started, when you start asking the question to define what these things are and give me, because if you don't have a definition for something, how can we have a conversation about it? If you can't define for me what something is, how can we have a conversation about it? Right? And so now you ostracize people for saying, hey, I don't care how many, biological sex is important. I'm fine with the whole gender thing. But now we conflate the two because we continue, this person's a woman. And then, first female admiral. Guess what? That admiral was a male up until they were a full-bird colonel. You took that away from a woman who's been a woman all of her life and struggled with female struggle. and gave it to someone who is a transgender woman who has been a male most of their life. And I think there's something sad in that. And I'm going to move on from this hot button subject, but this is where we're at. And this is where we're at in the United States, you know?
Because don't
Yeah,
women usually
exactly,
like?
exactly, Luna. That's a great way to put it. I'm sorry, man. 1 second.
No, you're good.
Don't put that on me to conform to your ideas. Just like I don't force Christianity on you, you shouldn't push your beliefs on me. You know, I'm heavily Christian, right? I believe God is an amazing and wonderful thing, and He has touched my life. And there's no other way I can explain the way I've statistically beat the odds. But I'm not going to force that on you. If you can believe what you want to do, and you can say derogatory things about my God and about my religion, and I'll respect your right to do that. I'll disagree with you, but I'll do it from a position of empathy, all right, and personal conviction, while still respecting you and showing you respect as a human being. No, I have a friend who's trans. He's fucking great. I just disagree with his lifestyle, and he knows it, and we don't have to agree about that to be friends. Period. It's not. I disagree with his lifestyle. I just disagree with the ideology behind it, right? And I think it's entirely different than being gay. And there's numbers behind that. We can have that conversation some other time once I look at the YouTube TOS, so I can make sure I'm not stepping over it too much. Too hot. Too hot. Too hot. Too hot for you, baby. All right, moving on. Schools need to get back to teaching math and how to read, not asking about gender identity or Planned Parent. Okay, that's sort of a low blow. Like this right here. See, you took it the other direction. Where does Planned Parenthood come into this conversation? This is why we derail people. This is why we can't have logical conversations with each other. That right there. Planned Parenthood had nothing to do with this conversation, guys. Um, These are conversations for parents to have with their children at an appropriate age. Schools shouldn't be asking these kinds of questions in the first place. It's outrageous that they're doing so and not even telling parents. She declined to make her clients available to speak for fear of reprisals against them or their children by the school district. She also said the questionnaires are not anonymous, but it's unclear who sees the answers and who knows how the students filled them out. It's unclear what information is used for and how to access it. The questions ask about political ideology of the students and their parents, asking them to label them conservative, liberal, or moderate. They are quizzed on which Congress member they are most closely aligned. Whoa. Guys, you can't tell me this isn't being... The only reason I ask these questions is for political... is for creating political numbers around it. Political surveys serve one point: to figure out political affiliation and to target demographics politically and basically create the most fitting curriculum to sway the most people out of these groups. I guarantee you these questions affect how they teach the ideology in order to push you, and I guarantee you if you read it, it probably pushes you to the left. Isabella, I have the impression to be at a conference where we interact with the speaker. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. I mean, Isabella, I think that's a great thing. That's what it's supposed to be. This is supposed to be a conversation. I wish we had like the first day when we had the first one. I wish it could have been live because we had great conversation. There were a lot of people in here. Hopefully, we can get back to that.
So I found the website.
The next image, the caption, it says, "What students are pressed to say which political ideology they and their parents are." What was that about? You said students are pressed to say which elective they most likely. Questions asked about the political ideology of the parents. Man, that's crazy. Oh, what? No way. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't read this before this. This is like my first time reading through this with you guys. I knew the overall gist. How? How? Even when I was the most liberal, and I was considered very liberal and progressive by my friends before the windows shifted. How do you find this is what I was talking about? I didn't know about this when I was talking about like you're in a position of authority. You're gonna assume that they have to do this. But it's not even that anymore. You literally force them to. Like I'm sad right now. Like I'm getting like this is fucked up. How are you doing this to children? Pressing them to answer really personal questions, and if they're uncomfortable with it, aren't we supposed to be? Isn't the left supposed to be the ones who worry about what you're comfortable with, making sure that your boundaries are respected, that you don't feel pressured to be or do something to be something you aren't, or not to do something you don't want to do, about consent. This right here, if you don't consent to do this and do it, you're going to be punished. I'm trying to find words here to keep this within the boundaries of the YouTube TOS, so I apologize. I'm kind of hot right now. Like, this is the exact thing that you say you're against, except you're only against it when it fits the narrative you want, or the political leaning you want, or the situation you want, or the thing that empowers the views you have. This is wrong. This is intimidation. This is forced persuasion. This is literally the same thing as someone pressuring you for sex. Except you're pressuring children to answer severely personal questions about themselves and their families, even if they're not comfortable. And if they don't do it, you're going to punish them and take away something from them and get them in trouble. Fucking sad. And it's illegal anyways. But then if they don't do the thing that is already illegal to be done to children, and that you're not supposed to be asking in the first place, you're going to get them in trouble with their parents. Questions about public funding for abortion, their stance on the death penalty, prayer in school, mental problems, sexual behavior, and other questions are also in the survey.
Isn't it separation of church and state, though?
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Like, I assume that they had conversations about religion. That's why I stuck it in there, religious beliefs. But it just goes to show I was right. Sexual behavior. What questions are you questioning children about sexual behavior? Guys, I am a centrist, a left-leaning centrist. And this, to me, is infuriating and sad. What happened to the right of families' privacy? You're using children to snitch on their parents. Except there's nothing to snitch about. These are private, personal choices that are very private. Period. I don't know how else to put it. I know I said private 3 times there, but I just don't know how to put it. Like, these are things that are none of your motherfucking business. Like, why are we having these conversations about this? Lord Jesus, man. I'm sorry. We're gonna move on from this subject, but I'm just disappointed, and we'll try to come back and circle back to something a little bit more endearing, because this just has me hot and livid right now. Yeah, absolutely. Especially when we won't say who doesn't get who gets the answers, and it's forming curriculum. All right, on to other news, guys. Off of that subject, because that's some heavy and deep shit. FCC applauds Elon Musk for his $44 billion Twitter deal. Agency welcomes the billionaire's plan to ease free speech and says it would be un-American for any arm of the government to block the sale. Isabel Legal, as soon they will ask kids if their parents went to prison, were accused of crimes, they are labeling the families. That's it. That's the only reason that this serves, is to be able to label and categorize the family for future use against them, and to be able to formulate curriculum based on the answers of the surveys and finding the mean. That way you can place the curriculum there and push whichever direction you want, right? And be able to focus what that curriculum talks about. If someone already agrees with the opinion you think they should have, it just won't be as heavily focused on in the curriculum. It's crazy. Trump appointed FCC Commissioner Nathan Sigman issued a press release dismissing a request for the agency to stop Elon Musk from acquiring Twitter. The FCC cannot and should not block the sale. We should instead Mr. Musk for doing something about a serious problem. It would not only be unconstitutional, but plainly un-American for any arm of the government to act against Twitter or Mr. Musk for such a purpose. What's this? Yeah, it says. I think I just addressed that. Oh no, absolutely, either side, and I think that both sides are two wings of the same bird, you know. So, and yeah, Isabella, I greatly appreciate your insight. Yeah. Um, Jay the Giant Peach, I'm sorry, I just tuned into this. This is a survey that's given to children. Well, 4 surveys. What children were they given to? Children as young as in the 3rd and 4th grade. So 8 and 9-year-olds.
The one that was right that you ran down white in that one, that was a second grader.
Let me go back. Yeah, reopen, close tab. Look at this. This kid still writes in the big lines, okay? 2nd grader, yeah, as young as 2nd grade, so 7-year-olds. Yeah, I had to move on. Like, it's super sad. Like, the things they were asked about, the things that are being pressed, they're told to hide from their parents. And they're being told if they don't answer these severely personal questions that they're going to be punished. Holy shit, how did I crash to no viewers? There are clearly people here. This is just off.
Yeah, it's showing 12 here.
Cool. So right here, the kid said white, but look at what it says. It says, when is the first time you noticed that people can be different races from you? What did you notice? Kid wrote now, bro. Like, and again, this is about no matter what side you're on, how do we justify these behaviors? It doesn't matter if you're on the right, it doesn't matter if you're on the left. These are children, and these are deeply personal questions about them and their family. And you're asking children to judge their parents' political leanings when you got to understand that, as I said, most people who are in the education system as teachers and staff members are heavily left-leaning, and that's just a fact. It's statistically true. So if that's the person that the children are comparing their parents to, someone who's in the middle is going to seem as if they're conservative when the children maybe have never met a conservative person in their life. So how do they know? But this data, but the thing that when you won't tell parents where this data is going to, who is reading this data, who's getting it, this data here is a data. So I do data science, right? I'm a software engineer, and my entire job is to build systems to process huge amounts of data and create data points out of them and create algorithms and cubes so you can slice them. This data right here, I would, if I had a client who was in politics, I would be salivating over. Okay. And not only that, but you're forcing children. Aren't we supposed to be, and I made the point, isn't the left supposed to be about consent? Aren't they supposed to be about, you should never be forced to be something you're not, or do something that you don't feel comfortable doing, or be something you're not comfortable being? Apparently that only applies if you're able to give consent. It's just, it's mind numbing. Yeah, it made all of our hearts. I didn't realize how bad it was, guys. I didn't read this. I thought it was going to be a little bit sensational, and apparently it's worse. And I am so sorry for bringing everybody down. But goddamn. Anyways, moving forward. But we were talking about Elon Musk, and the FCC had basically said that that it would be un-American to block it, and he's not going to block the purchase by Elon Musk. So, excuse me. Musk confirmed his mammoth takeover at the end of last month and has vowed to release the shackles woke bosses that put on free speech on the site. It has been met with fury by some who fear the social media giant would further sour if people could post more freely. Lord Jesus. Yeah. I don't know what to say to this man. I'm glad the man has the money to buy Twitter. I think that they're going to lose some staff. They're going to gain some staff. I am all about retaking some of the town squares. I do think that there is a clear bias in our media and in our social media towards one side, and evening that out might not be a bad thing. But everything that he's proposed so far, that if it's legal, it should be allowed, is pretty much already the policy of Twitter. And nobody had a problem when Jeff Bezos bought the Washington Post or the Examiner or the Daily Mail. Nobody had a problem with that. So, you know, Elon just wants to have a piece of the pie where a large platform can at least have voices from both sides, no matter how abhorrent you may find them, both on the left and right. And I think that's okay. I don't think that this is nearly as controversial as everyone's trying to make it out, and I don't understand why it's headlines. He's a private citizen using private money to buy a company, take it private, and he's allowing shareholders to still exist within it privately. It's still going to be subject to Section 230, and he's still going to have to apply by the rules. And Apple and Amazon already said that if he doesn't police speech in a way they find acceptable, they're going to boot him off of their app stores. So, you know, I don't know. I think this isn't real news. I think people are sensationalizing it, and I think other people are using it for political points and politicizing it in a way it doesn't need to be. Elon isn't heavy political. He's very centrist. His views are very centrist. And I mean, this is the man who normalized the electric car. Come on, guys. Me along with other people think it's very doubtful that Trump will get his Twitter back. But honestly, I hope he does. But the more voices, that's the thing. The more voices that we have in the public view, right? The more Exactly, Luna. But the more voices that we have in the public square, that we have in the forum, to create that balancing act between everybody and create that central. Right now, we have an entire section of the populace missing from something that creates one of the most important narratives in the fabric of our society with young people. Okay, and there's an entire section of that voice that isn't balancing out that view. And that balanced view is very important for young individuals who are forming their ideas, who are forming their opinions, who are forming their ideologies to have, so that they don't, if the spectrum starts in the center and moves to the left, then the window's already in the left. And so you want people not to feel othered as if they're not being excluded, right? This was a big deal. Oh, they're just overreacting. They think that they think their way of life is dying. Well, maybe it is, because you're not allowing them to be heard. If people look on social media and all the places they see their children looking, and they see no one who shares the same views as them, are they not to feel that they're being pushed out of society? That their way of life is not being pushed out of society, not being pushed out of the mainstream? You don't get anywhere by othering people. It's the exact reason why this channel was formed. Othering people doesn't do shit. Calling someone a Nazi, calling someone a white supremacist, when you have no real proof of that, just because they disagree with you, doesn't do anything for that. Calling someone a snowflake because they feel that it's important to recognize people for who they are, and you disagree with their lifestyle, right, doesn't help your cause. Okay? Calling someone the N-word or calling someone a cracker doesn't help you create racial stability if that's what you're fighting for, truly. You other people. And when you ostracize someone, you've cut them off from having any chance to even share some of your views or at least hear you out so they can have a common understanding with you. Yo, Jay the Giant Peach. Yo, as Eminem would say, if the FCC won't let me be, then let me be me. I mean, they tried to shut me down on MTV, but it feels so empty without me. Damn, I keep crashing. What the fuck is going on?
Still at
All right.
13.
Yeah. All right. So, moving on. I don't think this is controversial as everybody said it was, but you know what, guys? We're going to take a quick break. You know, we got another 45 minutes left. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to talk about this next one, which is very interesting to me. And we'll talk a little bit about the Hunter Biden laptop and how it got the New York Post kicked off of Twitter. And contrary to popular belief, guys, I'm not going to get into any of the sides of this conversation. It's just a conversation about where do we think this should go, and how do we determine whether this is actually some form of conspiracy or whether it's just coincidence, and how it seems to be repeating itself, and how we can make sure that if this is coincidence, that this narrative isn't able to be carried and no water is being carried for certain people of specific political persuasions, right? This is not going to go where you think it's going to go, but we'll be right back. And about, let's say, 20 after. I didn't make the thing. I guess I'm going to have to change it on the fly, guys. Podcast will be right back. I got to remember to remake this. There we go. Boom, boom. All right. And we are back. And I did not forget to transition this time. There we go. Progress. All right. So a little bit backstory. So I need to take a moment after the last story. And I just want to point out to everybody that the word I was looking for was coercive, right? Whenever you use your power or authority to harm or punish someone, if they don't do what you want them to do, even if they're uncomfortable with it or don't want to do it, that is coercion. Period. And I think coming from someone you're supposed to trust and who parents are entrusting with their children and our children are supposed to trust, that is severely damaging. And yeah. Now, we're going to talk briefly about something that might be a little controversial. We're just on the controversial topic train tonight. It's all right. Let me read the comments and get caught up. And days after Musk bought Twitter, he wrote on Truth Social on Bat. First post since 221, thought it was funny and a Trump thing to do. The medium is the message, creating a symbiotic relationship. So Jay the Giant Piece says the medium is the message, creating a symbiotic relationship in which the medium influences how the message is perceived. When a girl reads on you're saying a message would be perceived differently if the same message was posted on Facebook, Twitter, the Washington Post, etc. The medium is the message. I'm trying to understand. And then Jay the Giant Peach says, no, I'm saying that media is what is making the message and putting their perception into news stories, which impacts the rest of the world. Exactly. News has so much opinion in it these days, and you can see the slant of the person who's writing it. And I remember when journalists used to try to avoid this and be unbiased in the way they presented it. They presented the story, the facts of the story, and they sort of let you decide. And then there was the opinion piece of the paper that sort of made arguments one way or another. And it seems that we've kind of merged the two. Am I getting that right? Is that what I think you're saying, Jay the Giant Peach?
I don't fucking know what I'm
All right.
Where did that come from?
I have no clue.
Someone just came in, queued up, and said, I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. The podcast is in voice general here. I'll change it. Boom. It doesn't matter. ABCD is, I think ABCD came in here and accidentally queued up on accident. It's okay. It's all right. So moving onward. So here's what happened. So back in the day, the Washington Post broke the story. Hunter Biden apparently left a laptop to be repaired, never came and got it. The guy realized who it belonged to, had access to the hard drive, and basically turned it over to the FBI. And when he did so, he also had copies of it, and some political rivals decided to get a hold of it. Over 26 immediately, it was anytime it was squelched on social media, Facebook, Twitter, etc. And the post was banned by Twitter. All right. The post was banned by Twitter. Then the New York Post refused to remove it and then posted again about it and was kicked off of Twitter. Okay. A whole bunch of quote unquote security experts said that it was false Russian propaganda. All right. And carried that narrative. Now, mind you, this was in the most critical months, 3 months before the election. And it's been shown that if people would have known that what was on the Hunter Biden laptop was true, son smoking crack, referring to the big guy, kicking in millions, all these questions around, it seems that Joe Biden and Hunter Biden shared a bank account, that money flowed through it. It's not very clear on what exactly it was going to. There's a lot of legitimate questions to be asked there. This isn't excusing Trump. This conversation isn't about Trump. This conversation is about Biden, okay? And a lot of people try to do whataboutism and, well, what about what about Trump's taxes? I personally am of the opinion every other president in the history has disclosed their taxes. Trump should have also, okay? We're not that, but that's either here nor there. There are questions around whether or not Joe Biden was interested in his son's business dealings. And this is of import because he said he had no idea. But it's clear from some of the emails that were found on this laptop, along with things that have been found that were deleted, okay, that there's clear associations that Joe Biden had with his son's business partners, that Joe Biden participated in his son's dealings, helped close some of those negotiations, met with other parties to these business deals, at dinners and other things while he was closing these deals. And just all around what seems to be some tomfuckery. Okay. And so, yeah. And actually, Jay the Giant Peach talks about comparing stories about the same subject from a left wing, right wing, and non biased source. So we actually had this conversation the other day, and we talked about an app, and I think ABCD and a few others got the app, and this was in another Discord before this one became bigger, and it shows you literally the same story presented by different news outlets based on their bias, and it's quite interesting, right? And it helps you keep a balanced view of the world around you through the slant. It's quite great. So, but the thing is that it's shown that this would have changed the outcome of the election if this would have been known. All right, for this specific article and this specific thing. Well, last month or so, it came out, and the New York Times and a few others picked up that, oh yeah, we verified it. The New York Times is verified that yeah, this was real, right? And don't read that aloud. Don't want it to taint your podcast. I don't know what you're talking about, but it's fine. So basically, at the end of the day, let's bring this down some. Hold on. I need to fix the way this is presenting. Give me 1 second, guys. Go ahead and Alt-Shift this up a little bit. Bring this down. Boom, boom. That's all I got, guys. My screen's too big. That's what she said. All right. Anyways, so basically, the Hunter Biden laptop, that's what it was about. And so now it comes to light that basically a Russian oligarch with close ties to Putin met with Hunter Biden in Moscow about an investment deal before meeting twice more in New York and D.C. And for some reason, this specific oligarch, even though he has clear ties to Putin, was left out of U.S. sanctions. He's sanctioned in the UK. He's sanctioned by the EU, but for some reason, he was left out, right? Yeah, Forcell. We're gonna not talk about the email scandal either. Like, I think that there's some questionability around that too. If a soldier would have had classified information in an unsecured computer in their closet, in their bathroom closet at their house, it would have been a different outcome. But we're not gonna go there. Okay. And agreed, it did have somewhat of a chilling effect. I can agree with that. Um, so moving forward, um, basically the idea is that Hunter Biden's own business partner said that the big guy, when referenced inside of emails, was referring to Joe Biden. So there were some legitimate questions, no matter what side you're on, and we should hold our political leaders to account. Is my idea. I don't care what side you're on. If there's questions that our presidents might have shady business dealing, I don't care if they're Republican, Independent, Libertarian, or Democrat. That deserves investigation to make sure that we're not getting sold down the river. All right. So it turns out that this guy is basically a 73-year-old billionaire and supplies drones to the Russian military. he still remains unsanctioned here in the U.S. And the only thing that is different here than in the UK, Australia, or the EU is that the president's son has a existing business relationship worth millions, all right, like tens of millions of dollars with this person, all right. And there, he's been clearly tied to Putin, supplying the Russian army with arms and drones. Like it, there's no question. All right. So Hunter Biden flew to Moscow for a meeting with a now sanctioned Russian oligarch with reportedly close ties to Vladimir Putin. Laptop files reveal. Right. Again, this was referring to laptop. That's how the laptop came up. Vladimir Yusenkov, 73, owns a company which reportedly supplied Putin's forces with drones used for deadly bombing raids in Ukraine, and until last year owned key Russian defense contractor RTI. Right? But while he was added to UK and Australian sanctions list this month, but remains one of the handful of oligarchs unsanctioned by the Biden administration. Hunter's multiple meetings and apparent business deals with him are the latest in a troubling web of his connections to Putin-linked mega-rich individuals, which has emerged from his abandoned laptop. Emails show the president's son and his business partners were courting Yushchenko, Yevtushkinov, for an investment in their real estate company in 2012 and 2013. Rosemont Realty was founded in 2008 by Hunter's Yale schoolmates Devin Archer and former Secretary of State John Kerry's stepson, Chris Heinz. You can see where this is linking together. Hunter joined the firm's advisory board in 2010, though having no experience in real estate whatsoever, by the way, and was a part owner, earning him hundreds of thousands. Emails show that in 2011, his now jailed business partner, Archer, was traveling to Russia, staying in luxury hotels and dining on bear meat, laying the foundations for future real estate deals that he believed would be lucrative for the firm. In November of that year, Archer wrote to an associate, Moscow is going great. It does look like I will be back quite a bit based on our initial response to the real estate fund pitch. 3 months later, Hunter got involved, scheduling a trip to the Russian capital for a dinner with Yushchenko at the headquarters of his company, Sistema, on February 16, 2012, according to the emails and calendar entries on the laptop. Documents published this week by journalist Vicky Ward on her blog suggest the Russian billionaire then took a trip to the U.S. for meetings with Hunter and his Rosemont Realty business partners. A Sistema itinerary translated from Russia, which Ward reported was leaked to her from a close source in Yushchenkov's company, lists a March 14, 2012 breakfast with Hunter Biden at the Ritz-Carlton in New York. The president's son... Okay, so that's the caption on that. Sorry, I apologize. So this is the leak. Emails obtained from dailymail.com. Archer was staying in luxury hotels. This is the calendar. Later that day, Yushchenko flew to Dallas, Texas, had another breakfast with Rosemont Realty at the city's Ritz-Carlton on March 15th, according to the itinerary. 8 months later, Archer wrote an email outlining the meetings. I'm in a meeting with you, he misspelled his name, for dinner Sunday evening, January 27th in D.C. at Cafe Milano. Archer's email... we are going to be reviewing commercial office investment program with him and his team. Then we're going to see our properties in the afternoon in Dulles View, which is that Dulles is, so if you've ever heard of Dulles International Airport, it's right outside of DC. 110 million office property in the DC submarket. As an example of our portfolio holdings, joining me will be one of my partners in the Rosemont Seneca and an advisory board member of Rosemont Realty, Hunter Biden. Archer's email was to Kazakhstan banker. So again, another puppet government of Russia. Mark Holtzman, a key fixer for Archer and Hunter. Holtzman replied, Vladimir mentioned this. I raved about you and we'll see him next week in Davos, so we'll reemphasize this. Direct ties between Hunter Biden and Vladimir Putin. Did I not put it in the Discord? I'm sorry. I apologize if it didn't get there. Oh, apparently it did not get there. I apologize, guys. I missed one. Paste. Boom. So, all right. All right. So Archer forwarded the reply to Hunter, noting Holtzman's close relationship to Yinka Shakeoff. FYI, Mark Holtzman was on the IT company board with me before I left in December. He's also head of finance committee in Yinka Shakeoff's Sistema board of directors, which benefits us, right? So then it goes here, it goes through their whole itinerary, shows that the links are there. Holtzman was part of a troubling nexus of Putin-linked businesses magnates with whom Hunter has dealt, right? So clear ties between Putin and Hunter Biden. Again, doesn't matter whose side. If this was, I don't know, name one of Trump's kids, Don Jr., I'd be like, yo, this is some fucked up shit. We should check this out, right? We should make sure our leaders are not beholden to foreign powers, period. Don't care who they are. A spokesman for the Russians, Peter Morley, confirmed the meetings with Hunter, but said there was no follow-up. Yushchenko met Hunter Biden among a number of other meetings as part of a routine business trip to the U.S. to scout potential investment opportunities. There was no follow-up for the meeting, and Yushchenko has not met or had any contact with Hunter Biden since then. Yeah, because he was dealing with his handlers instead and the banker. A 75% stake in the company was bought that year by a Chinese investment firm. And this gets into the whole Chinese lucrative deal competing with Russia to buy into what seemed to be access to the then vice president and the person who is now our president. So, yeah. In September 2014, the oligarch ran into legal trouble in Russia and was placed under house arrest in a money laundering case that was widely seen as politically motivated. Russia experts said at the time the prosecution was in fact an attempt to nationalize Russia's oil industry, a large portion of which was controlled by Yushchenko's company Bashneft. But the charges were dropped in 2016. The businessman, worth $9 billion at his peak, rebuilt his relationship with Putin, even reportedly spending a night with him on cots at a Siberian military facility snowed in by a heavy winter storm. Yeah, but so Forcell said, true or not, the rule that investigations not being announced near an election is a good policy. The truth should still be pursued as soon as the election is over. But also, we shouldn't have social media companies squelching news stories, literally removing them, claiming they're false, and then they turn out to be true. They literally remove the New York Post from Twitter. Also, who defines near an election? Now, a government agency announcing an investigation, absolutely. But there's no reason, other than personal political bias, that this news story was squelched. They showed where the laptop came from. They had the signed receipts for them. They were able to show that it contained data that was specific to Hunter Biden. And it was called Russian propaganda. Okay? Russian disinformation. And was said to be faked. And then after the election is over, you know, in like the beginning of March, all of a sudden, oh yeah, New York Times Post, oh yeah, we've confirmed the Hunter Biden laptop. No, you didn't. New York Post did it first. And I think the American people have a right to know if their leaders that they're about to elect are under investigation for severe matters, such as he's under investigation for potentially being linked to receiving dirty money from China. That's important, considering that every business in China belongs to the government, right? Now, just announcing something as mundane as, yeah, she's being investigated because she potentially had classified information on an unsecured computer / private server in her bathroom closet. Yeah, okay. That doesn't affect, is she compromised by an outside national power, a foreign power, excuse me, right? That can be dealt with while they're in office, okay? But if there's a question as to whether or not Joe Biden is representing Chinese interests, right, because of his son's business dealings, and that it seems that it's possible that Joe Biden has received millions of dollars from Chinese companies and investment firms through his son Hunter Biden, and there's emails referencing him as the big guy and 30% to be reserved for the big guy. And Hunter Biden's own business partner said, quote, in quote, the big guy is referencing Joe Biden in those emails, right? That's a statement against self-interest, okay? It's one of the ways you overcome hearsay, because why else would they say it? It doesn't benefit them. It hurts them, but they're being honest, right? Like, doesn't matter. Just like, you know, when it was coming out and they were saying Trump possibly was, you know, connected to Russians, I was like, we should investigate this, right? Fairly is the other thing. We should not be using our justice system and our three-letter ABC boys to execute politically motivated investigations, right? That's the other thing. So, but moving on. By April 9th, the defense analysis blog Oryx had documented... Oh, wait. Did we move? Oh, yeah. This is... his daughter, Tatiana, has served as an advisor to Russia's state-owned Sberbank. His company, Kronstadt, part of Sistema Group, has reportedly supplied Orion drones for Russian forces used in deadly bombing raids in Ukraine this year. Pictures of an armed Orion drone downed by Ukrainian forces were posted on social media by the account Ukraine Weapons Tracker. We follow them. On April 8th, and Forbes reported 3 videos showing Orion drones taking out Ukrainian vehicles. By April 9th, the defense analysis blog Oryx had documented 6 drone strikes in Ukraine by Orion drones. A leaked audio recording was published last week with an alleged conversation between Yushchenko and a Georgian oligarch discussing how to circumvent international sanctions arising from Putin's invasion of Ukraine. A U.S. State Department spokesman refused to confirm the authenticity of the recording in a press briefing on Tuesday. Okay, so listen, when the U.S. government says we can neither confirm or deny, you should ask questions. That's all I'm going to say on that. All right? Discussing how the U.S. Blah, 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 blah. But added that sanctions evasion is something that we are taking a very close look at around the world. The lines between truth and reporting and editorial opinion is blurry these days for sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. I can definitely agree with that. Right. Let's see. I'm not in a position to preview sanctions on any individual or specific entities, but it's something we're taking a very close look at, the spokesman said. This month, the Russian oligarch gave up formal control of the publicly listed company Sistema by transferring 10% of his shares to his son. He now holds 49.2% of the company, while his son Felix has 15.2%. Morley said Sistema's stake in Russian defense contractor RTI dropped below controlling level and has since exited the company completely. Listen, guys, putting your holdings into a shell company that has no listed board members, which you can do in Nevada, by the way.
So that's where those companies come. Okay.
Yeah, that's why you incorporate in Nevada, because you can literally list. You basically can create a ghost board, right? By creating temporary holders of the position and listing an agent. You don't have to list who actually owns the company. And last time I checked, and I could be wrong, Nevada does not have a income sharing agreement with the IRS, right? Nevada proper. So yeah, it's insane, man.
So it's like the Swiss for the Americans, pretty much, for the non-business.
Yeah, it's where you can go to do tax evasion. And the reason why a lot of companies incorporate in Delaware is Delaware has very favorable business courts, right, and arbitration system, and their case law is very well formed, right, because of just how much litigations happen there, and it's really conducive to businesses to be there. So yeah. Oh no, absolutely. When you're Johnny Depp and you prove beyond a reasonable doubt, and you still get found against, and like every lawyer in the country is just scratching their head, like I don't know. Yeah, it's hard for the public. Luna Girl says, yeah, it's hard for the public to pull out the facts, and the public start to pick sides because they agree with opinionated or emotional part, not the facts part. And also, they try to they want to trust the news. You want to trust the people who are supposed to be giving you information and removing as much bias as they can, and that's why we have to get apps like. Hold on, let me go up here and do it up here instead. Um, like it's called Ground News, and it's great. Um, they don't sponsor us or anything, guys. It's just it's a great app. If you get a chance, check them out. Here it is here. But what it does is it literally shows you the better way to. So it shows you the left, center, and right, and it shows you like these are people, and it'll show you the same article, right? Between the three. And what it does is if you go through and you read it from a left source, a middle source, and a right source, if you take the things that's common between all of them, you sort of get the ground facts, and then it's up to you to sort of figure out the rest of the stuff that's hazy around it. But yeah, it's great. Heck yeah, we just hit 17 viewers, man. New record. Welcome, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being a part of it. All right, and continuing on. So, that's about it for this, man. It's just a cluster. Hopefully we get a better handle and we can get out of our political biases and find out, if there's dirty money influencing the people who are at the top of our country, no matter who they are. All right. I don't know if I want to touch this one. I'm not sure if I want to touch this one. I'm going to have a very difficult time providing an unbiased opinion here. Yes, it is Northern. Welcome, man. Good to see you, my dude. Good to see you. Amazon to reimburse employees $4,000 if they have to travel for an abortion. They're a private company. They can do as they want. This is why I'm not buying from Amazon anymore. Things like this, right? I don't agree with it. Just so everybody knows, I am very pro-life because clearly I've stated I'm a Christian. There's plenty of families out there who would love to adopt who can't have kids. And, this is one of the subjects that commonly leads me into the conversation of modern day sexism, where people try to say because of the nature of your genitalia that your opinion is less or you shouldn't have an opinion about something. It literally happened to me in the other Discord we shall not name or speak of. I took a screenshot of it. It was kind of hilarious. Thing is that if something affects the fabric of our society, right, as a whole, whether it's a men's issue or a women's issue, it means it's a societal issue. And no person's opinion on a matter or a subject is more important than another person's opinion, no matter the color of their skin or the nature of the genitalia between their legs. And if you say otherwise, you are racist and you are sexist. Period. That's where I stand.
So even like situational, or are you against like all abortion?
Here's the thing. So people try to use that as a wedge, as a political wedge. Here's what I say to people who make that argument. So we're talking. I assume you're referring to abortion in the cases of incest, rape, or danger to the mother's life, right? That's what you're referring to?
Mostly. So with the danger to the mother's life, like I think that would be more of the mother's choice.
Yeah.
Because like if she so that's a thing that's tough. If she wants to have a kid and something like that happens, that's her choice to have a kid. So like that should be
Okay. Well, I'm
her
asking
decision.
what specific cases are you talking about? So are you talking
I'm
about
mostly about rape. like
rape,
something like that,
incest,
yeah.
and yeah. So rape and incest. Okay, so that's less than 1% of all abortions. If we can agree the other 99% of abortions are wrong, we can absolutely have conversations around that one.
I mean, yeah, like I don't agree. Like if you don't want a kid, or let's put it this way, if you're pregnant and you don't want the kid, but you didn't take steps to not become pregnant, like there's lots of contraceptives or you can try and like, you know, like if you didn't be prepared to like prevent having a kid, then I can agree with that.
So
Like just
so
because you
I
don't want the kid.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I'd like to point out that I tried to avoid this topic, but I'm talking about it because you chat wanted you guys influenced it. So, um, and Dusel. So I get what you're saying, Dusel. But the thing is that I don't think that it should be used as a way to avoid personal responsibility, right? But also, people need to understand that when a child is conceived and created, a father was involved. Okay,
Right.
I'm gonna have a personal conversation here. So, way back when I got out of a 5-year relationship, I had a fling with a girl, and she knew that she wasn't on birth control, and she said, well, if it happens, it happens, right? And she got pregnant, and at first she was happy about the first month or so after finding out. And then me and her hit a rock or a hard place because I told her that I just wasn't ready to be in another committed relationship at the moment. Okay. And she then said, well, then I'm going to get an abortion. She didn't create that child on her own. She accepted that risk. Okay.
Right.
When we were getting together, she knew that there was a possibility that she could get pregnant, and it happened. And she was not the only person who created that child, and we had already gotten ultrasounds and started to become attached. And to give her the ability to terminate a child that's mine, right? She has no medical reason. She was young, healthy. Pregnancy was going along fine, but she was before 21 weeks in North Carolina. Up to 21 weeks, you can have an abortion. I feel that that is demeaning to the human value of a man who was involved in that situation. All right?
I can agree with that.
And when we talk about rights to our body, people like to make the argument of my body, my choice. Well, that isn't your body. There is a symbiotic relationship there. But that life that's inside of you has an entirely different DNA structure, chromosomes, heart, brain. It's breathing. It's breathing your oxygen, but it's breathing. It is a separate entity. It has life. It has value. And this goes back to my belief that all life has intrinsic value, no matter who you are, no matter what you've done, no matter where you come from, no matter the color of your skin, no matter your gender, no matter your political beliefs, you have value just by being alive. And I think that extends to children also, born and unborn. And the problem is that when we try to draw a line at when does something become a life, right? That is a very slippery slope because you can never pin it down because there's always a different opinion.
Right. Kids aren't like not every baby's the same because like how even there's premature births and stuff like that. Like they're born earlier.
As the miracles of science have progressed, we can now have children that are born at 21 weeks and survive. 20, I think the earliest birth was 20 weeks and survived. Like, think about that, right? And if we put it at a heartbeat, well, by the time a child has a heartbeat, they have a formed nervous system and a brainstem. They can feel pain. So just because you think that, oh, I shouldn't have to deal with this pregnancy, you just get to kill something that can feel pain? You can literally watch it scream.
That I disagree with. Like if say like the woman that you were with, like if she was okay having a kid and just because your two relationship didn't work out, like that shouldn't be like an abortion. Like that could be like an adoption kid. Like she could have the kid and put it up for adoption, you know? Like in that situation. If like say it's a different relationship and someone else goes out and they want to have a kid, but the relationship doesn't work out, you can't just say like, oh well, no, I don't want it anymore.
Now, I believe that if either parent chooses that they don't want a child and you choose to go forward and have that child, then that should alleviate the other person. Okay? I firmly believe that if that's what you choose to do, right, then that's your choice. Because also in the same token as a man, if I get a woman pregnant and I decide I'm not ready for children, but she decides she wants it anyways, right? I have no say in that.
Right.
Well, how's that fair? And we're going to get into fairness here. Yeah, and I know life's not fair, but that's a bad argument, and it's called a straw man, and we're not going to use that here. So, let's read real quick. It says, I am a Christian, and I am still for free choice. So I find we can dive into that in a little bit later, or maybe in a personal conversation, me and you, Isa. I want to shy away from the religious perspective because the thing is that using religion to justify a position in a conversation where everyone may not hold the same religious beliefs and you believe in separation between the church and state, because the Bible speaks to that when it talks about give unto Caesar what is Caesar's and unto Christ what is Christ, right? I firmly believe that I can live my values and not force them on someone else through law, right? And I agree, and I think right now I'm being careful because we have to be careful because of YouTube's TOS, right? And some of the ways we can get in trouble here are instantaneous. But the thing is that I believe that if she decides she doesn't want a child, but you decide you do, right? And who the father is clear, or mostly clear. Then you should be able to say, you know what, if you choose that you want that I have to go through with this, then you or that you're going to go through with this, then the other person is alleviated. That is what it is. No, I get it. This is the thing. We have to be able to agree to disagree and to be able to have these conversations because these are very sensitive subjects to people. As you heard my personal story, right? Those things are very personal and you can't. Yes, that is my personal experience, right? And so I have a very biased, and I was very open at the beginning of this. I have a very biased opinion, right? And so, and I know this, but it's because of my personal perspective, and I can't remember what it's called, where you can't use basically instances that you've seen to speak for the whole, right? Statistically,
Ethnocentrism.
Ethnocentrism? No, it's a different word, but it's okay. I'll find it out later. Hey, what's up, ABCD? I appreciate that, though. So at the end of the day, I believe that, for me, I believe that I cannot agree with abortion personally because I believe it's murder, okay? But it is not my place to place my personal perspectives or my ethical beliefs on another person. All right. And this is where we get into the challenge of being Christian versus how we view the world around us. Just like I believe I shouldn't be forced to participate in someone else's personal or political beliefs, you shouldn't be forced to participate in my personal or political beliefs either. If you choose to go get an abortion, that is your right as long as it is legally allowed. And I think that our laws should be separate from our religious beliefs, right? And that they should be based around societal fabric. And if society says it's wrong, that's why I'm very about statehood, because if a certain state says it's wrong and another state says it's right, move to the state that you agree with, right? And I believe that people should be able to be self-determining in their life and in their rights. And people who are like, oh, I'm all about liberties and I'm a left-leaning libertarian, but I want to restrict your freedom to do something because I disagree with it, but I want to do this other thing you may find heinous. I find that very hypocritical. So, you know, that just is what it is. And again, I wouldn't approach this topic if it wasn't for chat. Because again, I know I have a very biased opinion, but at the end of the day, I'm still saying if the state allows it, then that's your right. I disagree with it. But again, I shouldn't put my personal beliefs on you as a requirement because they're not yours, and that's wrong. And that's what I'm going to leave this at. And we're going to close this tab out and avoid this subject entirely the rest of the way. All right, so let's catch up on
Just
this.
so you know, like, I don't care. I'm not mad about any of it. So you don't need to be uncomfortable because of me. I
Oh,
don't
I'm
care.
not. I'm not. I'm just like, I was trying to avoid. So what happened, AB, is that I wasn't going to touch this subject, right? Because it was one of the recommendeds. And I wasn't going to touch it because I know I have a very biased opinion. And chat was like, no, talk about it. You know, we know you're biased, but you're just stating your opinion and talking about it. And I addressed the subject. We've already had some very deep conversations because of something that happened earlier. And everybody that was in chat, it was very, the article was very upsetting. And there are people here in chat who are both on the left and right and found it upsetting and wrong. And it was very deep, and it got a lot of us angry, and like two people got moved to tears. So we're avoiding this deep subject for a reason. We've already had the emotional roller coaster for tonight. So
Glad I missed it.
yo, I'll send you the article later. Because
Thanks.
yeah, you know, I'll help you cry it out. I feel so bad. So for those who don't know,
No,
me and AB have
no.
had serious conversations, whether it's about being upset over something super emotional or, you know, killing a possum.
A possum is still alive,
Oh my
and you're
God.
still not killing it. So possum wins.
I mean, I wasn't the one who wanted to get. You were the one talking about, I gotta kill a possum. I felt so bad. I'm like, man, I made her cry
Oh, okay. Did you think I
over feeling
really
bad
sounded
about some
like
stuff.
that? I did
No,
not really
no.
sound like that. I was way stressed out about it. So I wasn't like crying about it. All right. It was
You
like,
said you like bawled your eyes out. I don't know. I've never heard you
oh, I
bawl your eyes.
did,
I'm
but it wasn't
sorry.
to you. It was to like
You,
possum.
we were talking, and you were like crying your eyes out, and I don't know. We weren't in voice at the time, so I just assumed what you sounded like. Leave me alone. I'm glad you're here though to give another voice. I'm very happy you decided to join me. Join us. Wait. When it record this pod, get taken down due to TOS. Yeah, well, that's why we're gonna step lightly, and I'll let you guys know if we're stepping over a boundary. I've tried to quickly familiarize myself with YouTube's TOS, and I think it's a little over assertive, but I know why they're doing it. So, or if that's you're wise, and I like how you approach these topics. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I try to be considerate of other people's opinions, even if they may be severely differing from mine. As long as we're respectful to each other and we don't other another person. The moment we start othering each other, that's when I become upset. These poor dumb squirrels who run under vehicles. Come on, one more ride. Oh, all right, guys. All right, we're moving on. All right, so last subject for the night. Security Council Secretary, Hungarian authorities knew of Russian full-scale invasion beforehand. NSDC Secretary Alexei Danilov said the Russian President Vladimir Putin shared his plans to launch a full-scale invasion of Ukraine with Hungarian authorities before it happened. All right, so there's one thing for us to assume. So this first comment is besides we were warning them, but they were saying that it was a training exercise, guys. Okay, this is a conversation that happened between Vladimir Putin and the Hungarian president at the time, who is pro-Putin, and there's a huge conflict in Hungary between the prime minister and the president. The country is about evenly divided on both sides, and Hungary is in a difficult position anyways because of the way that they're attached to Russian oil and energy and tourism. So basically, this goes into a problem of Hungary is a member of the EU, right? And if I remember correctly, let me check this before I say it. I'm gonna fact check myself live. Um, and Hungary is a part of NATO since 1999, right? Um, wait, that's the same year Orban. That no way. Hold on. Alongside former Soviet Union satellite states, the Czech Republic and Poland, Hungary joined NATO in 1999. Incidentally, this was during Viktor Orban's first term in office as Hungary's prime minister. Yo, what the heck, man? He's the prime minister of Hungary, and it's the president that's again. Okay, got it. Okay, so, um, anyways, moving forward, um, this is interesting because as a NATO partner, they were required to share this intelligence with us, and they didn't, right? So this puts us in a very precarious situation. NATO has a lot of rules and bylaws, and the whole reason that NATO was formed was to stop Russian aggression, right? And to prevent Russia running over Europe if they ever decided to. Okay? Says, oh, mom's here? Oh yeah. You guys just figured out she's Mama Isa. Also, yeah. I got shit for that earlier. Um, but basically, they're sort of required to tell us, and I think it's kind of shitty. You know, they've benefited from NATO protection. They've benefited from our investment in their military. They've been able to buy Western weapons at cost and all the things that come with NATO membership. And they then get given intelligence by Russia, and they have a requirement to share, and they said fuck it, right? Like it's entire, because if we would have been able to go to Ukraine and be like, yo, homie, Hungary had a phone call with Putin, and Putin was like, yo, I'm gonna invade this country in like 2 weeks. So it's not like we're guessing. It's not that we're saying, hey, this formation looks like this. Literally, he told one of our allies he's going to invade you in 2 weeks. I think that could have changed the dynamic of how we approach this. Right? What was that? And we don't know why they shared to Russia. It says, this is crazy, and we don't know why they shared to Russia in NATO's back since February 24th. Yeah, I mean, you got to think, like, if we would have been able to put this down, like, hey, we know this for sure. They've declared it. They said it in this conversation. And we were able to be like, hey, it's a definite. Maybe we could have changed the ground game. Maybe we could have changed the calculation. If we would have put 100,000 American troops into Ukraine and been like, yeah, if you strike us, it's Article 5, right? You don't think that would have changed the calculation from Russia? Right? So it's really bad. I think that this should definitely call into question some of the NATO memberships and maybe trigger some reviews of it. I don't know if they can be kicked out of NATO. I was just about to look that up, but I don't know if it's treason. I mean, I think that it's definitely showing a lack of partnership. That's for damn sure. But I mean, imagine if we could have presented Zelensky with a concrete instead of a observation that appeared suspicious, right? So that's really what I'm talking about. Um, I don't know, man. It is really sneaky. Oh, this guy. We're 9 minutes past. So how about this? You guys want to keep going? Hold on, I'll put the poll in the chat. Boom, the poll's out there. You guys want to keep going? Yes or no? All right. Yes, 100%. All right, well, 5 votes, 6 votes, 7 votes. All right. Well, there we go. All 7. Yep. Poll complete. Why did it only show 3? All right, guys. Well, here's the bet then. It's 9:10. Let's take a quick 5-minute break. I'm going to go smoke. We've gotten into some deep shit, and then we'll keep going. Sound good? Oh, man, I lost a bunch of viewership there. That's weird. Look, we went down to 5. I mean, it says 11 now, but we went down to 5.
Yeah, that's what.
I'm like, hey, you guys want to keep going? Yeah, we're going to keep going. Nah, we have plenty for tomorrow. I'll be right back. Give me a good 5 minutes. So we're gonna put up the be right back. We're gonna throw on the music, and then we'll be back around 17 to 20 after. So all right, we'll be right back. Boom. Right. So that was quicker than I expected. We'll kick it for about 5 minutes till everybody gets back. So, the 17 on YouTube. Yeah, we're not doing horrible for a new channel. First live podcast. I'll take 17 people. We hit 21 for a second.
At least it's staying consistent.
Yeah. So, let's go see what's going on in the Twitter sphere. Oh, by the way, it seems that Russians are purposely destroying their own vehicles to avoid going to fight. That was up at the top, by the way. The backdrop of escalation in unrecognized Chinese. Oh, people are lining up to flee. Does anybody know how to say it? Transnistria or Transnistria, or it doesn't matter. The breakaway region of Moldova. So, the president of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky, has refuted Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov's statement that the lifting of sanctions on Russia is being discussed in the talks between the two countries. Woot. $1 billion spaghetti. That's some expensive ass spaghetti. That shit better be made of like gold. Holy Jesus. My friend, his husband ordered him some black water because apparently it was, if you pay for the shipping, you get a case free. And he was like, I ain't drinking black water. And I was like, shit, I'll try it. Fuck it. So apparently I'm getting a case of black water.
It tastes weird. It's like more like not gritty, but it tastes different. I've had it once.
Okay. Well, we'll all try anything once. That's what she said,
I
at
think
least.
it's like volcanic or something like that.
Okay. So it's like heavy minerals and stuff. That makes sense.
Yeah, I can look it up, see.
Better find a better way to route this this headset cord. So what's up, North? Seems like you've sobered up a little bit. I'm glad. Welcome back. Oh, man. It'd be crazy. Crazy. Advanced audio properties. Oh, okay. Well. Wish I could go positive on the DBs, but oh, will it let me go positive on the DBs? It just, I have to go and do it in the. Okay, so I can churn it up. There we go. Okay, now I'm hitting it. All right, so let's bring that down just a little bit. So I have to go into the special settings to get it to go positive, but I can do it. Okay, cool. All right, so that means I can use less gain, which means my microphone won't sound as crappy. So there we oh, I've been churning it the wrong way. That's why. Okay, well, live you learn. It's been a while. Did this for a bit on Twitch. Actually, that reminds me, I need to go check that email. Let me drag this up where you guys can't see my personal email. Come on. Nope, wrong one. Let's go to that one. Did Twitch respond? Oh, there we go. They responded. Let's see what they said. Thank you for reaching out. In order to change the listed 2FA phone number to your current one, please fill out this phone number change from our two-factor authentication provider, Authy. Now that you have access to your old phone number to change the number, you only need to know what the number was. Okay. Cool. You may need to provide your Authy ID to verify your account. Oh, yes. Guys, we're going to be going to Twitch and you guys can subscribe to me on Twitch if you want to. Just saying. Yeah. So, ba-dum-dums. Yo, if you guys have Amazon Prime, you guys can actually subscribe for free on Twitch. So throw me that Prime subscription. It doesn't cost you a dime, and it makes me a little bit of money. So, anyways, all right, I'll get that done after this. But yay, I get my account back. All right. So much better and clearer now. Good stuff. Yeah, I was turning my gain the wrong direction. So there we go. Oh man, that's what I get for doing things live. Yeah. So there we go. Now we'll turn it down just a little tad bit more so it's not in the super positives. Go down to like a 4, and there we go. I was wondering, man, I was like, what is going on with my setup? Like, I have an expensive ass microphone and chair. Like, if you guys don't know, by the way, again, not sponsored either, but Secret Labs, the Secret Labs Titan chair is amazing. If you spend a lot of time sitting at your desk in your chair, get one of these. It will save your back and your butt. I sit in this like 12 hours a day and don't get flat butt. So, feel it works. It's great. And it has like this adjustable lumbar support and like 3D, 4D, like whatever they call it, their marketing term is for like the armrests. This thing has taken a beating for 3 years, and it's a little worn in some places, but best $500 I've ever spent. Like, I would get up and have back pain, and I don't have that out of this chair, so it's good stuff. All right, it's 21 after. Let's keep going. But do you get swamp ass? Nah, I don't get that. Actually, it's very well ventilated. It doesn't build up a lot of heat. So, live and learn. You live, you learn, huh? Uh, so what you have to do, Luna, is you basically create your Twitch account and you link it to your Amazon account. Just, it'll show you, it says activate Prime, right? Because Amazon bought Twitch. So yeah. Yo, this thing's great. Actually, you know what? While we're here, I'll show it to you. This thing's great. So this is what I have. So Secret Labs Titan. Yes, I know it's expensive. So hold on, I'll move. Yo, this thing is great though. And they were a sponsor, so I actually only paid half price way back in the day. Oh, all my Corsair gear, except my headset is down because I used it too much. But all my Corsair gear, like my keyboard and my mouse and my little thing it's on and all that, my headset back when I had it, all free. I mean, it is. It is. It definitely is. I like the built-in lumbar support, 3D lumbar support. It's great. Worth it. But if I were you, I want to get the 2022. Save yourself $100. Get the 2020. It's just as good. You can find them on sale sometimes. But yeah, I want to get the cloth one, but I'm scared that like my sweat will stain it because I spend so much time in my chair. So the pure leather one, how much is the pure leather one now? I think it's like $700 or some shit like that. It's ridiculous. So hold on. Oh, they made it where it's different sizes now too. So I have the XL. And then the Napa leather. Oh, the Napa leather is now $1,000. Holy shit. Basically for sale. I mean, I'm a software engineer and then I stream. My God, though. Do you see this? No, so mine is breaking down because my sweat, like the PU leather is breaking down. It's not the chair's fault, but it's still great. I mean, I spend so much time in it. When my next chair I'll probably get this one, but I'm definitely not paying $1,100 for it. But no, it's a great chair. They should pay me to front their shit, but It solved. I used to have so much pain, even out of the ergonomic chairs. Like, I had one of those like urban ergonomic like fabric ones, and bro, it was crazy. Let's see what the New York Post has going on. Oh, of course we're gonna signal, but you have. Guess what? Guarantee you, his private security has guns. Want to take bets? We can. Aw, that's just sad. By the way, guys, Roe v. Wade actually didn't have anything to do with abortion. It just extended out. Study law. It's important to understand the basics of it, and especially core Supreme Court ruling. Stare decisis is another great one. If you want some good legal doctrine to look at. So, um, so basically, stare decisis is the doctrine used to say that courts will adhere to precedent in making decisions, and that if they're going to go against precedents, then they need to have good reason to do so, right? And this has been sort of a sticky point because, for example, when it came to stuff like vaccines, some of the doctrine and precedent that they used was actually from cases involving eugenics. um, and the left like put out these cases and didn't look at what the cases were actually about. And literally two of the cases that were used by the lower courts to make determinations when it came to mandates were cases that were formed that where the opinion was formed in substantiation of eugenics. So yeah. Anyways, gotta be careful. Um, it also applies horizontally and vertically, which is this is talking about. So horizontal stare decisis is basically a court needs to adhere to its own precedents, and then horizontal is that um, court rulings above. So if you appeal something and the lower court followed the precedent set before them, then the higher court needs to respect that, and that's the precedent that's been set. And unless there's just some specific reason in that fact pattern, then they need to respect the precedent and not overturn it just because they're a higher court that can. It's a very interesting doctrine that sometimes leads to quite a bit of injustice, because just because something's precedent doesn't mean it's right. So, anyways, right. So, what do you guys want to talk about? I opened up the podcast subjects um, channel. If you guys have something specific you want to talk about, questions, anything. Jay the Giant Peach. Amazon bought everything. Have you guys ever looked at your history of total amping spent on Amazon? It's terrible, and you're a great chair model. I'm a great chair model. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah. I feel like I was lied to my entire. I was taught that Roe v. Wade equal abortion law, and the Pilgrims and Indians sat together and had a bomb meal together and sung songs together for Thanksgiving. Actually, the first Thanksgiving was rather peaceful and actually was a decently cordial event. Luna, did you know that Roe v. Wade wasn't actually about abortion before this? Or did you just figure that out? Or did you figure it out later and you're just talking to me about it? I'm trying to figure out if I either informed you or what just happened. Yeah, Roe v. Wade was not actually about abortion. Yeah, so basically in 1970, Jane Doe, a fictional name, blah blah blah, filed a lawsuit against Henry Wade, the district attorney of Dallas County, Texas, where she resided, challenging a Texas law making abortion legal as set by a doctor's order to save a woman's life. In her lawsuit, Roe alleged that the state laws were unconstitutionally vague and abridged her right to personal privacy, protected by the First, Fourth, Fifth, Ninth, and 14th Amendment. No, I'm not trying to shame you. I'm just trying to see if I was informative. So Roe v. Wade was really about personal privacy, right? And it's one of the first medical privacy decisions in the United States, from what I understand. Um, so the conclusion was actually, and by the way, want to point something out, that all the people that made this decision that empowered a woman's quote unquote right to choose, all old white men, except for this guy right here, Marshall. He was Latino. So dissenting was White and Rehnquist. Other than that, 7-4-2 against. And it basically says, inherent in the due process clause of the 14th Amendment is a fundamental right to privacy that protects a pregnant woman's choice whether to have an abortion. Okay. However, this right is balanced against the government's interest in protecting women's health and protecting the potentiality of human life. Right. So the case hinged not on whether abortion was legal or not, but whether a woman had a right to privacy that allowed her to have an abortion without anyone knowing. So though abortion could be illegal, the state had no right to know about that, and she had a right to have that abortion in privacy, right? Yeah, so basically the government's invading your privacy by knowing about medical procedures you're having, right? Unless they challenge or hurt your health, which is where they balanced it with this. Right? So basically what they were saying, you have a right to privacy up until a certain point where it's either harmful to a woman's health or or the state is protecting what they now consider a human life, right? So it once you bridge the gap from it's a fetus to it is a human life, that would be murder, right? So before this point it's not murder, after this point it's murder, right? And that's where all the friction happens, in that latter part, right? In that latter part of the finding is where all the friction happened. So they set up they based it on the trimesters, right? Which is kind of messy, but it was, it's a bunch of guys who most of them don't have medical degrees. And yeah, so the argument that allowed this to move forward is that the 14th Amendment guarantees you a right to privacy with privileged context, right? And you have a privileged context with 3 different people in this world, guaranteed. You're a lawyer. There's always something that stops this, but I'm giving a general statement. As I understand it, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not giving legal advice. Seek an attorney if you want to know about privilege, okay? But from my understanding, you have privilege with your lawyer. You have privilege with your clergy, right? There's limitations around that too. Okay, it has to be like in the execution of their normal duty and blah, 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 blah. Again, talk to a lawyer. All right. And your doctor. Okay. These are people you enjoy privilege with. The most broad privilege, as I understand it, is with your lawyer. All right. And the second most broad privilege, as long as it's about something dealing with your health, whether mental or personal, okay, or mental or physical, is with your doctor, right? Clergy is actually quite limited, from what I understand. Again, not a lawyer. If you have questions about privilege, don't listen to me. Please speak to a person who is licensed to practice law in your state, or if it's a federal issue, to practice law in the federal courts. But yeah, it came down to personal privacy and balancing that privacy with ensuring that people aren't killing viable children, and or risking a woman's health by having dangerous procedures, because when this was decided, abortion could be quite dangerous as it got later. So, yeah, sorry, I got off on a tangent. But yeah, every day, learn something new. So the finding was around right to privacy, not right to abortion. Okay. Oh, here's the actual printing of the finding. Also, this was done in a way. So sometimes a court doesn't have a specific reason to take up a case in which which there's a standing challenge or some type of the Court of Appeals basically took this up over, even though there may not have been substantive ground for appeal, okay? Because it was such a core and important part of legal doctrine that was being founded, that they felt that it was necessary to rule on it, right? Because it was placed before the court, asking for them to take, I forget what type of consideration, but there's a word for it. It's a specific type of consideration. And so they took it and they said, yeah, we're going to take it on this specific type of consideration and we'll hear the case. Because it does provide a quite substantive legal right to privacy when it comes to you and your doctor and medicine, right? So, yeah. Right. Anyways, crazy. It's crazy. I was quite surprised too, because I always thought that Roe v. Wade was about right to abortion, not right to privacy. And the legal foundation of it is built on right to privacy. All right. I ain't got much more in me, guys. What else you guys want to talk about? What are we doing? Let's see what happens when we bring up news.google.com. Oh, that's some shit. Judge rules January 6th committee can obtain RNC and Trump campaign email data. Okay. AOC, those who paid off student loans should support debt forgiveness. Okay, this doesn't make any sense to me. You decided to go to college, you decided to take out loans, right? I have no college degree. I have a GED. I have no high school diploma. All right. Any of you who have ever seen my LinkedIn know that I was quite successful in up until a certain situation happened. Okay. And I'm still quite successful even given that situation and awaiting a trial for 5 years. All right. I'm scraping by, but I'm still getting by, which is more than most people in my circumstance. If you make a decision to encumber yourself with great debt in pursuit of higher education, that is your personal choice. Now, we can talk about the issue of why college is so expensive, but maybe it's because people are willing to take on debt of such a high magnitude in order to achieve it and saying no, instead of saying no and using their purse strings to say, your costs are too high. I don't need this. I'm going to go a different route. And creating a societal movement. Society controls the fabric of society. If we move to change the color or shape of that fabric, that is what should move the needle forward, not regulation from some government body. It is up to us. If you want to change, like the article that we were talking about with schools, get out there and run for your school board. Or at least study the people who are running for school board. Because guess what? Those school board positions are much more important to the future of this country than any congressperson is. Okay? Because they're most likely not going to get shit done anyways. No offense to them, but it's just statistically true. You know, find out who's running for mayor. Find out who, you know, was appointed as a city manager and who did that and what their qualifications are. Pay attention to your local politics, right? Change those things. You want to change our school system? We have public colleges for a reason. Why do our public colleges need rock walls and student entertainment centers and gaming computers in their library where you can game and Twitch stream? Literally, UNCC has gaming computers set up so you can literally stream from them, and there's a row of them. And when they were purchased, they were like $3,000 a piece, and they have like 15 of them. Okay, they had 2080 Ti's when they were like the shit. Like, it's ridiculous. You want to know why it's so expensive to go to college? It's because we allow our public college, oh, we need to compete with private institutions. No, that's not your job. That's not what you're here for. If you are a public university, you should have to justify when you spend money. Your athletics programs should not get more money than the rest of the college combined. When your athletics programs have more money spent on them than the rest of the college combined. Oh, well, they're a profit center. No, they're not. Not when you look at the output. Yeah, they break even, and yeah, they attract people to your college. But what should attract people to your college if you're a public university should be the quality of your education programs, not the quality of your athletic programs. You serve a purpose to provide a educational opportunity to those who cannot afford private institutions. That is your job. Period. And, oh, by the way, everyone who says I'm on the right, guess what? This is a very left way of thinking. But I don't support if you intentionally and purposely took on debt by choice as an adult, that the taxpayer should have to pick that up for you. If you make bad choices, you deal with the consequences. Okay? Now, I don't believe that you shouldn't be able to get rid of student debt with bankruptcy. I disagree with that. But that's a reform of the law. It doesn't matter. When I was 17 years old, I literally signed up to go to the military, and a month after my 18th birthday, I was in a war zone. Okay? I made dumb decisions, and I live with them. And it haunts me every day to this day. But I made that choice. And at some point, we have to say someone's an adult.
It also goes with like schools.
Mm-hmm.
Like there should be a point where they teach you about finances and how to do, like, find stuff that's better or manage your money. So like you're not going into debt over everything.
And that's something I talk to people about a lot, that we should definitely be looking at, is teaching better management of what is credit. Dude, no one taught me about credit. Nobody taught me what credit was. I had no understanding of that shit. None. But we can't just say, oh, because you're 17 years old, you're too stupid. But it's not 17. When you take out these loans, you're 18 usually. Or 19. And by then, it's up to us as parents to make sure that our children are prepared, that they have the appropriate understanding of finances. Like home ec should be teaching. Everybody should be required to do one semester of home ec in high school. Home ec should teach 4 core things: basic finance and credit, cooking, okay? How to iron your goddamn clothes. Excuse my language, sorry. Use the Lord's name in vain. Apologize. How to iron your clothes, okay? Do basic upkeep, how to be a man who knows how to clean his house, do laundry, and iron his clothes. Like, those are simple things. Cook basic meals, do basic finances, and understand basic credit. The fourth thing they should teach you is the basics of child rearing. How do you make a bottle? How do you change a diaper? How do you identify when an infant is distressed, right? Stuff, just basic home ec to give you the basic skills that if you have a kid, if you need to finance some shit, right? If you need to cook yourself some food so you don't starve, so you don't have to go out every night because that shit's too expensive and you can't afford it, right? Like, it's very simple. We do have interest-free student loans. Federal student loans don't have interest.
FAFSA.
Yeah, FAFSA and federal student loans do not have interest. Only private student loans have interest in the United States. Actually, I take that back. If you are well off and you don't meet the financial requirements for 0% interest, you get 1.1%. And that's nothing.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Compared to if you were taking a private loan from a bank.
Put it this way, I was earning $186,000 a year when I went back to college. Okay? My interest rate on my loan was 1.1%. And I did not have great credit. We were having this conversation, Luna. So Luna said, my dad was raised on college equals makes you successful. So he pushed that. I guess I'm saying I wasn't old enough to question society or my father. I think we had this question the other day, this conversation the other day. You should question everything. I think you were maybe around for that. I don't know. But questioning the societal norms and changing the social fabric of things, you don't get to get out of consequences of your actions, right? Ignorance is not an excuse for breaking the law. It's also not an excuse for breaking a contract that you signed. Right? We've all had those. I don't have student debt because I was too fucking poor to go to school. And when I did go to school, I just pulled the loan out. By that time, I pulled the loan out just so I could build the credit, and I literally paid it off a week after they issued it because I had it. But I was going back to school. At first, I was going back to get my computer science degree, but I had over 12 years of experience in my field, was published, right? Meaning, by the time I was doing this, I was already published, contributed to the field of computer science. Like, if I had my master's degree, I would have had my PhD, most likely, right? So, I understand, and that's why we need to teach that. But again, it's not other people's fault that you or your parents help you make bad decisions. And I don't want to say it's a bad decision. It's a learning decision. Debt is a learning decision. And we need to teach other generations. But if we constantly let people escape from the consequences of their decisions, no matter what they were, we're not going to learn that, hey, I should inform my kids that, you know what, they should avoid this because it hurt the shit out of me. Oh, the government took care of it. You know, sometimes you just mess up and they'll look out for you. No. Like, yeah, but I worked my ass off. I'm a kid with a GED. My peers had, so example, when I was working at Duke Energy, okay, I was 28 years old. All right, I got promoted as a contractor from being a software engineer to a technical lead, and then I became a senior technical lead. Okay, it was the first time I broke the 150,000 mark. Okay. I was earning $84 an hour, right? Which is like 168,000. 28 years old, right? And my peers next to me were guys in their mid 30s, beginning of their 40s sometimes. And some of these guys graduated from Stanford, MIT. One of them actually graduated from MIT. Two of them graduated from Stanford. One went to like NC State. You know, really, really solid schools, okay? And I was competing against these guys, all right? And I did a pretty damn good job. And, you know, I did that without a college degree, right? And it othered me not having that college degree because they'd be like, oh, what's your alma mater? I don't have one. Oh, where'd you go to high school? Yeah, about that. But I taught myself calculus. I taught myself relational algebra, right? I didn't teach myself all of calculus. I taught myself lambda expressions and um, uh, expressional calculus, right? Logic and logical, logically defined calculus, which defines logic trees and shit like that. Rule of cardinality, power sets, supersets, basically the basics of how databases work, right? But I worked hard. I came out of absolute poverty. Why should I pay for your privilege? Because I couldn't get student loans at that time. No one would give me one. Why should I pay for your privilege of you being able to take out a student loan? Oh, I get it. Now that I can agree with. So she said, "Yes, I agree that it's not anyone's fault or anyone's responsibility to pay those loans back, but my own. But I'm not pushing for Biden to pay. I just wish someone had known." Absolutely, and that's why we need to take this pain now so we can teach future generations. And that pain will stay in your head, and you'll be like, "Yo, I need to educate my children on this shit. I need to make sure that one day, at some point, I need to sit down and have like a 2 or 3 hour conversation, like 19 billion times." As a parent, to make sure they know, don't do this dumb shit, right? Like my son will know, listen, drugs will fuck you up, all right? And I'm gonna ingrain that in his head, and I'm gonna show him examples from my life, right? And I'll be like, yo, listen, take the privileges. Let me show you where I came from. Let me show you the things I had to deal with, right? Oh no, you're good. I have strong opinions on it, man, and it offends some people, and they get mad. Well, you aren't under crushing debt like me. Yeah, I didn't take it on. I didn't have the option to. You think I didn't try? I got told no. Because guess what? Coming out of the system. So did they ask you what your parents' income is? Even on FAFSA, they ask you what your parents' income is, and you have to provide it. And the system doesn't allow you not to put it in. Well, guess what? I didn't have. Yeah, but you see it as, okay, so that, right, man, anyone else getting life lessons for free? Just me, cool. No, like, I've dealt with it. I had bad credit, right? I think I linked it in Discord. You know what? Fuck it. I don't care. I'll pull up my credit card, man, right now. I don't care. Here. Now, mind you, I've been facing trial for 5 years, and I went from making a 6-figure income to making below $50,000. Okay? Well, I'm going to show you this. Live on air, we're looking at Alex's credit. Yo, it's a 609. All right? But I want to show you something. Even through all the adversity, and mind you, like I used my credit cards as a way to build credit by literally I put everything on them and then use my paycheck to pay them off. Okay? And no matter what's happened, this right here, you see that? Payment history, 100%. I ain't missed now one. Now one. Now, for those who think, oh, well, it might not be that much, I'm gonna show you what my credit. Hold on, let me go back. Let me show you what my credit usage is. I ain't missed one payment in 5 years being under this knife. No one taught me how to save money. No one taught me how to do investments. I taught myself. I didn't have parents. I grew up in group homes and institutions. Okay? The people that were there tried, but I wasn't listening to them because I was too busy trying to survive the streets. Ain't nobody teach me this shit. But I got enough credit to be able to get limits like that. Oh no, I get it. I'm not arguing with you. Nah, you're good. I'm just saying, like, yo, like, yeah, I got these life lessons for free by fucking up and having to work harder. Nobody taught me shit. I mean, just looking right here, you can see, what is that? 15. It's like 16,000, 18,000, 22, 26, 28, like $30,000 in credit cards. Guess what? I ain't missed now one payment. My derogatory marks are from medical bills.
I hate how they can put that onto your credit score.
Yo, mine, 3 of them are from shit where it was like a secondary company, right? That was like billing.
Yep.
And I didn't know about it. And then by the time I learned about it, I had insurance at the time that would have covered it. But trying to get my insurance to go back and deal with these people, and I just said, fuck it. Like, I ain't using my credit right now anyways. So. But this right here matters, right? If I can do it, and if I can learn this shit, you can learn this shit.
And give selling myself up here, but I got lucky because my parents, when I was younger, helped pay my car, and that built my credit. So I'm on a
No,
good
I ain't
credit
hating on
standing.
anybody who had parents who looked out for them. Yo, I'm envious of you, and I'm glad that you had people to look out for you like that. Like, I don't hold any prejudice towards those people. But what I do have a problem with is I had a conversation with someone the other night, right? And we were outside talking. They were talking about privilege, and they were on about privilege this, privilege that, and talking about different privileges. Like, you grew up with both your parents? She said, yeah, of course. Why you ask that? And tried to get offended a little bit. I was like, you need to remember, my foster family's black, and you need to chill, right? It's like, I didn't grow up with my family. I didn't grow up with parents. Well, that's not really privilege. Huh? It's like, yo, you said when you were 22, you had a bad breakup with your boyfriend. And you had nowhere to go, so you went home, and that was real humbling for you. Well, yeah. It's like, what if you didn't have a home to go home to? What if you didn't have no net to catch you when you fell? You said, and then after that, you got married, and you ended up losing everything, and he left, and you had to go home again with you and your 2 kids. It's like, but what if you didn't have that? What if when my daughter, I had full custody of my daughter before the whole situation happened that we've talked about, we're not going to talk about here, right? I had full custody of my daughter up until the time she was 7 years old. From time she was 3 until she was 7. If I failed, right? If things just went south by myself, I didn't get a dime of child support. If things went south for me, there was no I'm going home to mommy or dad or anything. And I don't mean that as an insult to anybody, right? But imagine that pressure. I can't call mom up and be like, hey, mom, can you help me out? Can you lend me some money? I didn't have mom to be like, yo, can you I didn't even have, even if you don't have family who has finances like that, the ability just to call somebody up and ask advice, right? Now, I had some people like that, but I fell out of touch with them, right? Because I had been stubborn in my youth. And when I went to the military, I lost touch with a lot of people. That I've regained that now with the power of social media. But I didn't have someone I could just call and be like, yo, I don't know what to do, man. I think I might have fucked up. Like, what do I do? Like, help me out. Like, help me understand. Help me process this situation. Right? That is some privilege right there. I believe that there's different types of privilege. I don't believe that any privilege outweighs another one, right? And I have some disagreements about certain types of privileges that people talk about, but we're not going to get into that on this conversation tonight because we're getting close to the time. We're about a minute away, actually, because we're going to 10 and we're going to quit. But, at the end of the day, man, I don't hate on anybody for the advantages that they had in life. And you shouldn't either. Don't be jealous of nobody because they had something you don't. You worked harder and you survived. right? And it makes you stronger. And I'm sure that somewhere along the way you had something they didn't have. And if not, guess what? We still here. Let's make it happen. Let's make sure that the next generation doesn't have to suffer that same fate. Even if you had a struggle and you had no privilege whatsoever, make sure that your sons, your daughters, your kids, your family, your grandchildren don't have to have that same struggle. And that's on
Plus,
you.
you can always
Go ahead. Sorry.
improve. No, you're good. You can always improve yourself just because, like, how we were talking about the society thing, like, you have to go to college to improve or, like, to get a good job. Like, there's no timeline of when something should be done. So you can always learn and improve.
So for
No matter
example,
how
let's say I go to prison for 20 years. When I get out, I'm still gonna get my medical degree. It don't matter. I'm gonna be 55. I'm gonna be 60 practicing medicine, bro. I'm telling you. I don't expect that because I'm innocent, but the justice system's a crapshoot. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's right, Forcell. So Forcell said, from my experience, those who I have met that are privileged usually make the worst life decisions.
Yeah, because
And
they've never had the consequences.
Yeah, so I have my son's mom. Her mom always bails her out. Right now, she has no car because she lost her license because she decided not to pay some tickets. Right now, her mom said, I'll pay your tickets and help you buy a car. But she's not doing it. Why? Because that would take work. Because she wants someone else to do it for her. And I love this woman. Don't get me wrong. She's the mother of my children, right? But her mom has always bailed her out. And so she sometimes she sometimes is not motivated to fix her own problems because other people have fixed them for her, right? My child ain't never going to have that problem. My child learned. So I gave my daughter everything she could ever want because I believe in life. If you work hard and you do what you're supposed to do and you do your thing, you'll get what you have. You don't get extra by going to work. You get what you deserve, right? So my daughter, if she was doing what she was supposed to, getting up on time, doing her teeth, getting her hair done, getting dressed, all the stuff she's supposed to do, going to school, getting A's, coming home, doing her homework without having to be told, right? She got anything she wanted. The moment she started slipping, I started taking things away. Why? Because you don't lose your job until you mess up, right? So I think this rewarding you for doing the things you're supposed to do. No, you should just have because you're doing what you're supposed to do. And when you don't do what you're supposed to do, you lose. That's how life works. I have because I go to work. I have because I get up every day and do what I'm supposed to do. And I lose my job. I lose my stuff by losing my job by not doing what I'm supposed to do. Right? That's my parenting philosophy. I ain't trying to preach to nobody. I'm just saying. I got a little long-winded there. But yeah. Fucking truth, absolutely, Northern Lights. I appreciate you, man. But yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah. So that's my theory. Just like I don't helicopter my son, I let him make mistakes. I actually will see him about to be getting hurt, and I'm like, okay, he ain't gonna get hurt too bad. Let's let this happen. Why? Because guess what? I can tell him no all day, and he's gonna keep trying to do it. But when I put up that baby gate on the second step, I tell him no. And of course, I have a little bit of a net there to catch him. He ain't gonna get hurt. I ain't gonna let him fall down like a flight of steps, y'all. Come on now. But he falls down those 2 steps and bumps his head. He learns. He's like, oh, these things will fuck me up. Let me not do that again.
They won't know fire's hot until they touch it.
I ain't gonna let my son touch a hot burner, like with his whole hand. He may touch it with his fingertip eventually, but for right now, he's too young to understand that concept, and I ain't doing that to him. But he gets it. He was messing with the door. Told him to quit messing with the door. He keeps messing with the door. I'm like, you gonna pitch your hand? He just looks at me like, and I'm like, oh, okay, you gonna learn. And he goes, and I see it happening, and like his hands on the inside of the door as he's pushing it forward, and they went, bang! And he started screaming. I was like, no. I talked to him. I rubbed his shoulders. I ain't pick him up. I don't believe in over-soothing. Like, hey, and I grabbed his hand and I rubbed it and I was like, it's okay, right? I told you leave the door alone. And guess what he don't do anymore? He makes sure his hand is not in that door. He'll push it, but he ain't holding on to it. He ain't swinging it back and forth. When I tell him no, he stops, right? Sometimes we need that pain in life to teach us. It's okay. And those of us who have had it really hard, we know that pain better than anyone. So we work twice as hard to avoid it, which actually can make you overly cautious, which is a conversation for another time. But guys, I appreciate you joining me tonight. Stay safe, be healthy, and be awesome.